Backyard Dungeon, Book 9. Written by Logan Jacobs. Narrated by Evan Jordan and Alyssa Poon. An Actors Everywhere production.
Chapter 1. The last of Ersinger's loyalists put up one hell of a fight. Onderd contacted me through the Seer Stones the day after the first snowfall to tell me a couple dozen of the Mad Chief's former soldiers had been spotted on my lands, not far from Hillshire. Some of the villagers noticed the Nictors that were with the soldiers, and their plot to attack my village had been uncovered. After all the village had been through, I wasn't about to let them suffer again in Ersinger's name, so Amrila, Nilame, and I wasted no time, and we headed back into the gloom to clear the traitors out. We found the old chief's men camped in a small clearing, not far from the lake, and we showed them no mercy. The soldiers and their pet Nictors tried to scatter as soon as we attacked, but I was ready to hunt them down one by one, with the help of my wives and the guards from the manor. "To me, men!" I shouted as I crashed through the undergrowth and found 3 more of the turncoat soldiers. One of them even wore purple armor to show he'd been one of Ersinger's officers. "You fool!" the man in the dark armor screamed in a triumphant tone. "Get the chief slayer! Kill the vampire!" I hadn't heard Ersinger's nickname for me in a while. 6 of the enemy soldiers jumped out of the trees or from behind bushes to flank me, but I just grinned fiercely. They actually thought they'd lured me into their obvious trap. "Nice try!" I snarled and then whistled as I shouldered the Galil. I used my red dot to take out 2 soldiers on either side of the officer before the others attempted to rush me. Then my garms burst through the undergrowth in a flurry of white fur and leaves. Growler led the charge and pushed back several of the Mad Chief's soldiers with his savage bite. Meanwhile, Valerie dragged one man to the ground and ripped his throat out with her teeth. And then my wives showed up.
Get the fuck away from my husband!
Nilame shouted as she blew away the closest night elf in pale blue armor with her Chris Vector.
Ah!
Amrila screamed, leaped through the air with her dancer's grace, and decapitated another soldier. The officer watched as his force was quickly decimated, and then he turned to run like the coward he was. I whistled again and pointed to the man in purple armor's back. Growler loped after him, and in a flash of ghostly white and crimson, the Garm jumped onto the officer's back and knocked him to the ground. "Hold him, Growler!" I called in a firm voice, so that the Garm wouldn't kill the officer before I could question him. Growler clamped his powerful jaws around the officer's neck, but didn't bite down, and the Garm's chest rumbled with a low warning growl. A foot soldier in blue was dumb enough to try to step in front of me to block my way, but before the man could even raise his sword, I pointed the barrel of my rifle at his chest. "Fuck off!" I spat with disdain as I fired 2 rapid rounds into his torso. As the soldier fell, I kicked his body out of the way, while my wives took care of the other 3 soldiers behind me. I stood over the officer and looked down at his terrified face as we listened to Amrila Nilame kill the last of his men. Then I aimed my red dot at the center of the officer's head. "Back off, Growler," I said in a deadly quiet voice as I stared down my barrel at the night elf man. Growler sat back on his haunches, and he looked up at me with his head cocked to the side and his long pink tongue hanging outside of his mouth. "Good boy." I grinned and then turned my attention back on the officer. He was a middle-aged elf with long black hair tied back in braids. From his armor, I guessed the raven-haired man had been a captain. "What's your name?" I asked. "Just kill me and be done with it, vampire," the former captain sneered. "You know," I snorted as my wives came over to join me, "I've seen a vampire, even killed some. Ugly fuckers, really."
Is he willing to talk?
Amrila asked in a nonchalant tone.
Or is he another fanatic? Because I'm hungry. If he's just going to go rant about how much he wanted to suck Ersinger's dick...
"How dare you!" the captain snarled, and his face was scandalized. "The great chief was the pinnacle of manhood. Ersinger's power surely lives on, and no mortal man could defeat him." "I was there," I said in a cold voice, and tried not to roll my eyes. "He's definitely dead. I cut his head from his body myself. It was on a spike on the walls of the Capitol until it started to smell so bad that Chief Onder had it burned to ash. Not really any coming back from that, if you ask me. Now, are there any more of you? Lies! The captain shouted as he tried to push himself up on his elbows, but Growler barked, and the man held still, but he wasn't done with his rant yet. Ersinger lives. He must. The Dark Lord promised to raise him up above all others. Chief Ersinger will rise again and... Raise this. I interrupted the man as I fired a shot right into his forehead. The top of the captain's skull exploded as my bullet hit at close range, and blood and grey matter splattered across the forest floor.
Do you think Helbosia has made lunch back at the manor yet?
My Zinkari wife suddenly asked, and I looked around at her with a raised eyebrow. I knew how bloodthirsty the horned woman could be, and since she'd gotten pregnant, her appetite for a lot of things had increased. But after just seeing a man's head pop like a zit, I couldn't say that I was all that hungry.
I'm sure she'd be happy to make you something.
Nylame shrugged as she reached down to pet Valerie's head, and there was still blood on the Garm's muzzle. Amrila nodded and then bent down and started to go through the captain's belt pouch. Really, partner? I asked as I watched the Zinkari woman rifle through the body.
You're not going to tell me you have a problem with me looting the bodies of these traitors?
Amrila snorted as she stopped and looked up at me.
I'm sure they don't have much of anything on them, but why leave anything useful behind?
You have a point. I chuckled. We should probably check back at their camp, too, just to be sure they haven't been communicating with anyone else or something. Amrila was right. They didn't have much. We found a couple pouches of coins and a few pieces of jewelry on the dead Nictors, but nothing at the camp would indicate they had any more friends in the gloom. That was good. With any luck, these men really had been the last remnants of Ersinger's army. I ordered my guards to clean up the bodies and burn them, and my men set to work making a pile of the dead and their worthless belongings. With the battle over, my wives and I walked to Hillshire Manor. I wanted to check in and see how things were going in the village nearby, since I was the one responsible for the welfare of its people. The fact that I was a duke and owned lands in the gloom still blew my mind, but it was a responsibility I took seriously. On the way to the village, we stopped at the manor house to get Jarl, the night elf chamberlain who managed the lands for me most of the time. Jarl met us at the gates of the manor. The older elf was a serious man, with a pretty gnarly burn scar along the side of his neck that Ersinger had given him, back when the Mad Chief was still alive and in power. Jarl always wore a doublet with a high collar to try to hide it, but he also wore a glove on his right hand, too. I suspected the scars covered a fair portion of Jarl's right side. I'd never asked him exactly what happened, but the scars were a quiet reminder of just how evil the old chief had been, and why the Yenni were glad I'd killed the Mad Chief. I figured Jarl would tell me about the scars when and if he wanted to. It would be rude to pry before then.
My lord and ladies,
Jarl said with a respectful bow as Amrila, Nylame, and I approached the gates.
May I assume you were successful in routing out the traitors?
Lord Jarl? I greeted the raven-haired man. And yes, we got them all. The men are just cleaning up the mess now.
God be praised.
Jarl smiled, and he fell in step beside us as we walked toward the village.
Congratulations on your victory, my lord.
Thanks, Jarl. I snorted and then spotted the gnomish groundskeeper just inside the gates as he tended to the gardens. Quawin, would you mind looking after the Garms for me? We're going to walk to the village. Yes, my lord, the ginger-haired man called back with a wave, and he whistled for the Garms. Come here, me lovelies, come on. Bring me up to speed on how the village and farms have been doing. I asked the chamberlain as the Garms followed Quawin back to the manor house. We walked down the road toward the village together, with my wives right behind us.
The villagers have been helping the farmers to clear trees on the land you've given back to them,
the chamberlain replied as he smoothed back his short black mohawk.
We are between planting seasons, so it's good time for such projects. The lumber is being processed and sold in the market of the capital, and of course a large portion of that profit will go into your coffers.
The villagers and the farmers are doing the work, though, I replied as Hillshire came into view through the trees. So they'll get a cut too, right?
Of course.
Jarl nodded.
The workers have been compensated for their time and labor.
Since the land was stolen from the farmers in the first place, I'd like some of my portion of that money to be invested back into the farms, I said in a firm voice. Help with the irrigation project we have going? Besides, since I get taxes from the farmers, if they do well, we all benefit.
I'll see to it, Ducati.
My chamberlain said. Jarl reminded me of Travis Meyer in a lot of ways. Both men played everything close to the vest, but I could tell Jarl approved of my idea. The stately man came from Hillshire and wanted to see it prosper as much as I did. As we entered the village itself, the people of Hillshire stopped and bowed. Many waved and said hello. I preferred the waves, since I wanted the people to be comfortable enough with me to come to me or Jarl with their problems. Hillshire had suffered the most from Ersinger's rule, since they'd been under the crazy fuck's rule long before Ersinger rose to chiefdom. Duke Eddie! Mayor Chattel grinned as he came through the village square. May Lionoth smile on you this glorious day. Mayor? I grinned back as I shook the short man's hand. How you doing? Very well, my lord, the mayor replied as he shook my hand back.
Lord Jarl was just telling us about the efforts to clear the farmland,
Nyla said as the mayor bowed in greeting to the ladies. Yes, milady. Chattel nodded with a pleased smile. We've cleared away most of the stumps, and some farmers have been able to start ploughing new fields in preparation for the next planting season. Since the weather in the caves was constant, I wasn't sure what conditions regulated when to plant. The plants in the gloom seemed to thrive without any UV light, even the trees and flowers. But I'd spent enough time around 4-H kids, who were like Boy Scouts for farm kids growing up. I could guess planting seasons here in the gloom had more to do with soil management than the weather. How are the irrigation efforts going? I asked. Very well. Chattel grinned. We've started to dig the trenches from the farms closest to the lake, following your instructions. The farmers have all been quite impressed with your plans. They should be able to siphon off enough water to feed the fields without draining the lake, so that the wildlife won't lose their source of water in the process. Excellent. I nodded.
Are you and your ladies hungry, my lord?
A middle-aged elven woman asked with a motherly smile as she came up to us with a small basket covered with an unbleached linen cloth.
I just made these sweet root tarts. I thought you would like them after your fight this morning.
Oh, I replied and was presently surprised by the offer. Thank you so much, ma'am. That's very kind of you. The village woman uncovered the still warm tarts, and they had a lovely, lightly spicy smell to them, so my wives and I each took one.
Oh, God.
Nyla moaned as she took a bite.
These are incredible.
My Dolrath wife was right. The crusts were light and flaky, and the filling tasted like a savory custard. They're delicious. I smiled at the village woman. They really hit the spot. The rest of the women in the village saw this exchange, and the reaction was immediate. Suddenly, we were surrounded by the women of Hillshire, all offering us food and drink, and the affair quickly turned into an impromptu feast in the village square. The workmen and the craftspeople of town joined us, along with the village children, but the women pushed in front of one another to feed the new duke and his wives. Some of the craftspeople pressed small gifts on my wives and me as well, so by the time we'd eaten our fill of the hearty, simple fare of the village women, we were loaded down with flowers, baskets, and a new rug for the manor, and the promise of one carpenter to fix anything in the manor that needed it, free of cost. Thank you, ladies, I said as I patted my full stomach. I couldn't eat another bite, really.
But you and the duchesses are so thin, my lord,
one matronly night elf woman said as she tried to press more pastries on us.
And you work so hard, you must keep up your strength.
I'll take another one.
Amrila smirked as she patted her still flat stomach.
For the baby.
Milady!
The village woman happily gasped and the other elven women cooed.
You are with child? May Lionoth smile on you and your child.
Oh, thank you.
The Zinkari woman said as she took 2 more pastries.
My husband is very virile.
The village women all giggled as they glanced at me, and I could feel a slight flush in my cheeks as they boldly looked me up and down. Thank you again, everyone, I said, and got up quickly because I wanted nothing more than to get out of here right now. We should get going. Before you leave, my lord, Chattel said as he raised a hand to stop me, please come see our monument that we've made. I remembered the village had started a monument to the women Ersinger had taken from the village, so I really couldn't say no. Of course, I replied with a friendly nod. Mayor Chattel and many of the villagers led us to a place just at the edge of Hillshire, where I saw statues of several young night elf women, looking up lovingly at another stone depiction that was meant to be me. It was flattering, if a little overdone.
Aww.
Amrila sighed with a mischievous grin.
It looks just like you, partner.
We felt this was a fitting tribute, Chattel said as he looked proudly at the monument. The names of each of the women have been carved on the base in their memory.
Long live Duke Eddie Hill, saviour of Hillshire and slayer of the mad chief, Ursinger.
Nyla read the first part of the inscription before the names of the victims were listed. That's really thoughtful, Chattel. I smiled, even if I felt a little embarrassed to have a full life-size statue of myself. I'm flattered. Thank you, Duke, the mayor replied with a small bow. Hillshire will be forever grateful to you. With that, Nyla, Amrila, and I said goodbye to Mayor Chattel and the villagers and headed back to the manor with Jarl.
Welcome home, lord and ladies,
Giovanna said as she curtsied when we entered the main hall.
Congratulations on your victory today. While you were out, your friend Scourge arrived. I showed him to the library upstairs and served him refreshments. I also took the liberty of having hot water sent to the upstairs bath if you wish to freshen up.
The serious older elven woman was my housekeeper, and she never failed to impress me. Giovanna had an ability to anticipate our needs that bordered on being psychic. Thank you. I smiled at the housekeeper and then turned to my wives. I'll join you ladies to get cleaned up in a minute. I'm gonna go see what Scourge wants real quick first.
Don't take too long,
Amrila replied with a flirtatious smile. Promise, I said as I winked at the horned woman. When we reached the top of the stairs, I watched my wives walk down the hall and toward the large bathroom, but I reluctantly turned and headed the other way toward the library. As I entered the cozy, book-lined room, a fire crackled in the hearth, while Scourge lounged comfortably in a chair. The thief had a book in one hand and a glass of wine in the other, and his legs were casually kicked up on a footstool. Hey, Scourge! I chuckled as I walked into the library and poured myself a glass of elven wine from a decanter on the side table. Good book? It's a very dry history of the spice trade between the Yeni and Kuradu territories. The Zinkari man sighed. All the backstabbing and intrigue is treated with the same academic interest as the collection of tax levies. I heard you had some fun in the woods today. Got a little exercise with the ladies. I snorted as I sat in the chair on the other side of the fire from Scourge. What brings you to the countryside? I figured you'd be causing onto our headaches in the city, or divesting some merchants of their ill-gotten gains. Boredom. The slinky thief shrugged. Currently, I have more gold than I know what to do with. The merchants in the capital are all tiresome, suspicious fools. Then I heard you were around, and I figured I'd see what you were up to. Any luck finding the Demon Lord's third servant in the twilight? Not yet. I shook my head, but I've only just started to look for them. Duick has been seeing what he can find out in Glekik, and your brother in Demarkt hasn't heard about any new demon-worshipping cults, or crazy magicians trying to raise an army. If it wasn't for Slake's prediction that the Demon Lord had at least 3 followers in the Twilight region, I would suspect the realm is at peace. Scourge smirked as he sipped his wine. Perhaps this one actually has enough of a brain to be a real challenge. Mikael nearly caused a major cave-in, I pointed out, and had an army of fucked-up monsters we had to wade through before we got to him. What would be more challenging than that? Nearly dying? The horned man said in a cheery tone as he shrugged. Not actually dying, mind you, but it might be fun to come close, just once. You really are bored, huh? I asked with an amused laugh. Painfully bored. Scourge huffed as he sank deeper into his chair. Why don't you come back home with us? I offered. I'm sure Ibsith and Bora would love to see you. Plus, you could come with us to Jay and Enid's engagement party. They both come from money, so it should be pretty nice, and you'll get to dress up. That could be fun. Scourge grinned and perked up a little, and then he shot a look at the library door as he leaned toward me and lowered his voice. They wouldn't mind if I came along, given my extraordinary good looks. Scourge pointed to his horns, and I knew the thief was being discreet, in case one of the maids overheard us. Scourge was actually asking if Jay and Enid would want a half-demon man at their party filled with humans who might not be prepared for a man with charcoal gray skin and curved, black horns stylishly tipped with gold. But Jay and Enid had both said the last time we hung out that they wished Scourge could be at the party. Not to mention, all my wives were invited, so what was one more person with extraordinary good looks? Still, I had to wonder how Jay and Enid's conservative Midwestern Jewish families would react when I brought 5 sexy, strange women to the engagement party, plus one devilishly dapper man. I'm sure it'll be fine. I nodded. They said they would like you to come along.
Then I would be delighted to come.
The Zinkari man smiled and leaned back in his chair. Great. I grinned as I stood up. I'll let you get back to your book. I have an appointment in the bathroom with 2 of my lovely wives.
How terribly exciting for you,
Scourge replied as he rolled his eyes and went back to his dense history of the spice trade. After lingering in the bathroom to enjoy some alone time with Amrila and Nilame, we ate a light lunch at the manor before we headed back to the surface with Scourge in tow. It was early November, which meant the backyard was a blanket of bright white snow. I could see tracks where the dogs had chased each other around the yard, and tiny flakes of snow filtered down from the clouds to fill the tracks up again.
Oh, by the gods!
I heard Scourge gasp as he came up the stairs of the tunnel behind me.
What vile evil is this?
Winter in Ohio. I laughed as I turned to see the slight man wrap himself in his cloak. We'll get you inside and you can warm up with some tea.
Where did all this ash come from?
The thief asked with a confused look at the sky.
Is there a volcano nearby? Why the hell is it so cold then?
It's snow.
Amrila giggled.
And I think it's kind of pretty.
The blooms of the spike growth are pretty too.
Scourge scoffed.
But they'll still kill you if you touch them.
Let's get inside and warm up, I said, and started toward the back door of Ibsith's house.
Yes, please.
Scourge huffed, and his breath came out in a white puff of steam.
Wait, did you see that?
The thief stopped for a moment and breathed out again, and then he grinned like a little boy when he saw his breath hang in the air for a moment.
I look like a dragon.
Scourge chuckled and then breathed out again. As we walked through the back door, the Garms all ran for the good spot by the heating vent, which was already occupied by little Buttercup. The 3 bigger dogs dislodged the little dust mop, who huffed once and went into the living room to crawl under the couch, where the vent only she could get to was hidden.
You're home!
Ibsith cheered as she came down the stairs, and I could just see the lovely bump under her cozy, cream-colored sweater.
And you brought Scourge.
Bora smiled as she followed the white-haired elf down the steps.
Ladies,
the horned man replied with a graceful bow.
My darlings.
Pragia smiled as she also entered the kitchen.
Our mystic sister said she thought you'd be home soon. I'm glad to see her prediction was right.
After a few rounds of hugs and kisses to welcome me home, Ibsith put a kettle of water on to boil, while we got some showers to clean off the grime of travel and warm up. Then Bora set up the guest room for Scourge, and we had a nice evening at home with some takeout and a movie. The next day, we all gathered in the kitchen at Ibsith's place for breakfast. Ibsith dressed in a beautiful sage-green sweater with little pink flowers woven into the design. The skinny jeans the petite elf wore had one of those stretchy panels in the front to accommodate her growing bump, and a pair of soft, fleece-lined boots covered her feet. Nilame had on a dark blue sweatshirt and her favorite boot-cut jeans on, as she helped make the coffee and her long, dark hair was caught in a high ponytail. When Pragia and Amrila came over, the 2 could not have looked more different. The Zinkari woman had a style that rested somewhere between metal and punk, with a long, artfully worn red and black flannel over a ripped black crop top and figure-hugging jeans that looked painted on. The Goblin Queen, on the other hand, had discovered a taste for the finer things on the surface, so she wore an expensive designer tracksuit over a white sports bra. I didn't mind the Goblin woman's high-end tastes, partly because she was almost as rich as I was. And even if she wasn't, I could comfortably afford whatever any of my wives wanted. I just liked to see them happy. Finally, Bora and Scourge showed up, and they looked like the perfect bookends for the 1960s. The Zinkari man was wearing his dark European-cut suit and a mock turtleneck, and the thief's mod-esque outfit was topped off with pointed, shiny black boots. Meanwhile, Bora looked like a flower child, with braids in her long hair, and a long, low-cut dress with a long, warm cardigan over her slim shoulders. The group sat down to enough eggs, bacon, sausages, hash brown, and toast to feed an army. And once we all had our plates full and a steamy mug of coffee or herbal tea, we settled into conversation about our day ahead.
I texted Enid last night to let her know we had Scourge with us,
Ibsith said as she sipped her tea.
They're delighted and said it wouldn't be a problem since the invitations all said +1 on them and they expect extra guests. Did you decide what you wanted to get for a gift, beloved?
I think I'm going to offer to pay for the bachelor party, I replied. It's still a few months off, and usually all the groomsmen pitch in for it, but I think it'd be nice to pay for a few rooms at a resort somewhere nice.
I think that's a lovely idea.
Bora smiled. We should head up to Cleveland early, too, I said as I checked my watch. The invites all said black tie, and we'll need to get some clothes. I only have the navy suit. We'll have to get fitted for tuxes, Scourge, but I know a good place. Why would we need tusks? The horned man asked with a confused look on his dark face. No, I snorted. Tuxes, tuxedos. They're very fancy and uncomfortable. You're gonna love them. Sounds delightful, Scourge said with a huge grin. Let's go partay. Chapter 2. We arrived at the hotel ballroom that evening dressed to impress. Scourge and I had gotten tuxedos from the same place I'd gotten my navy suit. Mine was stylishly tailored but classic, with a white shirt underneath and a simple black bow tie. Clean and effortless. Scourge, on the other hand, had chosen a shiny, muted gold jacket with black lapels. The Zinkari man looked like a gigolo from the 1960s, but with 2 black ram's horns growing out of his forehead. Of course, all my wives looked incredible. Ibsith stuck to her favorite tone of bluish pink, and her cocktail dress was an elegantly simple A-line cut with a soft fold of fabric to accommodate her baby bump. Amrila had picked out a simple black dress and a pair of sexy black heels, while Pragia found a lightly beaded cocktail dress with a short skirt and sheer sleeves. Meanwhile, Nylame's long, sleek gown was satin and the color of sapphires. The haltered neckline showed off the Dolrath woman's incredible arms and shoulders, and the daring slit on the right side of the skirt revealed the elf's powerful calves. Last but not least, Bora had bought an apricot-colored dress made from a light material that seemed to float in the air when she moved. As we stepped into the party, I could see heads turn. Then Jane Enid smiled and waved us over. Remember, I whispered to the ladies before we went over to congratulate the happy couple. Up here, I have to say I'm married to only one woman.
Humans are such prudes.
Amrila scoffed as she rolled her eyes.
We understand, Eddie.
Nylame smiled sweetly at me.
We know the truth and that you're not ashamed of us. Just for tonight. We're all just good friends as far as anyone is concerned.
Some of them look very concerned.
Pragia giggled as she looked around the room. Don't mind them. I chuckled as I also glanced at the other gaping guests. Just have a good time and keep your answers vague if anyone starts asking questions. Don't worry, Scourge said with a devilish smile. Charm and good manners can win over almost any mark. A few compliments, some small talk, and a listening ear is all most people want.
You make it sound so easy,
Bora replied, and she sounded a little nervous. It's because it is, my dear. The thief smirked as we started to make our way over to our friends. The ballroom had been decked out for the party, with teal and cream bunting, flowers, and balloon arrangements on or around all the tables. I guessed there were already over 100 guests, with more arriving by the minute. Most of the early arrivals were older family members and close friends, and as we passed by a table filled with blue-haired old ladies, I noted their shocked expressions while they watched us out of the corner of their eyes and whispered behind wrinkled hands. Ladies, you all look incredibly beautiful tonight. I'm very happy I came to this charming event. Scourge leaned toward the women at the table and offered them a sly wink as we passed.
Oh my.
One woman gasped and placed a hand over her bosom, but I heard a fair amount of giggles from the table.
I'm so glad you're all here.
Enid squealed as she threw her arms around Ibsith.
Oh, you all look so amazing.
Enid looked pretty good too, in a strappy teal-colored gown that highlighted her brunette hair and athletic build. Meanwhile, Jay wore a dapper, well-tailored tux with a teal bow tie and pocket square that matched his fiancée's dress. Thanks for coming, dude. My best friend smiled at me as we shook hands, and then he turned to the Zinkari man. Glad you could make it, Scourge.
A pleasure.
Scourge replied with a small bow as the trio of live musicians started to play.
Lovely party.
Thanks. Jay laughed and inclined his head to acknowledge the compliment. Let's go over and get some drinks. My parents sprang for an open bar. You want anything, baby?
Oh, could you give me a spritzer, Jay?
Enid grinned at her soon-to-be husband. Scourge and I got my wife's drink requests, and we walked across the slowly filling ballroom to the bar. Have you been? Jay asked as we waited for the bartenders to make the large drink order. Pretty good, I said. The surplus store is doing well. We had a blast on Halloween. Just got back from a good hunting trip. I put special emphasis on the word hunting, and Jay nodded. My oldest friend and I had started to use that as a code word for my adventures in the gloom. You'll have to tell me more about that later. The young lawyer grinned and nudged me with his elbow. What about you? I asked. Have you been? Just settled a big case. Jay replied as the bartender started to place our drinks on a tray. The bosses are pretty happy about that. I saved the firm some time with the deal, and they gave me a nice corner office and my own secretary. Nice. I nodded. What about you, Scourge? Jay asked the horned man. That's a hell of a jacket.
Thank you.
Scourge smirked as he smoothed the front of the gold tuxedo jacket.
I'm doing well for myself. A rival businessman tried to muscle in on one of my investments, but I was able to quietly rid myself of the nuisance without much trouble.
Really? Jay asked with a raised eyebrow as he put together that the Zinkari man had probably killed someone recently.
Don't worry,
Scourge said with a dark grin.
He won't try it again.
Okay, Jay said as he picked up the tray and carried it back to where the ladies had gathered around a table. As we approached the women, I felt a light touch on my elbow and turned to see Noam Hoffman, Jay's dad. Scourge didn't see me stop and kept going for the table, but Jay noticed and thankfully stayed by my side. Eddie! Mr. Hoffman smiled and gave me a hug. I haven't seen you since Hanukkah last year, or was it Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving, sir. I smiled as I looked at the broad, good-natured man. Noam was in his early 50s and already almost bald. The neatly trimmed hair on the sides of his head was a mix of black and silver, and the older man looked very refined in his tasteful tuxedo and black tie.
Oh, Eddie!
I heard a cheery voice call, and then I saw Jay's mom, Leah, waving from across the ballroom. Leah bustled over to us, and I couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Hoffman had been like a second mother to me. The energetic, red-haired woman nearly jogged over to hug me, and her designer heels were clicking on the hard floor in a rush.
Oh, sweet baby.
Leah cooed in a thick Queen's accent as she crushed me to her in a motherly embrace.
You've been such a stranger these past few months. How's your mother and father?
They're great, I said, but I wasn't really sure if it was true or not. Like a lot of people out on their own for the first time, I hadn't called home in a while. I had a pretty good relationship with my parents, but after I found the gloom and got married a few times over, I really didn't know how to explain my life to them. Paul and Maddie Hill were salt-of-the-earth kind of people. How was I supposed to introduce my 5 inhuman wives to them?
That's nice.
Leah smiled.
I heard you came with a big group.
The red-haired woman looked around, and I saw as her brown eyes widened. I followed Leah's gaze, and sure enough, she had caught sight of my wives and Scourge at the table with Enid as they laughed at something the Zinkari man had said. Oh my! Noam gasped before he could stop himself, but then the older man's face flushed slightly. Are they friends of yours from art school, Eddie? They're Enid my friends too, Dad, Jay said with an expression like there was nothing unusual about the situation. The woman in the pink gown is Ibsith, Eddie's wife.
You married?
Leah squealed and clapped her hands together. Mazel tov! Noam seemed to recompose himself, and he grinned as he raised his tumbler of scotch. "Thanks, Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman," I said with a faint blush. I'll admit it's been a bit of a whirlwind romance.
I'll say.
Leah grinned and playfully tapped my arm.
When is she due?
I did some quick math in my head. In March.
Mary must be over the moon to be a grandmother.
Mrs. Hoffman said in a dreamy voice before she looked over at Jay and gave him a pointed look. "I'm not even married yet, Mom." Jay snorted. "Give me a minute, will ya? Anyway, the ice is melting here. We should get the drinks to the girls before they're all watered down." Good idea. I agreed, and I was grateful to my friend for finding an excuse for us to walk away. I loved the Hoffmans, but I knew Leah would have a dozen or more questions for me.
We've got to make the rounds.
Leah said, as she linked her arm with Noam.
But come over at some point and introduce us to your Ibsith. I'm sure she's a wonderful girl to have caught you, sweetie baby.
Will do. I nodded and turned to follow Jay to the table.
How'd that go?
Enid asked with a little smirk as Jay handed out the drinks. Good so far. Jay chuckled, and then he leaned close and lowered his voice. Enid and I have made a bet about how everyone would react to you all. I bet Mom would be surprised, but act like everything was fine until she calls me about it tomorrow.
Bobo, is it an internet thing?
Enid said in a spot-on but loving impression of Leah.
You know, like those phobies. I read an article.
I also have a $5 on my grandma asking you all at least one well-meaning but very personal question. Jay snickered as he took a sip of his drink.
And I bet my mom will cry at some point.
Enid snorted.
But she won't say why, because she'll be pretending to be polite. Then she'll ask me to go to the bathroom with her, and that's where she'll let it all out. Oh, we don't want to cause a problem with your family,
Ibsith remarked in a concerned tone.
If our being here is trouble, oh, don't even worry about it, hun.
Enid giggled and waved her hand dismissively.
My mom would have found a way to cause a scene, no matter what. At least this way it'll be entertaining.
We should probably go greet some guests, baby. Jay sighed and he downed the rest of his drink. Eddie, Ibsith, you're going to be at our table because you're in the wedding party. But Enid made sure the rest of you all are at the same table for dinner.
I sat you all with some of my coworkers from the gym.
Enid explained.
They're super friendly. Nyla May, they are going to lose it over those gorgeous arms of yours. Really?
The dark-haired woman smiled and looked down at her well-defined muscles.
I predict when you tell them how you got those arms, there's going to be a trend for sword-fighting classes among suburban moms in the greater Cleveland area.
Enid laughed.
You could probably clean up offering classes yourself. I'd sign up for one in a heartbeat. And that's a thought.
Amrila perked up at the opportunity to make money. As the band played, finger foods and drinks were served, and some people even took to the dance floor. I was thankful Jay and I kinda had been outcasts in high school. We'd had a few friends, but none that really stuck through college. At least I wouldn't have to deal with any of those awkward, "Oh, I haven't seen you since high school" conversations. Most of the younger people at the party were either cousins or co-workers of the future bride and groom. So mostly lawyers from Jay's firm and some very fit, beautiful people from Enid's gym. No one showed much interest in talking to us, though. Mostly the other guests just stared, or they would find an excuse to pass the table for a closer look. We just ignored them and had a great time among ourselves. After a couple of drinks, we all decided we wanted to dance. I took Ibsith out to the dance floor, and Scourge offered his first dance to Nyla May, since he'd come as her +1.
Do you know the secret to getting in with a closed-off social group?
The thief asked with a wolfish smile as we walked out to the open dance area. Not a clue, I said as I shook my head.
The matriarchy,
Scourge whispered in a conspiratorial tone.
Older women tend to hold a strange sway in a large family group, and the other members of such a family often don't realize that fact.
I don't know, Scourge, I replied in a skeptical tone. I don't think it works the same way up here.
Nonsense.
The horned man scoffed, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked around at the other guests and sized them up.
I've been observing these people. They stink of old wealth and tradition. That means the younger ones are expecting inheritances, and there are more older women than men, so that means widows and dowagers. Get in good with the grandmamas, and the rest will fall in line.
If you say so. I chuckled, but I still wasn't sold on Scourge's theory. The three-piece band went through a lot of the normal songs you'd expect at a party with a broad age range. Some old standards with a modern twist, a couple newer pop songs, and a few love ballads from the golden age of rock and roll. Ibsith and I danced for a few songs, and the petite woman smiled up at me adoringly, while Amrila, Pragia, and Bolra formed a little circle and danced their hearts out. As the three sexy women copied moves they'd seen in John Hughes films, a couple of guys from Jay's firm tried to join them while they leered at the strange women. My wives ignored them, or simply pushed them away when the men tried to dance too close to them. Scourge quickly stole the show, though. The horned man led Nilame around the dance floor with a Fred Astaire kind of grace, and I was surprised how many dance moves from the Gloom translated to modern music. Eventually, when Nilame had her fill of dancing, Scourge turned to a woman in a long sequin gown who looked to be in her 70s. The old gal blushed and seemed like she would turn him down at first, but I watched out of the corner of my eye as Scourge leaned in and whispered something to the gray-haired woman that made her laugh. Then the lady allowed Scourge to lead her to the center of the dance floor, and that's how the thief became the hit of the night. He danced with every single woman in her 60s or older. Scourge would chat them up, make them laugh, and then lavish them with attention for a song or two. Meanwhile, I danced with each of my wives, and I even shared a dance with Enid while Jay spun Bolra once around the floor. "How you liking your first human party?" I asked Pragia quietly as we slow danced together.
It's a little more sedate than the ones I'm used to.
The goblin woman smirked wickedly.
But the booze is better.
"Well, I'm glad you're here," I said, and I held the jade-skinned woman as closely as propriety would allow.
I'm enjoying myself,
Pragia said in a sweet voice.
It's a nice change being here. Back home, everyone is always falling over themselves to please me, which I do enjoy. But up here, with you and the others, I'm just a woman in love. And living with Amarilla is a scream.
Hopefully I'll be able to get you a place of your own soon, I said in a low voice.
Now that I know you, there are only two places in the world.
Pragia breathed as she stared into my eyes.
With you and without you. And all I care about is never living without you again.
I'll make sure you never have to, I rumbled. Then it was almost time for dinner, and as the event planner and their assistants herded everyone to the right tables, Jay came up to me with 2 scotches in hand. "Oh, I shouldn't," I said politely, as Jay tried to hand me one of the drinks. "I still gotta drive back tonight." "Fuck that," my friend snorted. "Enid and I booked some rooms in case any of the guests overserved themselves. You guys can stay in the city tonight. Our treat." "Thanks, man." I smiled and then accepted the drink, which turned out to be a very nice bourbon. "I think my grandmother's in love with Scourge now," Jay joked as he looked over to where the Zinkari man was holding court with several senior women. "I think they all are," I snickered. I wouldn't be surprised if he just moved to Cleveland and started entertaining the retired socialite population. "My Uncle Yuri asked who he is," Jay said with a mischievous smile. I told him Scourge is a poet, just to watch the old guy nearly have an aneurysm. We laughed together, and then headed to the head table where Ibsith and Enid waited for us. Dinner was amazing. There were steaks, chicken, or lobster, and all the fixings on the side. I could see my other wives at a table not far away, with a group of toned young women, who were obviously all fitness trainers. They looked like they were having a great time. Much to the event planner's dismay, Scourge hadn't followed the seating arrangement. He was sitting with the older women, who were all in his thrall at this point. As the meal was starting to wrap up, I stood up, cleared my throat, and gently tapped my spoon on my water glass to get the attention of the other guests. Almost immediately, one of the event planner's assistants materialized with a cordless microphone and handed it to me. Thanks," I said, as I looked around at the entire ballroom, and they stared up at me, so I turned and focused on Jay. "I know it's customary for the best man to give a speech at the wedding, but I wanted to take the chance to say some things I've been thinking about tonight." I squared my shoulders and dug into some of the new confidence I'd found in the last few months before I continued in a clear voice. "Ever since we were kids," I started as Jay smiled back at me, with Enid on his arm. "I was getting into trouble, and Jay was talking my way out of it. You could kinda say I was his first client." The guests all politely laughed, and the Hoffmans smiled at me too. Jay and I became friends in first grade, best friends by second grade. I always knew he would be a big deal. I think we all did. But there was a long time when only Jay believed I'd amount to anything. Now we're grown up, and I think back on all those years of adventure out in the woods. Jay, you're now going out on an adventure with a new partner in crime, and I can't imagine anyone more perfect for you than Enid. The audience sighed a collective awe, and Enid blushed. Enid, you're one of the sweetest, most accepting people I know, I said as I wrapped up my speech. I'm glad you and Jay found each other, and I wish nothing but the best for you both. I hope our two families can grow together and have plenty more adventures to come. There was a warm applause as I sat down, and the assistant appeared again to take the mic from me. Thanks, man, Jay said, and his eyes were a little misty as he tried to play it off. Don't thank me yet. I grinned as I reached into my pocket and pulled out the tickets I'd already bought. This is my engagement present to you. It's going to be an awesome bachelor's party. I handed Jay the tickets discreetly, and he glanced down at them. Monte Carlo? My lifelong friend gasped as he looked up at me with surprise. I've booked us a long weekend at a nice hotel with a casino, I replied, and then looked over at Enid. And don't worry, it'll be a whole week before the wedding, so there'll be plenty of time for us to get home and for Jay to recover from all the drinking we're going to do. Oh, man. Jay grinned. His bachelor party's gonna be lit. Hell yeah, it is. But I did have a favor I wanted to ask you both, I said, as I looked from Jay to Enid to Ibsith. Then I smiled. But it can wait until after the celebrations. Chapter 3. The party started to wind down after that, and my wives, Scourge and I took Jay and Enid up on some of those rooms they'd booked. Ibsith and Amrila didn't drink because of their pregnancies, but the rest of us had a pretty good time, and I was happy we didn't have to drive back to Westhurst that night. Ibsith could have, but she was still learning and not comfortable with highway driving yet. When we got up to the rooms, Jay and I sat together in the little living room area to have a glass of nice 20-year-old scotch together. What's the favor you wanted to ask? Jay asked as he settled into his leather chair with a tumbler in one hand. I know neither of us are really that religious, I said, and I loosened my tie and sank into the soft, creaking leather of my chair. But Ibsith and I want to ask you to be the godparents to our baby. Really? Jay grinned. Of course, I've got to talk to Enid about it, but I know she's going to be thrilled. I think being around Ibsith and Amrila has made her a little baby crazy. She started a course on maternity and postpartum Pilates. She said it's because she thinks it's a good market, since most of her clients are young, wealthy, stay-at-home wives and girlfriends. But I caught her on Pinterest the other day looking at baby boards. I'd like to be dads together, I said as I smiled at the thought. Go on family vacations together, out to a lake. Fishing, cooking out in cargo shorts, drinking beers after we get the kids to bed. Jay laughed as he held his glass up to toast. No white socks with sandals, though. I snorted. Let's make that pact now. Well, how? Jay chuckled as he faked a look of outrage. What's the point of taking yourself off the market and settling down if you can't wear ugly, comfy-as-hell shit like that? What about Crocs? If you insist, I said with a raised eyebrow. But I think I'm gonna stick to my boots. Maybe we can make that the new dad thing. Cargo shorts, flannel over a t-shirt, and hiking boots. Jay and I laughed together and talked until our glasses were empty. Then we turned in for the night. The next morning, we checked out of the rooms and headed back home. After a quick stop to pick up some breakfast, we pulled back into the driveway of the big house and saw Brock Stanton's front yard was already covered in inflatable, cutesy snowmen and some of those generic white cutouts that looked like reindeer.
What the fuck is that mess?
Amrila scoffed as she noticed the inflatables, too. Looks like Brock doesn't wait for Thanksgiving to be over before he decorates for Christmas. I chuckled and rolled my eyes. Are we meant to understand what you just said, friend? Scourge groaned from where he was hung over in the back seat, with Amrila's rhinestone sunglasses covering his eyes. Thanksgiving and Christmas are human holidays, I explained. I like to wait until one is over before I start to think about the other, but unfortunately, I'm in the minority there.
I guess they're sort of cute,
Ibsith said in a sweet tone, as I got out and helped her step out of the Rubicon.
You're too nice, sister.
Pragia laughed.
Those poor things look tortured.
Their faces smile, but their eyes are terrified.
The Goblin Queen had a point.
So, what are Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Nyla May asked.
What do these holidays celebrate?
They're not as good as Halloween, I said as we all walked into Ibsith's house. But they're still pretty sweet. On Thanksgiving, we have a big feast, hang out with family and friends, and watch the football game. And on Christmas, you give the people you love gifts and spend the day in your pajamas.
Oh, those sound very nice.
Bora smiled. I've always liked them. I nodded. There are all kinds of little traditions that go along with them. The ones people do depends on the family. We all settled in the living room. My wives and I curled up on the couch, and Scourge sprawled in the comfy chair, with the sparkly sunglasses still on as we opened up the breakfast sandwiches we'd gotten.
Scourge, dear?
Ibsith said with a sympathetic frown as she gazed over at the grouchy Zinkari man.
Would you like some tea?
My lady,
The thief said as he lifted the sunglasses from his face.
I will be your humble servant, your devoted footstool, if you would do me the kindness of making me some tea.
Of course. I'll be right back.
The white-haired woman giggled and got up to put the kettle on.
Don't indulge him, Ibsith.
Amrila called after the petite elf.
He did it to himself.
So, Eddie,
Scourge said as he looked over at me and ignored Amrila.
What sort of traditions did your family observe on these holidays?
The usual kind of stuff, I guess. I shrugged as I took a bite of my bacon and egg sandwich. On Thanksgiving, my mom would make a turkey and about 12 too many sides. It was always just the three of us. When I turned 15, my dad would let me have one beer when the game started, and Mom would go out for all the early shopping deals.
And what about Kistmas?
Bora asked with a frown, since she was still unsure how to say the name of the holiday. Well, that's, kind of a bigger holiday. I smiled. There's a whole lead-up to it. People throw parties, there's all kinds of movies and songs. My mom loves Christmas. She'd decorate the whole house inside and out. There'd be all sorts of baked goods and candies only she made around Christmas time. And that woman could sniff out a bargain like nobody's business. We were pretty poor, but somehow she'd make it special every year. Ibsith brought in some hot teas for everyone, which was perfect after the cold morning outside. Then the white-haired woman went over to the door and picked up the mail from where it had been kicked to the side, after the carrier dropped it through the mail slot.
Can we watch some of these Christmas movies?
Ibsith asked, as she absently looked through the mail for bills. I usually wait until Thanksgiving. I snorted. But why not? Since it's the first Christmas for all of you, you can get a crash course on what it's like. I know just the one to start with. I fired up the TV and looked through the dozen or more movies of A Christmas Carol. I found a straightforward version with George C. Scott as Scrooge, and I figured we could get into the fun, zanier adaptations after the ladies had a grounding in the actual story. But Scrooged with Bill Murray would definitely be on the list, along with the Muppets and Disney's Scrooge McDuck versions.
This letter is from the city,
Ibsith suddenly said in a surprised tone, and she handed me a white envelope with a festive stamp with a return address for the city council. I opened the envelope and read over the letter inside. Honestly, I'd expected something about a town hall meeting or land taxes, maybe a pitch for some new levy, but instead, it was a jovially worded letter about a town-wide competition. Oh, wow. I laughed and started to read the highlights out loud. Dear Westhurstians, I didn't even know that's what we call ourselves. With the holidays drawing near, it's time for the annual Westhurst Christmas Festival. As you all know, the festival ends with the lighting of the tree in the square and the announcement of the winner of this year's yard decoration competition. Wow, there are a lot of exclamation points going on here.
The surface world is strange,
Scourge remarked while he held his tea as if it was his only child.
Your entire village is holding a competition for the best yard decorations? I've heard of gnomish farmers placing bets on who will have the largest hog or grow the biggest root vegetable, but this is almost sickeningly adorable and folksy.
Oh, shit. I snorted as I got to the end of the letter. Listen to this. The city council would like to extend our congratulations to Mr. Brock Stanton of Stanton Security Services. Mr. Stanton has won the competition for 3 years running, so sign up and let's see if anyone can unseat Westhurst's King of Christmas this year. Really? Brock's won for 3 years with some string lights and a couple of inflated snowmen?
How do we sign up?
Amrila asked, with a wicked grin and an arched eyebrow. Really? I asked in surprise. You want to do this?
Do we want to wipe that smug smirk off of Brock's face by taking away his title of King of Christmas?
The Zinkari woman scoffed.
Yes! Yes, I do! Let us go to war with this man. A Christmas light war. We will crush him. Amrila, darling.
Pragia said with a sly smirk.
That's a tad petty, isn't it? I love it. I want us to sign up too. I think it would be fun.
Ibsith added as she smiled at me.
Decorating for Halloween was such a great time.
I considered the idea for a minute. I had to admit, beating Brock at something so inconsequential would have a certain charm to it, after all the ways he tried to fuck with me this year. But more than that, it would be fun to go all out for Christmas. We can sign up, I nodded. We can all plan what we want to do and start getting stuff, but we wait until Thanksgiving to start putting any of it up.
Agreeable.
Amrila grinned and seemed satisfied that she'd be able to take her revenge. If Amrila had a mortal enemy, it would be Brock Stanton. We all settled in to watch A Christmas Carol and enjoy our tea, but I'd never thought about how strange the story of Scrooge was until I watched it with a group of people who had no frame of reference for the holiday, or the strange ghost story. After the movie, I felt more energetic, so I shoveled the driveways, sidewalks, and front walkways of the houses. Nyla May helped me, and the Garms played in the piles of snow we'd made.
So, what do we do now, my love?
The Dolrath woman asked in a serious voice as we put away the shovels in the old shed.
What's our next move?
That's a really good question. I replied and leaned against the creaky boards of the shed. There's still at least one more of Belzat's minions left in the twilight, and that's just the ones we know for certain.
We could ask Bora to have another vision.
The dark-haired elf suggested.
See if she could recover any new information.
If we have to, I said as I pursed my lips in thought. But I'd rather try to find them the old-fashioned way. Mikael was ready for a seer to try to find him, so he had precautions put in place. For all we know, the next minion is even worse. They might have a way to block Bora's visions, or for all I know, a powerful magic user could track Bora if they sense her trying to find them. And some of Bora's darker visions take a toll on her too. I don't think we should lean too hard on her abilities, just because it might be faster.
There's wisdom in what you say.
Nyla May nodded.
It just feels like we are so close to creating a lasting peace in the gloom and maybe even the twilight. A kind of peace that's never existed before. I'm eager for the day that we can take our children to the encampment or Glekik without concern.
We'll get there. I smiled as I stood up straight and wrapped my arms around the princess. We'll build that future together, sweetheart. I promise. There's a human philosopher named Mr. Rogers, and he always said, I just might make mistakes if I should have to hurry up. I want to do this right, and protect all of you in the process.
Mr. Rogers sounds like a wise man.
Nyla May sighed as she laid her head on my chest. He really was. I grinned. Come on, let's run to the store and get some beer for the dwarves. We haven't seen them in a little while, and I'm interested to hear what they think of that amulet we got from Sparky the Spirian.
I like that idea.
The Dolrath woman agreed with a smile. We went back inside, and I told Ibsith I was going to the store and planned to visit the dwarves later. The white-haired woman often acted as a hub of information for the family, so I knew she would let my other wives know what was happening. With 6 of us in this marriage, it would take a minute to track everyone down to tell them something. I wanted to get us all a phone and just have a family group chat, but several of my wives were still working on learning to read and write, and Ibsith didn't mind playing messenger for now. The petite elf saw it as part of her duty as the first wife. Ibsith had also taken over the day-to-day finances of running the household, and she helped the other wives manage their bills and accounts while they learned how to do it themselves.
Oh, while you're out, would you pick up a few things from the store?
Ibsith asked, as I grabbed my keys and headed for the front door. Of course, baby. I chuckled. Just a part of my husbandly duties.
You've never failed in any of your husbandly duties, my king.
The violet-eyed woman giggled and winked at me. Nyla May and I ran to the store and got the simple items on Ibsith's list, as well as a couple cases of the dwarves' favorite brand of beer. Then we headed back home, and I dropped off Ibsith's groceries before my Dolrath wife and I headed down into the tunnels with Growler and Valerie trotting along beside us. In the dwarves' workroom, all 4 of the lost dwarves were busy at their work tables. Torek carefully placed empty bullet shells in the reloader and pulled the crank handle to create his special rounds. There was something almost meditative about the dark-haired man's repetitive motions. Dorim was bent over his work with his back to everyone else, ever secretive, but it wasn't a large workspace, and I couldn't imagine the others didn't know what he was doing. Little Becklin had a large leather-bound book propped up in front of him, and as he read, his hands maniacally worked out equations on a piece of slate. Lastly, Sagor watched as multicolored liquids traveled through the tubes and bubbled in beakers on the table in front of him. I'd noticed the oldest dwarf had started to look tired lately, but today the dark circles under Sagor's eyes seemed more pronounced. "Oh!" Becklin smiled as he looked up and saw us walk in. "It's Eddie and Princess Nylame, and they brought garms." The others stopped what they were doing and came over to greet us, and Dorim looked up when he heard the sound of a beer bottle opening. "Look at you, laddie." Becklin grinned as he scratched Growler behind his ears. "I'd say you're near grown." Growler had gotten pretty big after a recent growth spurt. The alpha garm was now bigger than Valerie, and his head came up just past my hip now when he was on all fours.
"You could almost ride him as a mount."
Torek laughed as he looked over the red-haired dwarf. "I would never," Becklin gasped in a shocked tone. "Only goblins would ride such a noble creature." "For what it's worth," I remarked as I handed the small man a beer, "they don't seem to mind. Valerie was a mount until her rider died." "She wouldn't be much of a mount now." Becklin snorted and then gave Growler a sly glance. "Is she a lady friend, you rascal? Are you the one that gave her puppies?"
What?
Nylame asked as she looked down at her garm.
Are you saying Valerie's pregnant? How can you tell?
"Well, just look at her," Becklin said with a slight blush, and he was clearly not comfortable talking about biological matters with a woman. "Her coat is even glossier than last time, and her belly is noticeably rounder. I'd guess she's not far along, so it might have been hard to notice the gradual change." "I'll have to have Bolra check her when we get back to the house," I said with a big grin. "And if it's okay with Nylame, maybe you could have one of the puppies when they're big enough to leave Valerie."
I don't mind.
The Dolrath woman smiled fondly at little Becklin. "Really?" The red-bearded man's face lit up. "I could have one. Possibly. Oh, Hetty, Nylame, that would be my dream come true."
"A garm puppy would be a breath of fresh air down here,"
Sagor remarked as he sipped his beer.
"Aside from us, the only things that live in these tunnels are spiders and the occasional bat. And Dorim's rats."
Torek added and made a disgusted expression.
You keep rats?
Nylame asked as she mirrored Torek's sentiment.
"They're useful in my experiments and quite tame."
Dorim huffed a little defensively.
"But I'm sure the two of you didn't come here to discuss your pets."
"Actually, I wanted to see how you all were doing," I replied and handed Dorim a beer to improve his temperament. "And I'd something I thought you'd be interested in."
"We've been quite well,"
Sagor said, but I wondered if that was true. The lines in the old man's face looked deeper than they had before, and his walk was slower now.
"What interesting curiosity have you brought for us today?"
"I recently met a couple of Spirians in the Twilight." I started to explain, but Dorim nearly spat out a mouthful of beer.
"You what?"
the gray-haired man asked with a shocked look. "It's a long story," I said as I rubbed the back of my neck. "The short version is that I rescued a Spirian woman from one of the Demon Lord's servants. Then another Spirian gave me this talisman to thank me. Kinda. He was a bit of a dick about it."
"The Spirian are powerful creatures of legends,"
Dorim continued in an odd voice.
"They almost never speak to mortals, according to the ancient texts."
"Well, the ancient dwarves weren't missing out." I snorted. The Spirian I met was just kind of full of himself. Anyway, he gave me this and said it was filled with elemental power or something like that. I pulled the silver box Sparky gave me from my backpack and set it on the table. When I opened the box, there was a clear orb that looked like it was made from glass and about the size of a child's fist. The orb was connected to a long white gold chain, and in the center of the glass was the faintest swirl of color, like an iridescent whirlwind that was constantly in motion.
"This is some of the finest craftsmanship I've ever seen,"
Sagor breathed, and some life came back to his wrinkled face.
"Did the Spirians say what this amulet can do?"
"Nope." I shook my head. "Like I said, he was a dick."
"If you wish to leave it here with us, we'll study its properties,"
the oldest dwarf said, as he touched his hand to his forehead in a gesture of fatigue.
"I'm sure it has many secrets to tell us, but if you'll excuse me, I should get some rest. Thank you for coming, Eddie and Nylame. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Sagor. I smiled and shook the old man's hand. Dorum followed Sagor out of the workroom, and I waited a moment to be sure they were out of earshot. Is Sagor okay? I asked Torek and Becklin. He seems a little run down. Is he sick?
No sick.
Torek shook his head, and his leathery face grew serious.
Just old. Our dear friend is close to a millennia now. Maybe just past it. We've never been diligent about tracking the time.
Sagor's 1,000 years old? I repeated in surprise. Is there anything I can do?
No one can stop time, young Eddie.
Becklin smiled sadly up at me. It was weird to hear him call me young, since the little dwarf seemed so full of life, and his sweet disposition made him seem very young himself. But I reminded myself that Becklin had likely lived a couple of centuries, or more.
Don't worry, friend,
Torek said, as he put on a hearty grin and slapped my arm.
His mind is as sharp as it ever was. The stubborn old coot might outlive us all yet. I have some more bullets for you.
I knew the dark-haired blacksmith just wanted to change the subject, so I let the matter drop for now out of respect.
These are my new and improved recipe.
The bulky dwarf grinned and seemed proud of his work.
You'll have to tell me how they work out for you. From what you've said, you're delving further and further into the caves, and I wanted to be sure you're prepared for the things that live in the darker places.
Thank you, Torek. I smiled and also shook the blacksmith's hand.
Oh, and we have these for you,
Becklin said as he finally tore himself away from the garms. The red-headed man ran over to his work table and came back with 2 more seer stones in his hands.
We thought you could probably use some more, what with your grown family and all,
Becklin said as he handed me the stones. Thanks, I said. We'll come back for a visit before too long. Keep in touch. I didn't want to say, if something happens to Sagor, but Torek nodded and seemed to understand without me having to finish the thought. So, after a few final goodbyes, Nylame, the Garms, and I all went back up to the surface. Nylame was excited to find out if Becklin had been right about Valerie, so he checked at Ibsith's place to see if the orc mystic was there. But Ibsith said Bora was probably at her house, so he took Valerie across the cul-de-sac to the seer's home. As we stepped inside, Buttercup let out an excited yip and ran to the door to see who it was. Come here, you little dust bunny. I chuckled as I scooped the tiny dog up in my arms, and even as I held the fluffy brown ball of fur, I could feel her whole back end wiggle with joy. Bora! Honey, are you home?
I'm in the back room, husband.
I heard the pretty orc call from down the hall. Nylame and I went into the back of the house, where the willowy woman was dressed in tight workout clothes. Bora was also bent over with her hands and feet on the ground, and her long legs straight in a yoga pose. This room was Bora's meditation space. There was a low table where she kept her runes, some crystals, and several bunches of dried herbs, and several of those big, pillowy poofs that bohemian girls liked were thrown over chairs, and of course there was Bora's new yoga mat. The beautiful orc stood and stretched her back, which made her ample breasts point up toward the ceiling.
We came over to see if you could check Valerie,
Nylame said in an excited tone.
Becklin thinks she might be pregnant.
Of course, sister.
Bora smiled and beckoned the Dolrath woman and the Garm into the room. As the 2 sexy women kneeled down next to the dog, my phone rang. I'm gonna take this, I said, and left the women to their work. I walked into the living room with Buttercup still in my arms and answered. Hey, Nathan, I said as I saw his name come up on the screen.
Oh, Eddie.
I heard Pearson's voice, and he sounded pretty amped up.
You busy?
Not really, what's up?
I think I found the perfect spot for the range.
Nathan chuckled. Chapter 4. I felt a tingle of excitement at the news that Nathan might have found a location for the gun range we planned to open. The idea of having my own range felt like a dream come true. Where is it? I asked into the phone.
It's in the old industrial park on the south side of town,
Nathan replied.
It should be okay with zoning and everything, since it's technically outside the town limits. I got an appointment to go look at it with the land developer the director of the city planning board recommended. You free tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, I got something in the morning, but I should be free by the afternoon. I'll meet you at the shop, and we can go meet the developer together."
Awesome.
Pearson responded, and I could hear the grin in his voice.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I hung up and went back to Bulra's meditation room, where she and Nylame were both petting Valerie. I still had Buttercup in my arms, and when the tiny dust mop saw the bigger dog getting affection, she tried to wiggle out of my grasp. Then I set Buttercup down, and the brown furball attempted to shove her way in between Bulra and Valerie. "What's the verdict?" I asked as I looked at the two women.
Our Valerie is definitely pregnant with a litter of puppies.
The pretty orc confirmed.
I'm not sure how many puppies she's carrying, but we should be able to guess in a couple of weeks.
"That's awesome." I smiled. I wonder if Growler or Dread is the father.
I think Growler is likely the father.
Nylame giggled.
The two have been inseparable since we brought Valerie home.
"That's my boy," I chuckled. After I gave the new expectant mother a few strokes behind her crimson ears, I left to take care of some chores around the houses. Just the small maintenance and repairs that came with owning several homes. I changed some furnace filters, took care of Amrila's leaky bathroom faucet, and checked for any signs of water damage or mold that was every Ohio homeowner's constant concern. After that, I salted the freshly shoveled driveways and sidewalks, since there was more snow in the forecast. The next day, Ibsith, Amril, and I waited in Ibsith's living room for the midwife to arrive. Jay had helped me find the information for a very discreet nurse/practitioner/midwife that serviced the elite of Cleveland and Columbus, Ohio. The woman didn't come cheap, but she did make house calls and handled everything from prenatal care, delivery, and postnatal care. At 8:30 a.m. sharp, a white panel van with Millie's maid service painted on the side in big pink letters pulled into the driveway. 3 women in matching pink scrubs and winter jackets got out and started to unload inconspicuous plastic totes from the back. I guess the midwife was seriously discreet about her business. I answered the door and let them inside. The nurse practitioner was a woman in her late 30s, with an expensive bleach job and a no-nonsense demeanor.
Mr. Hill?
The blonde woman asked as her assistants carried in the totes. "Yeah." I nodded and shook the woman's hand. "And this is Ibsith Hill and Amrila Sidorov."
I'm Nurse Mildred Ryan.
The blonde woman said as she looked at my wives without a hint of shock.
I'm a certified midwife and nurse practitioner. Some clients call me Dr. Ryan, but that's inaccurate. I don't hold an MD, but I found it's pointless to correct the mistake after a few dozen times. I understand both of you ladies are expected?
The fact that Nurse Ryan seemed neither surprised nor curious about Ibsith and Amrila's extraordinary appearances was proof of her level of professionalism. There was something odd about the woman's flat, clinical manner of speaking that I couldn't quite put my finger on, but according to Jay, Mildred Ryan came highly recommended.
Yes.
Ibsith smiled sweetly as she rubbed her round belly.
Would any of you like something to drink before you get started?
Your hospitality is appreciated, Mrs. Hill, but hardly necessary.
The midwife said in that same measured tone.
I think we'll start with you, since you seem to be further along.
Nurse Ryan's assistants opened the tote as I drew the curtains and turned on some lights. Within a few minutes, the 2 young women in pink scrubs had a small exam table complete with stirrups assembled. "Should I stay?" I asked, and felt a little awkward as I shifted from foot to foot. I'd never been in the room for this kind of thing, but I could guess what came next.
That's up to Mrs. Hill and Miss Sidorov, Mr. Hill.
The blonde woman replied, as she helped Ibsith onto the exam table.
Of course you can stay, beloved.
Ibsith smiled at me, as an assistant helped her get her feet in the stirrups.
It's nothing you haven't seen before.
Amrila smirked. I sat down on my chair and respectfully waited while the exam took place. Nurse Ryan asked Ibsith a series of questions, and then one of the assistants fired up a small monitor and hooked it up to a portable ultrasound machine.
What is that?
Ibsith asked with a concerned look at the machine.
This is going to help us take a look at your baby.
The midwife replied.
We'll be able to see how it's progressing and hear the heartbeat.
Does it hurt?
The petite elf asked with some apprehension.
Not at all, Mrs. Hill.
Ryan said, as she shook her head.
It's quite safe and painless. Some of my clients have said it tickles a little.
And I'll be right here with you, baby. I got up and moved beside Ibsith, and one of the assistants helped my wife roll up her shirt to expose her beautiful belly. Ryan squirted some clear gel on the white-haired woman's stomach, and then the nurse firmly pressed the ultrasound wand onto Ibsith's stomach and moved it around until we could hear a quick, rhythmic sound. "What's that sound?" I asked.
That's a healthy little heartbeat.
Nurse Ryan replied and smiled for the first time. Really? I blinked in surprise as I looked from Ibsith's belly to the ultrasound. It's so fast. That's normal?
Very normal, Mr. Hill.
The blonde woman nodded.
Let's see what the little peanut's up to.
Nurse Ryan moved the wand around, and I could see the small, almost alien-looking figure form on the grainy image of the monitor. Nothing in my life could have prepared me for this moment. There it was, my first child, safely curled up in Ibsith's protective womb. The whole thing felt real for the first time. I was a father.
Did the two of you want to know the gender?
Ryan asked in a cool tone. You can tell that already? I laughed.
It looks like Mrs. Hill is about 5 months along.
The nurse replied.
And I can tell you now, or you can wait and be surprised. It's up to you.
What do you think, baby? I asked Ibsith as I smiled down at her.
If we know now,
my first wife said with a glint of excitement in her violet eyes.
We'll have more time to consider names.
Okay. I grinned and turned to the midwife as my heart pounded in my chest. What are we having, Nurse Ryan?
You're having a very healthy-looking baby boy.
The blonde woman told us with a straight expression.
Congratulations. Oh, Eddie.
Ibsith gasped as she held my hand.
A boy. Isn't it wonderful? He'll be tall and handsome just like you.
Oh, wow. I breathed as I tried to wrap my head around that new idea. That's wild. A boy. My son. The nurse took a couple of screenshots for us before she cleaned the gel off Ibsith's stomach, and I couldn't wipe the broad grin off my face as I stared at my son's tiny grainy outline. Then it was Amrila's turn. The Zinkari woman's exam went well, but when it came time for her ultrasound, I got a little nervous. With Ibsith, the worst thing the procedure could have revealed was slightly longer ears. But I'd seen enough Zinkari in the Gloom and the Twilight to have an idea of how much their appearances varied. What if the baby had horns? Or worse, what if the baby had hooves or a tail? Amrila hadn't even started to show yet, so I had no idea how developed the baby would be.
Let's see,
Ryan said to herself, and she moved the wand around on Amrila's flat tummy. I could hear the heartbeat, fast and regular, but the image of the screen looked like a mess of black and white shadows to me. I held my breath.
I'd say you're about 2 months along, Miss Sidorov,
Ryan said in her clinical manner.
Everything looks quite normal.
I tried not to let my relief show on my face.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Amrila asked in a curious tone, and she narrowed her dark eyes at the ultrasound screen.
We won't know that for at least another 2 months.
The blonde woman answered.
But the development is on track and the heartbeat is strong. Of course.
The Zinkari woman smiled proudly.
I would expect nothing less.
Nurse Ryan finished up and took a moment to answer any questions my wives had, and then she wrote them both a prescription for prenatal vitamins. After the assistants had drawn some blood for routine tests, they started to pack up. As Amrila...
I don't think our child will, either. But Zinkari blood is strong, and our child will certainly have red skin, or some other colour that isn't normal for humans. I wonder what our baby will look like,
Ibsith said in a whimsical tone.
Night elves rarely marry outside of our race. There's no way of knowing how much she will look like either of us.
I think it'll be okay, I said. Nurse Ryan seems pretty committed to her stance that she doesn't care how the babies come out, as long as they're healthy. I'm glad Jay recommended her. I want to make sure you both get the best care.
You're the best man in the world, partner.
Amrila breathed as she laid her head on my shoulder. I spent a little more time snuggling with my pregnant wives, and then I went to the pharmacy to pick up the ladies' vitamins. Once that was done, I went to meet Nathan. The bell dinged as I came through the front door of the shop, and I was confronted by the biggest, ugliest taxidermy turkey I'd ever seen in my life. The stuffed turkey was on top of the first display shelf as I came through the door, and it seemed Nathan had found the world's tiniest pith helmet and placed it on the dead bird's head at a jaunty angle. Just behind the turkey, on the next display, there was a mannequin dressed in fatigues. The mannequin was posed on his stomach behind a couple of branches with fall leaves, and it held a toy gun pointed at the turkey's back. I chuckled to myself when I saw the little scene. Nathan loved his weird displays and changed them up regularly. Currently, there were red and yellow leaves all over the olive-drab netting that hung around the store, and I could also see a few pumpkins and colorful gourds arranged around the cases, filled with combat knives, gas masks, and other tactical gear.
Hey, Eddie!
Tanya greeted me. The blonde former beauty queen was dressed in tight blue jeans and a cropped camo long-sleeve shirt. She was restocking the ammo Nathan kept behind the counter in a locked case, and I walked toward the back door. "Hey, Tanya," I replied. "Is Nathan in the back?"
Yep.
The blonde nodded as she closed the case and locked it again.
He and Craig are going over inventory for the website.
I thanked her and walked into the well-organized back room. Nathan was a bit of a clean freak when it came to the shop, so there were rows of shelves filled with backstock. Everything was arranged by category and size, and there was a separate, locked room with locked cases where the firearms that weren't on display were kept. Craig had even set up a new security system, with cameras and alarms that would alert us and the police if anyone broke in after hours. Nathan and Craig were together in the back. Pearson had a box open and was counting out the MREs in it, while Swenson noted how many there were on a smart pad. "How's it going, gentlemen?" I asked as I walked up. "Pretty good," Nathan said, as he put the meal packets back into the box. "We're just about done with inventory. Craig here's dragging me into the 20th century, getting everything logged into a computer system."
"The 21st century,"
Swenson corrected the sandy-haired man in a bland tone.
"The 20th was the last century."
"Are you sure about that, son?" Pearson asked as he cocked his head to one side.
"Yep,"
Craig nodded.
"I was 10 when the 20th century ended, Nate."
"Anyway," Nathan huffed as he breezed ahead. "We're still waiting on a couple of shipments to be sure we have enough on hand when we launch the website. Meyer helped expedite a few licenses for us to be able to offer some more exotic items, too."
"Should have the website up in the next week,"
Craig added.
"We also set up a third-party seller feature so we could advertise wares from some smaller craftsmen and custom-built guys. We'll get a cut of each sale."
"That's awesome," I said in an impressed tone. "You guys have been busy. You ready to go check out that property?" Pearson asked. "I'd like to get there a little before the developer and have a look around, get a feel for the place." "Yeah," I nodded. "We can take the Rubicon." I said a quick goodbye to Craig and Tanya, and then Nathan and I got into the Jeep and headed toward the outskirts of town. "So, why do we need a land developer?" I asked as I drove. "Couldn't we just go through whatever real estate company is listing the building?" "We could," Nathan replied. "But the way the guy at the city planning office explained it, a land developer could handle a lot of stuff for us. He said there's a lot of little stuff that could hold up the land sale or new construction. Environmental impact reports, soil testing to make sure the old manufacturing company didn't poison the ground with heavy metals they left behind. You know, the kinds of things that could get us shut down by the health department or some other communist nonsense." "I guess that's a fair point." I nodded. It might be worth it not to have to worry about a bunch of little shit along the way. I assume we'd have to pay the developer, though. "Yeah," Pearson sighed. "Middleman has gotta wet his beak, too." When we pulled up to the property, there was a man in khakis and a heavy winter coat waiting outside. Nathan and I got out and approached the man, and I wondered if the developer had arrived even earlier than we had.
"Mr. Pearson,"
the slender man with thinning hair asked as he looked between the two of us. "That's me." Nathan smiled as he reached out to shake the balding man's hand. "Are you from the real estate company?"
"Yes, sir."
The man nodded.
"Here's the keys. You can drop them off at the office when you're done."
"Thanks." The one-armed man grinned and took the keys. "You tell Ralph that I sent him and the missus my best."
"Will do."
The other man replied in a friendly manner, and then he got into his car and drove off. "I know the branch manager of the real estate firm," Nathan explained to me when he saw my curious expression. "We're both at the Chamber of Commerce together." "Pretty well connected, aren't you?" I snorted. "It's easy to be a big fish in a small pond. Now let's go take a look around." Pearson gestured toward the high chain-link gate. "They used to make parts for tractors here, before the parent company moved all the work overseas for cheap labor and tax cuts. Bastards. Most of the big machine parts were taken out and sold or scrapped. We can still probably recover some of our costs scrapping and reselling raw materials as we remodel," I remarked as Nathan unlocked the gate. "People will pay a good price for upcycled materials, especially from old industrial sites. Interior designers and artsy young professional types go crazy for glass block windows and repurposed brick. If they left any wood pallets that are in good shape, that'd be sweet. Those might as well be made out of money." "You seem to know a lot about this." The sandy-haired man chuckled as we started to walk across the yard. "I worked my way through college doing construction work. I explained as I looked at the looming brick building and noted most of the windows were intact. I don't see a lot of broken windows. That's good. The local kids haven't been using this place to party. I looked around at the outside of the factory, and I had to admit, it was a beautiful building. The place looked like it had been built around the turn of the 20th century, and had that aesthetic quality to it. Darker bricks had been used to create simple patterns along the roof and windows, and decorative molding around the door frames and lower windows scream early industrial revolution. I haven't seen the full inside, Nathan replied as he walked up to the office door and found the right key to unlock it. But I didn't see the graffiti or other kinds of vandalism in the pictures online. They could have shot around those parts, though. Nathan and I walked into the small office/reception area. The floor was a nice parquet that needed some repairs here and there. It could be expensive to fix, but I felt it might be worth it to restore it and some of the woodwork. It could add a lot of charm to our business and make the place feel more personal to our local customers. There's a few offices back here, Pearson pointed out as he led me past the reception's desk. Enough for us and Craig to each have one, which Craig is real excited about. He does what he can in the back room of the shop, but I think he'll do better with his own space to set up in and not be distracted. He's also going to manage the inventory for the website, which will be stored here. I'm assuming he'll set up a security system for us? I asked as I poked my head into a couple of the offices. Outside of some random junk and dirt from a decade or so of sitting empty, they all looked good. I didn't see much in the way of water damage or mold, but we would want to have some HVAC guys come in and check anyway when they looked over the air conditioning units. It would probably be good to check for asbestos while we're at it, since it was an old building. Yes, Nathan chuckled. He's real excited about the whole thing. When he set up the one at the shop, I double-checked the prices of some of the shit he wanted to get, even went as far as to get a quote from a security company for a similar system. Craig set it up for 1/3 of the cost. That boy's a real gem. Really? I asked and was pleasantly surprised. Nice. Just then, Pearson's phone dinged, and the eccentric man checked the message. That's the developer, Nathan said as he looked at the text. I'm telling him to meet us at the reception area. Nathan and I doubled back and waited by the big wooden desk as we chatted about some of the services we wanted to offer and where we wanted to start. Obviously, the shooting range itself and having firearms for rent is square one, I said as I leaned against the desk, and enough reliable people to staff it. How many individual bays we start with in the range itself will give us an idea of the staff we'll need. Then it's just getting the word out so we can drum up enough business to grow from there. Craig suggested hiring a manager for the range that also has some social media background and understands SEO, whatever that is. I think that'd be a cheaper and more efficient way to advertise than running a commercial on the local TV and radio stations. That's what I wanted to do. I think it will depend on who we want to advertise to, I speculated as I rubbed my chin. The radio might reach some older people, but a lot of them have started to use social media too. Afternoon, gentlemen, a man suddenly said as he walked into the factory. The developer was about as tall as me and had the barreled chest and skinny legs of a true Midwesterner. There was something about the guy that screamed either retired cop or someone who had really wanted to be a cop and just never made the cut. He had a buzz cut and a mustache combo that didn't do his round face any favors, and he wore his Oakleys on the back of his thick neck, a blue polo tucked into dad jeans, and a pair of stark white New Balance sneakers furthered the whole former/wannabe law enforcement look. Hiya, Nathan smiled as the man walked up to us and offered his hand for a shake. I'm Nathan Pearson, and this is my business partner, Eddie Hill.
Derek Campbell.
The man smiled at both of us.
Great area developers. How you gentlemen liking the place so far?
I'm really liking the old industrial era feel, I commented as I looked around at the reception area. I think I'd like to keep as much of that as we can, maybe incorporate it into the design as we remodel.
I don't know, Derek said and clicked his tongue. It'd be a hell of a lot cheaper to gut it all out and go with a minimalist, clean design. The kind of guys you want to attract aren't going to give a shit about some old molding.
I don't know about that, Pearson replied in a whimsical tone. Could help set us apart. Most of the ranges I've been to are clean and efficient, which is good, but they're all just plexiglass, concrete, and drywall painted in company colors. If we go for something with a little bit more pizzazz, it would give the feel of being back in the days of Bonnie and Clyde. I'd like to go to a place like that.
It's your money,
Campbell smirked as he put his hands up in the air, and there was a slight note of condescension in his voice. I've been around this block a few times, though, and my philosophy is, the less there is to go wrong. Say you try to fix up this floor and can't find enough of the tiles to match. By the time you realize it's a problem, you've already wasted your money and your time. Derek wasn't entirely wrong, but I knew enough about this shit to know that you take your measurements and track down the resources you would need before you even start a restoration project. I'd worked on a couple of landmark sites in Cleveland during my time in construction. It was more expensive and time-consuming, but you also had a chance to get a grant or something from local historical societies to help out. You just had to be willing to put in the work. Let's take a look around, I said with a polite smile on my face. I wasn't about to argue with a man I may or may not choose to work with in the first place, but I'd at least hear Mr. Campbell out. Still, I had to admit, I wasn't very impressed. As we walked around the old production floor and discussed where we'd put the range, the sales floor, and maybe even rooms for different classes and events, Derek's answer was usually the same. Gut it, put up some concrete, and then slap a fresh coat of paint over it. I'd recommend you just rip all this out, throw it in a dumpster, and put in some drywall and a drop ceiling, Campbell said as he gestured around the area where we'd suggested the sales floor and showroom should go. That sounds like it would look like an office building. I shook my head. I'd really like to offer more of an experience than that. Sure, a lot of people will be happy to just have a range that they don't have to drive a half an hour or more to get to, but I'd also like this to be the kind of place people would go out of their way to come to. That way we're not just relying on the locals for all of our business. Nothing wrong with dreaming big, Derek smirked. But maybe start a little smaller, son. It'd be a real shame to sink your life savings into all these fancy frills and whatnot just for your business to not take off in the end. And from the look of you, you haven't had a long enough life to build up your nest egg. What a dickhead. I'd already decided Derek wasn't worth wasting my breath over. It would be nice to have someone oversee the remodeling and deal with any bureaucracy the city or county wanted to throw at us, but at this point, I was only interested in working with Campbell if he'd cut the shit and do things our way. Tell you what. I smiled and put my hands in my pockets. You come up with a proposal and a preliminary quote for your services, and we can go from there. I want to keep as much of the character of the original building as possible, and anything we add should have some of that early 20th century charm. You get me a quote, and we'll decide if we're going to move forward with you. Sure, Derek said with a businessman's smile after a short pause. But keep in mind that part of my service is the connections I bring with me. The environmental impact report alone can be quite a headache for a project like this, but I have a way of making that red tape disappear. Travis Meyer had the same talent too, but Derek Campbell didn't need to know about my connections, or just how big my bank accounts were. This whole thing could go belly up, and I'd be just fine, and Nathan would be okay too, with the shop and the website. I wanted to do this right, and give people in the Tri-County area something they hadn't seen before. Not just a range, but a whole experience they couldn't get anywhere else at a reasonable price. I had a vision and the means to make it happen. Plus, I had a gut feeling once it was done, we'd bring in all kinds of folks, not just the usual gun enthusiasts, though I wanted to cater to them as well. I wanted a nice location with a unique feel that offered beginner and advanced courses, learning and training programs for personal safety for all ages, rooms to hold corporate and private events, package deals, and even discounts for law enforcement and first responders. My dreams were big, and I had the fucking means to make them happen. Nathan and I shook hands with Campbell, and the developer promised to be in touch soon. Then Pearson and I locked up and got in my Jeep. Oh, man, Nathan grinned as he buckled in. I think you're really onto something, Eddie. Getting in business with you is the best decision I've ever made. If we could put together the place you have in mind, I think the sky's the limit. Maybe I could even buy a house and find me one of them gals from Eastern Europe. They got websites for that kind of thing. Did you know that? What? I snorted as I drove back into town. Are you talking about finding a mail-order bride? Why not? The sandy-haired man shrugged. You're a young man who seemed to attract interesting women like moths to a flame. I don't have any illusions about myself, but I still have a lot to offer. Sure, it'd be more like a business deal, but isn't that how all marriages are after a while? I figure this way everyone's more honest about what they want and what they're looking for, and there's a ton of redheads on these sites. You don't think it's weird, do you? Nah. I shook my head after I took a moment to honestly think about it. People used to do that thing all the time. In the frontier days, that's how a lot of people used to get together. Through an ad or some kind of service. Maybe have Craig double-check the site you go through first, just to be sure it's not a scam. But if that's what you want, I'd support it as your friend. You're a good friend, Eddie. Nathan replied, as he sat back in his seat and smiled. After I dropped Nathan off at the shop, I headed for home and thought about what I would do next. It would be a few days at least before we heard back from Campbell, and I'd caught up on most of the stuff I wanted to do around my houses, at least until the weather got warm again. So I decided it was time to go back to the Gloom and check in on the Spirian woman I'd rescued. Chapter 5. When I got home, I called a family meeting in Ibsith's living room, and then my wives and I sat down with some coffee and cookies Ibsith had just made and discussed the next trip to the underground world. I think we should go back to the Karardu lands and see how the Spirian woman's doing, I said as I took a bite of gooey chocolate chip cookie that was still warm from the oven. I was thinking about giving Murdrak one of the seer stones, since he's the only one of the chiefs who doesn't have one. Thoughts?
I think that's an excellent idea.
Nyla May nodded.
The Night Elf chiefs would be able to communicate and cooperate like never before. It could be very good for the Gloom.
That poor Spirian woman.
Ibsith sighed.
I can only imagine what she's going through. Separated from her people and in a strange place. And after everything that horrible alchemist already put her through. Gods know what he must have done to that unfortunate woman.
I want to make sure she's being treated well. I agreed as Growler curled up next to my feet. I trust Murdrak. He seems like a good man, but the Karardu love knowledge and magic, and I just want to know they're not putting too much pressure on her to let them study her powers.
Maybe I could go with you this time,
Bulra remarked as she cuddled little Buttercup.
It would be nice to see Zuag.
Yeah, it would. I replied and then looked over at Pragia. Which brings up one of those things I want to talk about. I think you should stay here with Ibsith.
Really?
The goblin woman said with a raised eyebrow.
Not that I don't want to spend time with you, Ibsith, but I'm not really the type to sit around and wait, husband.
I know. I grinned as I looked at the jade-skinned woman. It's one of the things that made me fall in love with you. But we still have to consider that most night elves are suspicious of goblins. With a little time, I know we can help change that, but I really think it's better you stay here just this time.
And we won't just sit around, sister.
The curvy elf said in a bright tone.
There are all sorts of things we can do together. You've barely explored the surface world. I'm sure we can find something to spark your interest.
Very well.
Pragia nodded.
Eddie does have a point. My presence would likely complicate things. I will stay and keep company with Ibsith.
Great. I smiled and popped the last bite of cookie in my mouth. We'll try to keep it short, and if anything happens, I'll get a hold of you both with the stones. For now, I'll talk to Zuag and let him know to meet us in the Karardu capital. We should all get ready. That evening, we hugged Ibsith and Pragia goodbye, and the white-haired woman promised to look after Buttercup and Bulra. Dred also stayed behind, but I decided to take Growler and Valerie with us, since the two Garms had become almost inseparable. Then we headed down into the tunnels and made the long journey to the arid caverns of the Karardu territory. Since the peace between the Night Elf tribes had taken hold, travel through the Gloom had become very pleasant. But the different animals and monsters that lived in the caves could still pose a small threat. In a couple of days, we reached the Kedaran, the capital of the Karardu, and met Zuag outside of a tavern.
Brother!
Bulra exclaimed joyfully as she threw her arms around the orc captain.
Little sister!
Zuag grinned and hugged her back.
I've missed you, but you look well. Have you been?
Very happy.
The pretty mystic smiled as she glanced at me from the corner of her eye.
Except for missing you, my life is perfect.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
The big man nodded with a warm smile on his face, and then he turned to greet the rest of us.
I'm glad to see you all as well. Come, they're waiting for us at the palace.
How have things been in Torsbane? I asked, as we walked through the streets of the city.
Quiet.
Zuag shrugged and sounded almost disappointed.
The entrance to the Twilight has been especially quiet, which is good, of course. Feral goblins and monsters aren't as eager to escape into the Gloom, now that the barrier's been repaired and the Demon Lord is down a number of servants.
That's good,
Nyla May replied.
I'll have to speak with my mother and see if the same is true in Grimthorn. I'm sure the gnomes will be glad for a chance to rest.
When we reached the palace of Keteron, a scholar led us to Murdrak's personal study. The old chief was sitting behind a large desk covered in scrolls and small metal devices that whirred and clicked with clockwork movements.
Eddie Hill.
The ancient bearded man smiled as we entered.
Captain Suag, ladies, I'm pleased to see you all. Let's sit by the hearth, and I can inform you on the condition of our very special guest.
We sat down on cushions by a small brazier as a couple of servants came in to serve us wine and bowls of fruit. "How is the Spirian woman?" I asked as I took a couple of sweet fallen berries from one of the bowls.
Much better,
Murdrak said in a relieved tone.
Her early recovery was difficult, as whatever substances Mikhail had given her worked their way out of her body. We did what we could to ease the process, but she has recovered well. The lady has been kind enough to indulge us in some study of her abilities, but she has also been very solitary.
Solitary?
Amrila repeated, and narrowed her dark eyes.
Is that a way of saying she doesn't care to be examined like a curious artifact?
I understand your concern, Lady Amrila.
The old man nodded with a serene expression on his face.
We respect her autonomy and leave her to her own devices much of the time. I think she's just unhappy here, if I'm honest.
That's understandable.
Bulra said in a sympathetic tone.
I'm sure it's difficult for her. She's essentially been banished by her people, through no fault of her own.
Would I be able to speak with her privately? I asked. I promised Sparky, the fire Spirian I met, that I would let her make her own choices in regards to her life. Now that she's recovered, I'd like to ask her what she wants to do now.
Of course, Eddie Hill.
Murdrak nodded.
I will call a servant to show you the quarters we've given the lady.
A few minutes later, I left the others with Murdrak in his study, and then I followed a young scholar in sand-colored robes through the Kurardu Palace. "This is the lady's chamber," the young night elf said with a respectful bow, and he gestured toward a heavy wooden door. "I've noticed you all keep calling her the lady," I replied as I looked at the door. "Has she not told you her name?" "She has, my lord." The scholar nodded. "But none of us can pronounce it, so we have settled on the lady, out of respect." "Fair enough," I snorted. "Thank you for showing me the way." The young man bowed again before he left, and I knocked on the door.
You may enter.
A light, musical voice responded through the door. I opened the wooden door and stepped into a spacious, comfortably furnished room that faintly smelled of incense. There was a seating area with a brazier and a bed of large plush cushions in another corner. By a small, low table next to a large window, the Spirian woman sat and looked out at a large garden filled with succulent plants with thick, rubbery leaves. The fair-skinned woman's long, powder-blue hair seemed to move in a phantom breeze that didn't exist. The robes she wore were white and trimmed in a rich blue, and something about the scene reminded me of old religious paintings from the Renaissance. "Hi," I said, as I crossed halfway through the room. "I'm sure you don't remember me, but we've met before. I'm Eddie." The beautiful, ethereal woman looked over at me, and her eyes almost made me gasp. They were an even deeper shade of blue than the trim of her robes.
Hello, Eddie.
The woman replied in a voice that sounded like the chime of a silver bell. Then she curiously cocked her head to one side as she looked at me.
If it weren't for your round ears and dark hair, one would almost mistake you for one of the high elves, but they died out eons ago.
"Is that how long you've been alive?" I asked with a note of wonder in my voice. "Eons?"
No.
The Spirian shook her head and giggled.
I am only 70 years old by the timekeeping of elves and dwarves.
"I thought your people were immortal," I said as I moved a little closer. At least that's the impression I got from the fire Spirian I met in the Tectris forest.
No species is truly immortal,
The pearl-skinned woman corrected.
Rather, the Spirian can live almost indefinitely, as far as we know, if they do not succumb to an accident, disease, or violence. Are you the one who rescued me?
I had help. I shrugged and smiled. But, yeah. Do you mind if I sit with you? I'd like to talk with you.
Please.
The ethereal woman smiled back at me and waved her hand toward the opposite side of the table from her. I sat down on a cushion and looked at the Spirian woman. The front of her robes was cut very low, and I could see the gentle curves of her teardrop-shaped breasts. The robes were gathered around her slim waist with a blue, silken sash, and the belled sleeves accentuated the Spirian's graceful movements as she poured us each a cup of fragrant herbal tea from a pot on the table.
What do you wish to talk about?
She asked as she slid one cup and saucer toward me. Well, I waited for the woman to retract her hand before I took the cup, since I knew Spirians didn't like to be touched. Let's start with your name. I know I probably can't say your real name, but is there anything I can call you?
The Karardu scholars call me my lady, or the lady if they aren't speaking directly to me.
The pale woman replied as she sipped her tea with careful precision. Every one of the Spirian's movements seemed practiced and deliberate, like a ballet. I had a hard time taking my eyes off her, honestly. If that's what you want me to call you, I snorted, but it seemed a little impersonal.
I suppose my name does not matter much anymore.
The pearl-skinned woman sighed as she brushed a pale blue tendril out of her face.
I will never speak to anyone who can pronounce it ever again.
I'm really sorry about that, I said as I leaned forward, but I resisted the urge to place a comforting hand on the woman's arm. I'm not going to pretend to understand what you're going through, but I came here to try and offer you some hope. Maybe that can start with a new name.
A new name?
The Spirian shyly glanced up at me, and I noticed there was a small spark of intrigue in her deep blue eyes. Sure. I nodded and was glad to see her respond to me in that way. Why not? You're still alive, and it sounds like you will be for a long time. A new life can start with a new name. What about Guinevere? There was something pure and unearthly about the pale woman that reminded me of paintings I'd seen of the fictional queen.
Guinevere?
The Spirian repeated and giggled again. I really liked that sound. You could go by Gwen for short. I smiled. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. Something about the Spirian woman seemed to gently draw me to her, like a thin, gossamer thread that tugged at something deep in my core.
You have a kind heart, Eddie.
The pale woman replied with a dainty smile, but her expression turned sad as she dropped her gaze.
But a Spirian has no life when they are separated from the whole. To be cast out is tantamount to a death sentence.
I don't mean to be insensitive, I said as I remembered my anger towards Sparky for basically saying the same thing. But that's bullshit. The whole if you're touched by mortal hands you're soiled forever thing is a fucking crock. In my opinion. You're not worthless just because a fucking madman captured and tortured you. It wasn't your choice, and you shouldn't be punished for it.
I'm not... Thank you, Eddie.
The pearl-like woman quietly sobbed after a brief pause. Please don't cry, I said to the beautiful woman. If you cry, my instinct would be to hold you and comfort you, but I wouldn't want to offend you by being so presumptuous. A moment of silence passed, and the blue-haired woman sniffled and wiped at her darker blue eyes, forward to hanging out with the wilder side of my new family. Before we left the palace, I made sure to leave word with Murdrak where we would be, plus a seer stone, and then we headed into the orcish quarter of the city. This portion of Keteron was more colorful and boisterous than the elven neighborhoods. Many of the businesses and homes had banners hung from doors or windows that displayed their clan's coat of arms. Others chose to paint their clan symbols on their walls or on wooden signs. I counted at least 4 unique orcish clans from the coat of arms on display, and good-natured insults and banter was shouted across the streets between shop owners from different clans. Drum music filled the air, along with the rich fragrance of well-spiced meat being cooked over an open flame. The Orc district almost felt like an entirely different city than the quiet avenues and temples of the elves. The few night elves I did see living in this quarter also seemed wilder than the others. They didn't dress in the long robes and loose garments I associated with the Karardu. Some wore rough leather armor very much like the orcs, or sensual silks and satins dyed to bright shades of rust, saffron, or crimson. My clan brothers had taken over some tables outside of the tavern, and I noted the coat of arms on the wooden sign was our clan, the clan of Torsbane. Do we only patronize businesses of our own clan? I quietly asked Bulra as we walked toward the tavern. How much does that kind of thing matter?
It is an unspoken rule that we only drink or eat with our clansmen.
The willowy woman whispered back as she removed her traveling cloak.
But we will buy and trade freely with other clans.
Bulra's simple orcish-style dress was cut low enough in the back to reveal the tattoo on her back, and I couldn't stop my eyes from combing over my sexy wife.
You should roll up your sleeves so others can see your clan mark, husband.
The green-eyed woman added, "Will Nylame be okay?" I asked as I rolled up my sleeves to show off the stylized tattoo of a crook I'd gotten when I joined our clan. She's not technically part of the clan.
She's your wife and counted as an honorary member.
Bulra explained.
Showing your mark is just a customary courtesy. Others can identify you by the style of your clan's ink master.
Little brother!
Someone suddenly shouted, and I looked up to see Vorgak. Vorgak was the clan's swordsmith, and he had the darkest green skin I'd ever seen on an orc. The man's short black hair bristled up from his head, and his long tusks curled up from his broad grin. Vorgak! I grinned back as my clan brothers got up and each took a turn slapping me on the back or arm after a rough masculine embrace. Sinzbog, Gaul, it's good to see you all.
And you, brother.
Gaul, the old priest of Zagorum, said in a serious voice as he slammed a fist against my arm. Then he turned to my wives.
I am pleased to see you, Sia Bulra, Sister Amrila, and you, Sister Nylame. I trust your honored mother as well.
She is the rock that will not move, dear girl.
Nylame replied as she respectfully inclined her head.
Thank you for asking.
I have heard a rumor she had to put down that dog of a consort she had, after he betrayed her.
The old priest snorted, but his grin was one of the utmost respect.
She's one hell of a woman. If Chief Ekname is in need of a new consort, we can offer up our Zinzbog. He's not yet attached.
Everyone laughed when Zinzbog, the young pikeman and loremaster, spat out his ale in shock at being volunteered as the new consort of the Dolrath chief.
I will tell my mother of your generous offer,
Nylame said to the pikeman as he sputtered and wiped the ale from his brown beard. It was not my offer, Zinzbog asserted quickly before he thought twice about it. But I certainly wouldn't refuse the lady's advances. The group all laughed again, and then we settled into an evening of good ale and spicy orcish food. As Vorgak and Zinzbog drew Amrila and Nylame into a game of dice, Bulra and Zuag took some time to catch up. There was a lot of talk about different farmers and villagers from Torsbane that Bulra had helped care for as the village shaman. I didn't know a lot of the people they spoke of, but I listened and tried to remember the names mentioned, since they were my clan family as well.
And young Mika married the tanner's son,
Zuag said as he wrapped up the village gossip.
I know you two were close growing up.
Mika always said she hated Borvik.
Bulra giggled.
But I knew she had hidden feelings for him. I think she would intentionally wear out her boots, just for an excuse to speak with him. Have you still not chosen a woman to pursue, brother? You are getting older. Time will not stand still while you look for your warrior wife.
Then you and Eddie will have to take up the burden of providing a clan heir.
Zuag chuckled.
I would never insult a woman by courting her if I didn't truly love her, and my mind is set. I will search for my fierce soulmate, wherever she may be. Where do you plan to find her?
Gaul teased as he took a long pull from his tankard.
On one of your adventures with Eddie, hero of the Gloom? It's going to be hard to compete with our little brother's boyish good looks with that sour mug of yours.
That is true, Zuag snorted as he raised his drink toward me. But if it is fate, my future wife will overlook Eddie's handsome face in favor of a battle-worn old soldier. Perhaps that will be the sign I'm waiting for. Don't sell yourself short, I replied. You've got a face with character. Some women prefer that.
You're strong, a fierce warrior, and quite wealthy, Zuag,
Amrila added.
And even though you could rip a neck door in half with your bare hands, you have a kind heart. You're a catch, brother.
Something about Amrila's description tickled my memory. I could have sworn I heard a similar list of qualities brought up before, but just as I tried to remember where, a timid-looking man in cream-colored robes approached us.
Lord Eddie?
The Night Elf scholar stuttered as he bowed to me.
I have come with a message from the lady, from Gwen.
The conversation around the table paused as everyone stopped to listen. Oh, I asked as I started to stand. What's the message?
Gwen has asked to see you and your wives, my lord.
The scholar replied.
And his wives?
Amrila repeated in surprise.
Why would she want to see us too?
She might have heard that you and Nylame helped rescue her. I said, but it's probably easier to go see what she wants than to stand here and wonder. We'll be back shortly, brothers. My wives and I followed the scholar back to the palace and to Gwyn's rooms. The Spirian woman was seated on a cushion near her brazier, and she stood as we entered the room.
She is beautiful,
Bora whispered to me.
like a snowflake come to life.
Thank you all for coming.
Gwyn said in her clear, song-like voice as she waved a graceful hand toward the other cushions.
Please, sit.
It's only been a few hours, I said as my wives and I sat down with the ethereal woman. Have you decided what you want to do already?
Please don't say you've decided to end your life.
Amrila remarked in a frank tone.
Just because your people have some silly ideas about touching doesn't mean you have to suffer for such nonsense.
I beg your pardon?
Gwyn's voice was shocked as she placed a pale hand over her breast.
I didn't know that was under discussion.
Oh!
The Zenkari woman pursed her lips and her expression was uncharacteristically embarrassed.
It wasn't. Anyway, I'm Amrila. I helped free you from that skeezy alchemist guy. It's nice to meet you.
These are some of my wives, I said as I tried to smooth over the awkward pause. Amrila, of course. She's a very fine warrior. Then there's Nylame, princess of the Dolrath Night Elves, and Bora is a seer and shaman to the people of Torsbane.
You do not travel with all of your wives, Lord Eddie?
Gwyn asked as she smiled at the other women. Not usually. I shook my head. Ibsith, my first wife, likes to stay home and run things for me. She's really good at it, too. And Pragia stayed behind as well. She's the queen of Glekik. But since she's a goblin, it's still kinda complicated to bring her to the Gloom.
I do not know much about the ways of the Gloom.
Gwyn politely commented.
But you must be a man of means to take care of such a large family.
Eddie is very wealthy.
Amrila bragged since she couldn't help herself.
But he would still be the best husband, even if he wasn't. He's not like other men, in more ways than one, if you know what I mean.
I'm very glad to finally meet you, Gwen.
Nylame said as she shot a look over at Amrila, who had obviously made the ethereal woman slightly uncomfortable.
I was also present at the battle in the Tectris Forest. We're all very interested in why you've asked to see us.
Yes.
Bora added in a kind, warm tone.
I wasn't there when you were rescued, but I know Eddie has been concerned. We all have, and we'd like to help. You are kind.
The Spirian woman replied as she demurely dropped her gaze.
I suppose I wanted to meet all of you out of curiosity. Outside of the scholars here in the palace, I do not know any other mortals, or understand what the caves outside of the Tectris Forest are like. Spirians do not mix with other races, and our knowledge is limited. My people live a very long time, but we are a sedate, cautious people, much like these scholars. I suppose I wanted to know if all mortals were like that as well.
Gods, no.
Amrila snorted and leaned back with her arms behind her.
I would be bored to tears if I had to live like that.
I get that impression.
Gwen giggled as she looked at the horned woman.
You seem very full of life. I think I would like to learn more about the Gloom, but not here. I appreciate what Murdrak and the Karardu have done for me, but they hover around me with endless questions. They are experts in magic, but it seems to be their only pursuit.
Maybe we could ask Onda to take her in with the Yenny.
Nylame suggested as he glanced at me.
Or my mother could watch over her in the encampment.
Those are both places that are very lively. I said to Gwen, is that something you would like?
I must confess I am intrigued.
The pearl-skinned woman said after a brief hesitation.
But it also feels very daunting to go to another city where I know no one and don't understand the customs.
I considered asking her if she wanted to come home with us, but if the other cities in the Gloom seemed overwhelming to the Spirian woman, the surface would be on a whole other level. I think I have an idea, I said after a moment. I have a big, almost empty manor house. Chapter 6. It's close to a small village in the Yenny territory. I explained to Gwen. There are a few servants there all the time, but no one who would bother you.
It's very lovely.
Nylame added.
Peaceful and surrounded by a forest. The villagers are very kind as well, and I'm sure they'd be more than happy to teach you about life in the Gloom.
That sounds wonderful.
The Spirian woman replied as she looked at each of my wives and me.
But you've already saved my life. I do not wish to make a burden of myself. You are not a burden.
Bulra insisted in her lovely mystic voice. She's right. I agreed and stared deep into Gwen's blue eyes. I'm glad to have a place to offer you. There are guards there to keep you safe, and my chamberlain is a very honorable man who could help you figure things out.
It does sound very peaceful,
The ethereal woman said as she looked back at me, and I saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes for the first time.
All right. I would like to go to your manor house. Wonderful!
Bulra giggled and clapped her hands.
It's so beautiful. You'll love it.
After a few more minutes of polite conversation, my wives and I left Gwen for the evening and spent a little more time with our clan brothers. Then the next day, we went back to the palace to get Gwen and say goodbye to Chief Murdrak. The chief and the Spirian woman were in the central room of the palace that acted as the throne room. The simple, large space was filled with desks where scribes worked, but in the middle of the space was a ring of seating cushions where the old man sat with Gwen.
I am very sorry to see you leave,
Murdrak said to the pearl-skinned woman as we walked up.
but I understand your reasons. I and Kuradu wish you the very best, good lady.
Thank you, Chief.
Gwen replied, and she inclined her head toward the sweet old man.
I will never forget your kindness, or the kindness of your people.
Ah, Lord Eddie,
Murdrak smiled when he saw me and my wives.
Gwen has informed me of your journey. I wish you all a safe trip. May the gods watch over you as you travel.
Thank you, Chief. I nodded and smiled back at the bearded man. I've something for you before we go. I've given one to Onder and Ekname as well. I reached into my pocket and pulled out one of the seer stones I'd gotten from the dwarves, and then handed it to the chief.
By the gods!
Murdrak gasped as he examined the smooth, round stone with a bright jewel set in its center.
Is that what I think it is? I have only ever heard of a seer stone in legends. I never thought I would get to see one, let alone hold one. This is a kingly gift. Thank you.
You're welcome. I grinned and enjoyed the look of wonder on the ancient man's face. You can use it to communicate with me and the other chiefs. It should help with cooperation between the tribes. Just hold the stone, concentrate, and envision who you wish to speak with, and you should be connected to them almost instantly.
You never cease to amaze, Lord Eddie,
Murdrak replied.
As a courtesy, I will not ask where you found them, but I admit I am curious.
Sorry, I snorted. I have to keep some of my secrets. I hope you don't mind.
I am just grateful for all you have done for the Gloom,
Murdrak said simply. Do you have everything you need, Gwen? I asked as I turned to the Spirian woman.
I do not have much to take.
Gwen smiled shyly as she stood and picked up a small bundle.
Just a few things the Kurardu have been kind enough to give me. Goodbye, Chief Murdrak, and thank you again.
A safe journey to all of you.
Murdrak repeated and then made a small religious gesture with his hands. We said goodbye to the old man, and since we said our goodbyes to Zuag and the others already, we headed out from the Kurardu lands and on to the Yini territory. After a couple days of travel, we reached the forest that surrounded Hillshire Manor, and as we approached the gate, my guards saw me and opened the way to let us through.
This is very beautiful,
Gwen noted as we walked the grounds. My groundskeeper, Quawin, is really good, I replied, while I looked around at the new flower beds and shrubs the gnomish man had planted. He's done a lot with the place. As we walked up to the front door, Jarl came out to greet us.
My lords and ladies,
The stately elf bowed to us.
welcome home.
Lord Jarl, I said as I extended my hand to the dark-haired man. This is Gwen. She'll be staying here a while as my guest. I'll explain more later, but I think we could all use a bath and some supper, please.
Of course, my lord.
Jarl replied.
I will also have your rooms prepared. Would you care to wait in the library while all this is made ready? I can have Helbosia send up some refreshment for you.
Thanks, Lord Jarl. I nodded and went into the manor house. Once the water was heated, I let the ladies take their baths first. Then I sat in the library with Jarl and shared some wine that had been sent from the village. After I'd caught my chamberlain up on who Gwen was and why she needed to stay at the manor, I made sure to see to some of the ethereal woman's other needs. I'd like you to order some incense from the capital. I instructed Jarl. Gwen seems to like it. I don't think she has a lot of clothes either. Could we send for a dressmaker too?
Surely, my lord,
the scarred man said as he sipped his wine.
The capital has many fine clothiers, and I'm sure any of them would be honored to dress such a unique woman, especially since she's connected to the family of the chief.
You'll have to find one who can take Gwyn's measurements by sight. I added, Spirians don't like to be touched, so it might be a challenge. I'm not sure what else she might need, and she's probably too shy to ask, but can you ask Bulra for some ideas? Amriel and Nilame aren't very girly, so I think Bulra would be the best person to ask what a woman might need.
Giovanna should be able to inform us on anything a lady would want or need,
Jarl offered.
I will leave Gwyn's care in her capable hands, if you approve.
I trust your judgment, I said as I finished the last of my wine. Then there was a quiet knock at the door, and Kale, the upstairs maid, stepped in.
Your bath is ready, my lord,
the stern elven woman said with clipped professionalism. After my bath, I felt refreshed, and I put on the Yinny-style garments that Kale had laid out for me. There was a blue and silver doublet, and soft gray breeches, and I thought I looked like a proper duke as I went downstairs to the dining room for supper. My cook, Halbolsia, had prepared a large meal of roasted ink, root vegetables cooked in butter, and rich brown bread that we used to soak up the gravy and drippings from the tender ink meat. I still wasn't used to having servants and being a lord, but I had to admit it was pretty fucking sweet.
What do you think of the manner so far, Gwen?
Nilame asked as she took a bite of the savory roasted meat.
It is very fine and comfortable.
Gwyn smiled sweetly as she ate some of the buttery vegetables.
I can't thank you all enough for bringing me here.
I'm glad to help, I said before I took a pull of the ale that Halbolsia had served with dinner. There's a library upstairs you might find useful. I don't know if you can read Elven, but Jarl or Giovanna might be able to help you with that.
I can read the language of the High Elves,
Gwyn answered.
If Night Elf is close to it, I should have no trouble. Will you all be leaving tomorrow?
I'm afraid so. I sighed as I thought about Nathan and the developer. But I promised to come back and see how you're doing as often as possible.
I would appreciate that,
the ethereal woman muttered, and she dropped her eyes to her plate. We stayed the night at the manor and got up early the next day to prepare to leave, and my wives went down to the entryway as I finished gathering my things and headed for the stairs.
Eddie?
I heard Gwen's musical voice call down the hallway. Hey, Gwen, I said as I turned and saw the ethereal woman glide down the hall. We're on our way out. You should come say goodbye. I'm sure Amriel and Nilame and Bulra would want to say goodbye. They really like you.
Truly?
Gwen asked with genuine surprise.
All right. I will come say goodbye, but I wanted to take a moment to speak with you first.
What's on your mind? I set my bag down for the moment.
Amriela said something about how she was worried I wanted to die back in Katiran.
The Spirian woman said as she dropped her gaze to the floor.
And she was right. I did wish for death at first. I felt my life was over the moment I was labeled an outcast by my people. But you have changed all that in such a short time.
Really? I blinked in shock.
Your selfless kindness came as a surprise to me,
Gwen confessed, and I thought I saw a faint blush rise in her pale cheeks.
Spirians have been so far removed from the other races that all we know of them are memories. I was told mortals were greedy and short-sighted due to their brief lives. But you've shown me that isn't true. You can also be generous and good.
The pearl-skinned woman briefly reached out and touched my hand as she spoke, and I was caught off guard by the simple gesture that would have been unremarkable under any other circumstances. But Sparky had made it clear how taboo it would be to touch him, and he always kept at least 6 feet of distance between himself and me. For Gwen to initiate contact showed me that the ethereal woman had left her old life behind. The Spirian woman's hand was cool and almost ghostly, but the touch ended as quickly as it had come. While you're here, I said, because I didn't want to embarrass Gwen by acknowledging the physical contact. Don't hesitate to ask for anything you want or need, and you're free to stay as long as you like.
Thank you, Eddie,
Gwen replied as she dropped her gaze once more, and her cheeks definitely flushed this time. Come on, I said in a gentle tone. I'm sure the other ladies would like to say goodbye. I picked up my backpack, and the two of us went downstairs. My wives were waiting in the entryway, and they warmly greeted Gwen.
I'm sorry we have to leave so soon.
Bulra said, as she smiled at the pearl-skinned woman.
But it was lovely meeting you. That feeling is shared.
Gwen replied, but she kept a small distance between herself and the rest of us.
I hope to see you all again soon.
I'm sure you will.
Amrila said, as she adjusted the strap of her pack.
I hope you're more comfortable here.
Nylame added in a kind tone.
I always enjoy the peace of Hillshire Manor. The village is also very pleasant.
Thank you.
The Spirian woman smiled. Goodbye, Gwen, I said as I looked at the pale woman. Like I said, don't hesitate to ask Jarl or Javanna for anything you need.
Have a safe journey.
Gwen answered as she nodded.
I will never forget this kindness.
With that, my wives and I left and made our way to the Yeni capital before we made our way back to the surface. I wanted to speak to Onder. It would have been quicker to use the stones, but I felt it made more sense to just swing by, since we were so close anyway. Belzat still had a servant somewhere in the twilight, and I hoped Onder might have a way to help locate them given his specialized knowledge of demons. When we reached the Yeni Palace, we stopped at the foot of the palace stairs. Is there anything you three want while we're here? I asked. You can find pretty much anything in the gloom here in the city. Stuff you can't get back home.
It might be worth it to pick up some fruits and vegetables.
Bulra mentioned.
I think Ibsith could do wonders with some fallen berries. They'd make delicious muffins.
You don't mind if we go to the market?
Amrila asked as she greedily glanced in the direction of the capital's marketplace. I'll probably be a minute with Onder, I replied. You three can go enjoy yourselves and meet me back here when you're done.
I would like to see if there's a Dolrath merchant.
Nylame nodded after she'd considered the idea for a moment.
It would be nice to have some fine Dolrath cushions or wall hangings for my home.
That sounds like a plan. I grinned. Have fun. I'll see you all shortly. The ladies left for the market, and I headed into the palace alone. Onder was in his throne room. The dark-haired chief was dressed in a simple blue doublet and gray breeches, and the only finery he wore was his crown. As I looked around at the counselors and courtiers in the throne room, I noticed they too had started to wear less jewelry, like their chief. It was funny that Yeni fashion could change in such a short time, as the lords and ladies copied their leader.
Dear brother,
Onder said when he saw me. The chief came down from his dais to meet me as the court watched.
It is good to see you again. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was in the area, I replied vaguely since I was very aware of the few dozen Yeni officials in the room. Is there any chance we could catch up in private? I promise I won't keep you from your duties for long.
Of course, Eddie,
my brother-in-law said and then turned to his chamberlain.
Would you please gather a suitable reward for Lord Eddie? He has done us a great service by clearing out the last of Mad Ursinger's loyalists from Hillshire Forest.
As you wish, Your Majesty,
the older man replied with a bow.
Excellent,
Onder said, and then gestured for me to follow him to the antechamber behind the throne room. Once we were in the antechamber, a servant brought in some wine and light refreshments, bowed and then left us alone.
What is on your mind, brother?
Onder asked, as he sat on one of the cushioned chairs near a small round table.
I know that look on your face well enough to see this is more than a social visit.
It's at least partly social. I snorted as I also took a seat. I have some news. Ibsith and I are going to have a boy.
That is splendid,
the dark-haired man gasped as he clapped his hands together.
Congratulations.
And Ibsith has mentioned she wants to name him after you, I said as I leaned back in my seat.
It would be a great honor.
Onder smiled and then his forehead creased with thought.
But how do you know it will be a boy already? The child is not due for several more months by my calculations.
Oh, I hesitated when I remembered there was no such thing as an ultrasound in the gloom. Bulra had a vision. It was very clear. And she's certain it'll be a boy.
A son,
Onder said as he accepted my explanation.
What a fine thing. You must tell my sister I send my warmest regards to her and your son. My people will be pleased that a new prince is on the way. My lack of any wives has caused my counselors endless anxiety. Until I marry, your child will be heir to the throne.
I hadn't really thought about that. I chuckled as the idea hit me. But you should really get yourself a couple of wives at least. I'm sure you're the most eligible man in the gloom.
Every lord and wealthy merchant has brought their daughters to the capital in hopes I will notice them.
Onder laughed.
and I've noticed one or two of them, but, unlike my father, I would like to marry for love, rather than conquest. It will take time to get to know a young lady and be sure both our intentions are true."
"That makes sense." I nodded. I'm sure there are plenty of people ready to take advantage of the situation.
"But enough about my love life,"
the chief said as he waved the matter away with one hand.
"What else have you come to see me about?"
"According to our knowledge, the Demon Lord has at least one more minion in the Twilight region." I replied in a more serious tone. "I was wondering if you knew any way to help us locate them. There hasn't been any word of them any of the times I've been in the Twilight. Even Pragia's people haven't turned anything up yet."
"That is a very good question."
Ander stroked his chin as he thought.
"Most of the ritual magic that had been passed down to me is designed to bind and track demons, so it has its limits. But I will research the texts of my ancestors to see if there is some way I could detect a demon's influence. There is eons' worth of knowledge in my personal library, more than any man could learn in a lifetime."
That was saying a lot, when I considered how long night elves lived. "I appreciate it," I replied. "Anything is better than nothing. The Twilight is a big place, and I'd rather not have to comb every cave and tunnel to find whoever this servant is."
"I will use the seer stones to contact you if I find anything that could help,"
Ander promised. After my brother-in-law and I had talked a little while longer about general things, my wives showed up at the palace with several parcels from their shopping trip to the markets. Nyla May had found the cushions and a woven wall decoration she'd wanted, and Bulra's pack was full of fallen berries and a few other preserved fruits and vegetables. Meanwhile, Amrila had bought some perfume she liked and couldn't find a substitute for on the surface. After my brother-in-law's chamberlain returned with my reward, which ended up being a hefty bag of gold, we said goodbye to Ander and headed back to the surface. When we came up through the metal trapdoor, it was a crisp, sunny afternoon. The snow had partly melted, and small patches of grass could be seen throughout the yard. We trekked our way to Ibsith's house, and we made sure to take off our boots as soon as we entered, since we didn't want to leave a bunch of muddy, wet footprints for my pregnant wife to clean up.
Welcome home.
Ibsith smiled as she heard us and came into the kitchen.
How was your trip?
The elven woman had on one of her long, comfortable dresses and a cozy cardigan over it for warmth, and like always, her effortless beauty took my breath away. We took the Spirian woman, Gwen, to the manor so she can adjust to her new life. I replied as I walked over in my socks and kissed my wife. She seems very happy to be there.
That is wonderful news,
the white-haired woman said with a wide smile.
But I'm sure you will all want to shower and change. I'll make you something to eat, and I'll tell Pragia you're home as well.
You're amazing. I grinned and then kissed the petite elf again. After everyone had gotten cleaned up, we sat around the table with Ibsith and Pragia and told them about what had happened while we were gone. Then we spent the rest of the day together in the comfort of Ibsith's clean, beautiful house. The violet-eyed woman had done some research on the internet about Thanksgiving and had big plans for a meal.
There are so many dishes to make,
Ibsith said with a huge, contented smile on her face.
All sorts of pies, cooked vegetables and sauces. Why, the turkey alone takes almost 2 days to prepare. It will be a fine feast. Can we invite Jay and Enid? Oh, and Tanya too.
Sure. I nodded and grinned. I'm not sure if Jay and Enid already have plans to spend the day with their families, but I'll call and invite them.
The day after Thanksgiving is also exciting,
Ibsith went on breathlessly.
Did you know merchants sell their goods at discounted rates on that day? It seems like a very big deal to people on the surface.
It's called Black Friday. I chuckled. People get a little crazy about it sometimes, but you can find really good deals.
Black Friday.
Amrila laughed.
What an ominous name for such a lovely tradition. Why would merchants cut their rates like that?
To get people to buy stuff? I shrugged. People will start to line up outside of stores the night before sometimes. I think the trick is to go while it's still early, so there's still some good deals, but just late enough that people have calmed down a little. I'm more of a fan of Cyber Monday. You can get most of the same bargains from the comfort of your own home, and not deal with the crowds. My wives and I spent the rest of the day resting and relaxing, and in the morning I put in a call to Nathan, but he hadn't heard back from the developer yet. So I spent the rest of the morning salting the driveways and sidewalks ahead of the next big snow, so that they wouldn't get icy after the recent melt-off. Winter in Ohio was basically just a constant battle against snow and ice, but luckily, the worst of the ice wouldn't come until January or February. Still, I didn't want Ibsith to have to worry about a slip and fall at her stage of pregnancy.
Hello, partner.
Amrila said as she walked up to where I was spreading salt on Bulra's driveway. Hey, partner. I smiled as I looked up at the sexy Zinkari woman dressed in her black fur-trimmed jacket and tight black jeans. What are you up to today?
I was talking to Tanya.
Amrila replied.
She wants to go out tonight. Do you want to come along?
What are you guys gonna do? I asked, as I shook another shovelful of salt and grit on the pavement.
Just going out to a bar she likes.
Amrila shrugged.
It's not as much fun now that I can't drink, but I still enjoy her company. I thought it would be more fun to have you along, since it's my night with you. I can get you drunk, take advantage of you after.
Man, I snorted as I thought about it. I haven't been to a bar in a long time. Sure, that sounds like fun. A night out drinking with my feisty, sexy wife and her friend? What could go wrong? Chapter 7. That night, Amrila got dressed up in her favorite cropped black hoodie, Daisy Dukes over fishnets, and calf-high combat boots. My Zinkari wife looked sexy as fuck, and I could barely keep my hands off her as she got ready. I just wore my usual t-shirt and jeans, with a flannel over top because it was still cold as hell out. Then Tanya came over, and the former beauty queen was also dressed to impress. The blonde woman had on a soft pink halter top with a short zip-up hoodie over it, and her light wash jeans looked like they'd been painted on. Tanya had also clearly taken a lot of time on her makeup. It didn't look overdone, but I couldn't help but feel the pearly pink lipstick she had chosen seemed dated.
Are we ready?
Tanya asked with an excited smile.
I'm ready.
Amrila replied as she pulled on her jacket.
Do you want to start at Jack's or the Red Door? I think Jack's is better.
Tanya said.
The Red Door doesn't really kick off until later in the night, and I hate being the first one at the bar.
I got us an Uber, I said as I checked my phone. It should be here in a minute or two. That way we can both drink and not worry about who's going to drive home. I could have let Amrila drive us home, but a speeding ticket would not be the best way to cap off the night.
Perfect.
The blonde woman happily clapped her hands together.
I'm glad you're coming along. I always feel so bad drinking by myself when Amy and I go out. I miss beer,
the horned woman said with a small pout.
It feels like it'll be ages before I can drink again. But it's worth it for my little warrior.
Amrila touched her still flat tummy and smiled, and I couldn't help but lean down and press a kiss to her red cheek. A few minutes later, the Uber showed up and took us to Jack's Bar and Grill. I hadn't been to any of the bars in Westhurst yet, but it was about what I expected. Jack's was a simple establishment without much in the way of atmosphere, but the beer was cheap, and we were able to get some really good wings. How are things going for you at the surplus store? I asked, as I munched on some buffalo wings that were just messy enough.
Good,
Tanya replied.
Nathan is really nice. Craig mostly keeps to himself, but I've learned a lot about guns and gun laws. There is so much paperwork, though.
Tell me about it. I snorted as I took a sip of beer. We finished our wings and drinks, and after the ladies decided it was late enough to go to the Red Door, we walked down the street to the next bar. I liked the Red Door better than Jack's. They had pool tables and darts. Amrila and Tanya were pretty good at darts, and we played a few rounds as we drank. Amrila stuck to water and soda, while Tanya and I got a pitcher of beer to split. I had a decent buzz going when someone decided to come along and ruin all our fun.
Fuck,
Tanya swore as I watched the blonde woman's shoulders fall. I looked to the doors and saw Randy had come in with a pack of meathead thugs. Randy was Tanya's piece-of-shit ex-boyfriend. The guy was a big, broad-shouldered douche who looked like he lived in the gym. Tonight, the big fuckhead wore a leather jacket, an overprinted shirt that hadn't been in style since 2005, and blue jeans that stretched uncomfortably against his tree-trunk thighs. And all of his buddies just looked like carbon copies of each other. Shit. I growled. Do you ladies want to go?
Ugh.
Amrila grunted when she glanced over at Randy and his pack of douchebags.
Leave it to that fuckwit to ruin a good night. Yeah, let's go.
We started to gather up our stuff, but it was too late. The walking muscle had already seen us.
Hey, Tanya!
Randy sneered as he walked up to us, and he was clearly already drunk, judging by the glaze in his eyes and the whiskey practically oozing from his pores. The bastard's gang had followed him. There were 3 of them, besides Randy, and each of them looked dumber than the last.
Get bent, Randy.
Tanya fired back as she pulled on her jacket. The former beauty queen went to brush past the big guy with an unimpressed expression on her face, but Randy reached out a thick-fingered hand and roughly grabbed Tanya by the arm.
"Ooh, girl!"
Randy smirked as he held the blonde woman's arm.
"You been working out? It's not too late to beg for me back, you know."
"Get your hands off her," I said as I pushed Randy hard in the chest and knocked him back enough that he let go.
"What the fuck?"
Randy stumbled as his boys circled around, and they all looked ready to square off.
"You got a lot of nerve for—"
"Get the fuck out, Randy!" A middle-aged man with a ponytail shouted from the bar. "You're banned! Now fuck off before I call the cops!"
"I'm just talking to my girl, Paul,"
Randy shouted back, but he kept his eye on me.
"Come on, Tanya. We can go somewhere more quiet and talk."
She doesn't want to talk to you.
Amrila said in a cool voice, but her dark eyes were on fire.
Now take that shrimp dick of yours and find someone else to bother.
"This your girlfriend, Tanya?"
Randy snorted as he eyed the red-skinned woman.
"You switching teams on me?"
Randy tried to shoulder-check me to grab the blonde woman again, but I took hold of his wrist and wrenched his arm behind his back until he howled. Randy may have had big muscles, but my strength had come from actual labor and fighting, which outmatched showy muscles from a weight bench every time. "Come on, Randy," I said as I started to perp walk him toward the door. "We're not busting up a small business for your bruised ego." Randy's buddies watched me manhandle their leader in shock for a moment, and then they seemed to all come to their senses and moved to come after me. But they weren't expecting Amrila and Tanya to run interference. As one goon moved in to grab my shoulders from the back, Amrila threw out her leg and tripped him, and the meathead fell forward and hit his head on the solid corner of a pool table. Then Tanya threw what was left of our pitcher of beer in the other guy's face and stalked toward the door as he sputtered in surprise. By the time the third guy got around the bar stools and pool tables, I already had Randy outside. "Now fuck off!" I grunted as I let go of Randy and pushed him out onto the parking lot that had started to fill up. The big bastard stumbled forward a couple of feet, but he predictably turned and swung at me with a wide haymaker. I put up my left arm to block the blow and drove my other fist into Randy's midsection. I had to give it to the guy. It was like hitting a brick wall, but he still doubled over. A few people shouted, and I heard one woman scream somewhere in the parking lot, but I was more concerned with the commotion I heard behind me. Tanya came out through the door first, followed closely by one of Randy's buddies. The other guy, an equally thick blonde fucker, shoved Tanya out of his way and also came at me. "You don't want to do this," I told the man as I quickly punched Randy in the side of his head and sent him reeling back.
"Only one of you, pal,"
the blonde man sneered.
"There's 4 of us."
"You might want to count again," I replied in a casual tone.
"What the fuck?"
the guy started to say as Amrila came up behind him with a pool cue. Before he could finish his sentence, the thick end of the wooden cue connected with the blonde goon's temple with a loud crack. The man's eyes glazed over, and his knees buckled as he crumpled to the pavement. He wasn't knocked out, but he was badly dazed. Then Randy came at me again, and my focus was drawn back to him. Randy had a few pounds on me, but I had several inches on him, and I was still calm. The cold night air had also taken away my buzz, so my head was clear. Randy seemed pretty pissed, though.
"You fucking skinny bitch!"
Randy snarled as he aimed an uppercut at my gut. I turned my body so Randy missed, and was carried forward a step by his follow-through. "I tried to warn you," I said in a cool tone, and then brought my elbow down hard on his spine.
"Ah!"
The dumb fucker groaned as his back arched. Before he could get his bearings, I grabbed the back of Randy's head and pulled it down, as I brought up my knee and smashed it against his face. There was a stomach-churning crunch as the big man's nose broke, but Randy managed to get his arm around me and started to punch my side and ribs with his other arm. The first blow caused a white flash of pain, but as my adrenaline started to pump through me, the pain cleared a little, and I kicked Randy's left leg out from under him. The bigger man tried to hold on to me to keep from falling, but when I wrenched the asshole's arm into the air and over his head, Randy was forced to twist and go down on one knee. I punched Randy hard in the face, and blood gushed from his broken nose and poured down his mouth and chin. His eyes rolled back into his head, as if he was knocked out, so I let go of his arm, and he fell to the ground. Off to the side, Amrila was sparring with the blonde prick who apparently had recovered from taking a pool cue to the head. The man tried to grab the pool cue and get it away from the horned woman, but Amrila let go of one side to throw him off balance, pivoted on one leg, and roundhouse kicked the blondie in his ribs. Just then, another one of Randy's buddies came out of the bar with a 2-inch knife clutched in his meaty paw. He had a shaved head and a short, dirty brown beard, and from the uneven stubble on his head, it looked like he'd shaved it all off to cover up the fact that he'd started to lose his hair. Before I could even shout a warning to either woman, Tanya moved in and took hold of his knife, turned and put her back to him, and then stomped her stiletto heel on top of the buzzcut's clean white sneaker. As the bald man screamed in pain, the former beauty queen balled up her fist and smashed it with all of her strength into his nuts. Buzzcut dropped the knife, and Tanya quickly kicked it as she turned and backed away from the fucker. I'd fought next to Amrila enough to know she could handle herself, so I moved in to help Tanya.
You fucking whore!
Buzz growled through gritted teeth as he doubled over in pain.
Want a piece?
Tanya shouted back, and then she darted forward and kicked at Buzz's kneecap with her sharp spiked heel. As Buzz's knee buckled and he went down, I stepped in and punched him hard in the temple. The bald man toppled back and laid whimpering on the blacktop.
Tanya!
I heard Randy shout behind us. I turned to see the prick a little less than 10 feet away. He'd gotten back up on his feet, but he swayed back and forth and still looked dazed. That's when Randy unzipped his leather jacket and pulled a hand cannon of a pistol from the shoulder holster he'd apparently been hiding. Of course the douchebag carried a Desert Eagle 50 caliber AE. You don't want to do this, I said as several women in the crowd screamed and people dove behind their car. Awful lot of witnesses.
Tanya is coming with me!
Randy screamed back as flecks of spit and blood sprayed from his mouth. There was no talking to him now. The rage had taken over Randy, and I knew he was past the point of caring if someone saw him shoot me. So, the moment his wild eyes flicked to Tanya, I rushed forward, grabbed Randy's gun hand with both of mine, and forced him to point the Desert Eagle in the air. Randy pummeled my side and chest with his other fist, but I ignored the pain. There were a few dozen people in the parking lot, plus Tanya and my pregnant wife. I had to get the gun away from him. Meanwhile, Amrila wrestled the pool cue away from Blondie, spun and hit the fucker so hard across the side of his head that the big guy's eyes rolled back into his head, and he sank to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Buzzcut had apparently gotten to his feet again, but that was as far as he got. Now he was bent over with his hands between his legs, and he howled with pain. Then Tanya kicked him hard in the face, and the man fell back to the ground as he continued to wail. With a renewed sense of purpose, the brassy woman strutted forward on her knockoff stilettos, picked up the thick half of the broken cue, and made a beeline for Randy. As I wrested the Desert Eagle from his grip, Tanya suddenly came up from behind and swung the broken cue at the big man's side. Randy had been glaring at me with blind fury, but his expression turned to one of shock as the former waitress's blow hit him with a dull crunch. Randy gasped as his rib was cracked, but his ex-girlfriend wasn't done with him yet, so I stepped back and let her at him.
It is over!
Tanya shouted as she repeatedly hit the meathead with the cue. Randy had to cover his ruined face as Tanya continued to beat the shit out of him, and he was soon on the ground with his arms over his head while Tanya went nuts. Then I saw the red and blue lights of 2 police cruisers as they sped up the street toward the red door, and I was very aware I had a gun in my hand that wasn't mine. Randy and his thug buddies were all still on the ground, but I didn't want to place the gun down to give one of them the chance to grab it and run off. Okay, that's enough, I said as I put one arm around Tanya's waist and pulled her away.
And I faked all my orgasms, you fucking needle-dick bastard!
Tanya shrieked as I pulled her off her cowering ex. I set the blonde woman down a few feet from Randy as Paul the bartender came up to us.
I could take that gun,
Paul said as he stepped up to me.
I'll turn it over to the cops. They know me, so it won't freak them out if I have it.
Thanks, I replied, and handed the Desert Eagle over to the man with the ponytail. Sorry about the pool cue. We'll pay to replace it.
No worries.
Paul shrugged as he checked to make sure the safety was on the gun.
I appreciate you taking it outside. When I press charges on these dickheads for trespassing, I'll include damages to the business. Insurance will cover it.
As the cops pulled in, the crowd mysteriously thinned out, and spectators who didn't want to be questioned as witnesses got in their cars or moved on down the street. The 4 officers got out of the cruisers and walked up to the scene with their hands placed casually on the butts of their sidearms to show they meant business.
What's going on here?
A stern older officer asked. The man had iron gray hair and a trim build, and his eyes fell on Amrila. There was a flash of surprise or confusion on his face, but his expression settled back to cool, professional detachment within a second. There were 2 younger male officers behind him, plus a female officer that I quickly recognized from the time I caught Brock Stanton's 19-year-old son peeping through my window.
Dispatch,
The female officer said into the walkie-talkie on her shoulder.
we're going to need an ambulance.
The officer's walkie-talkie squawked back with an acknowledgement, but the woman's unimpressed expression as she looked at Randy and his crew showed she wasn't too worried about their minor injuries.
Hey, Officer Michaels.
Paul said as he peacefully handed over the gun.
This belongs to the asshole in the leather jacket. He tried to pull it during the fight, but this gentleman disarmed him before things got out of hand.
The gray-haired officer looked at the Desert Eagle and pulled out an evidence bag from a pouch on his belt.
I don't think carrying a firearm is going to play well with your parole officer, Randy.
So the dumb fuck was well known by the local cops. That made sense. Once the gun was bagged, Michaels handed it off to one of the younger officers, who took it back to the cruiser.
Let's start with your statement, Paul.
The older man said as he pulled out a pad and pen.
It's pretty straightforward,
The bartender replied with a shrug and a sigh.
These 4 came in and started to hassle Tanya and her friends here. I told Randy he was banned and to get the fuck out. Randy refused to leave and then went to swing on the tall guy.
And your name is? Officer Michaels asked as he turned to me. Eddie Hill, I replied in a calm tone. Paul seemed to be on my side, so I wasn't worried about getting arrested. Though I guessed it was still possible that Randy could try to press charges.
What happened next?
The officer asked.
Well, Eddie here got Randy's arm behind his back and walked him out the bar.
Paul continued and recounted the story of how the fight started for Officer Michaels. In the bartender's account, he made it sound pretty clear Randy and his buddies had started it, and we just defended ourselves. Then the cops took statements from Tanya, Amrila, and me before they questioned the few witnesses that had stuck around. The female officer took Randy and his cronies' statements too, but she didn't seem too impressed with their whining and attempts to shift blame.
You wanting to press charges, Mr. Hill?
Officer Michaels asked me as he finished up his questions. It kind of sounds like Randy's in a lot of trouble already. I replied because I didn't want to have to deal with court dates later on. I don't think I need to press charges on top of that. Michael's comment about the gun and Randy's parole meant he'd probably be going back to jail regardless. That sounded fairly serious. I'd never been arrested for anything in my life, but I knew enough to assume carrying while on parole was a really big deal.
I'll be pressing charges,
Paul chimed in.
Trespass and destruction of property and whatnot.
All right, Michael said in a resigned tone of a man who had spent too many years on the force.
But I'd recommend you think about it, Mr. Hill. If you change your mind, come around to the precinct.
Thanks, Officer Michaels. I nodded, but I knew I wouldn't change my mind. If Paul hadn't said he planned to press charges, I might have considered it. Randy was a punk and needed to learn you can't treat women like that. But I was also certain the swollen gym rat would be back in jail soon, so he'd be punished without my further involvement. As the officers loaded Randy and his gang into the cruisers, or stayed with them as the ambulance finally showed up, Amril and Tanya walked up on either side of me. Are you both okay? I asked as I looked at the women.
I'm wonderful,
Maizenkari said with a huge grin that flashed her sharp canines.
I feel bad for causing you guys trouble,
Tanya said as she shivered in the cold night air, but she still had a slight smile on her face.
but it felt kind of good kicking his ass like that. Does that make me a bad person?
No, I snorted. That guy's an ass and deserved everything you gave him. It was pretty impressive, actually. Your training with Amrila really shows. Come on, let's get home and warmed up. The 3 of us went back to Amrila's place, and I grabbed a beer for Tanya and myself, since our night had been rudely interrupted. Then Amrila and I curled up on the couch, and Tanya kicked off her high heels and lounged on the cozy overstuffed chair.
What do you think about your first real fight?
Amrila asked her friend.
I don't know.
Tanya giggled.
I think I'm still amped up from the adrenaline. It felt really good to stand up for myself, but there's also this part of me saying no one is ever going to be with a woman who can fuck 'em up in a fight. Maybe that's just my mother's voice. She always used to go on about how men want a dainty, quiet woman. That's why she wanted me to do pageants and charm school.
It's a big world now, I said to try to comfort the former beauty queen. I'm sure there are guys out there who wouldn't get hung up on that. Might be harder to find them around here, but I'm sure they're out there.
Maybe it's time I think about moving away.
Tanya continued in a more somber tone as she sipped her beer.
But everywhere feels the same to me. I used to live in Cincinnati with my sister, but even there, it seemed I always found a version of the same douchebags. And when I tried dating other guys, they'd always ghost me after a couple dates. But you're right, Eddie. It is a big world. And I don't think I'm going to find anyone in Westhurst. But you can't move away.
Amrila gasped as she sat up a little.
You're my best friend. I love Ibsith, Nilamate, Bora, and Pragia, but it's not the same. Please don't go. Oh, Amy.
Tanya sighed as she looked down at her beer bottle.
I just want a little of what you and Eddie have. And I'm not getting any younger. I just want to find some big, strong lug of a man who won't treat me like his property. Maybe my standards are too fucked up. I got this dream of a guy who can lift me like it's nothing or beat the shit out of a guy like Randy, but still has a kind heart. Someone who values me for me.
That rang a bell in my head. I had a sudden vision of Zuag fighting back all the monsters of the Twilight. But he was still level-headed enough to handle the day-to-day troubles of Torsbane. I had to fight down a chuckle as I pictured Tanya in a fur bikini and boots and Zuag's big, muscle-bound green arms. It looked like something off of the cover of one of those fantasy romance novels you find at the checkout of a grocery store. The orc captain wasn't what I would call handsome, with his wide, brutish face, but I also had no idea what a woman would think of my brother-in-law. For all I knew, Zuag could have been the Chris Hemsworth of orcs. And after the fight at the bar, Tanya definitely ticked off some of the boxes on Zuag's wish list for a woman.
I don't want to bum you guys out,
the blonde woman suddenly said with an embarrassed smile, and she drained the last of her beer like a champ.
I'm gonna go home. You two enjoy the rest of your night.
Amrila got up to see her friend out, and the expression on my wife's face made it clear that she wasn't about to let the topic of Tanya moving drop like that.
You're not going anywhere,
the red-skinned woman declared as she hugged her friend tightly.
I will not have it. I'm not going anywhere but home right now,
Tanya assured the Zinkari woman as she squeezed my wife's shoulders.
But I just gotta do something. Besides, if I'm not around, then my place would be open for Pragia. I'm sure she'd like her own place. Where is she, by the way?
Since it's my night with Amrila, she's staying with Bora tonight. I replied from the couch.
See?
Tanya said with a kind smile as she looked at the horned woman.
Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I left Westhurst. And if I went somewhere like Cleveland, we could still see each other all the time. Anyway, have a good night, you two.
Tanya left, and Amrila closed the door behind her, turned toward me, and placed her hands on her hips.
Partner,
the half-demon woman said with fire in her eyes.
This cannot stand. I will not lose my only human friend.
She's a grown woman, I said as I stood and put my arms around Amrila's slim waist. There isn't anything we can do to stop her, if that's what she wants.
No,
Amrila replied in a flat tone.
I want her to be here when the baby is born. I know it's selfish and that Tanya feels out of place here, but she said herself that she feels out of place everywhere. What other human woman could fight, drink, and care about me the way Tanya does?
I don't know. I sighed since I was unsure of how to comfort my wife, but then I chuckled a little. You know, hearing her talk about her ideal man, I kept thinking about Zuag. Could you imagine? Those two bashing in feral goblin skulls and having a brood of little green-skinned kids?
Partner, you are brilliant!
Amrila grinned with a sudden fire in her eyes.
I think she would be a wonderful wife for Zuag, and then she wouldn't have to move away.
I was just kidding, I quickly replied. Even if we did introduce them, there's no saying they would be into each other. And not to put too fine a point on it, but I'm not so sure it would be a good idea to show another person the gloom. I only took Jay because I've known him since we were kids. The fewer people who know about it, the better.
That is a fair point, partner.
Amrila purred as she pressed her body against mine.
But we could consider it as a last resort. Maybe mention it to Bora, see what she thinks, since she knows her brother the best.
Well, think about it. I grinned at my tenacious wife. I don't want you to be unhappy. but once we show someone the gloom, that isn't something we can undo. We'll bring it up with the others at breakfast tomorrow and talk it over. Does that help you feel better?
It does.
Amrila agreed as she looked up at me with sultry eyes.
Now, I do believe I have yet to take advantage of you.
You can have your way with me. I chuckled and then leaned down to kiss my stubborn Zinkari wife. As I pressed my lips against Amrila's, the horned woman's whole body reacted. Her back arched as she weaved her fingers through the hair at the back of my head, and the clean smell of Amrila's hair and skin. The sound of her quickened breath and the feel of her body against mine all drove me wild. Maybe it was the adrenaline from the fight that was still in my blood, but my erection was sudden and pressed hard against my jeans. I lifted the horned woman's shirt over her head to reveal her black lace bra underneath, and the two of us ripped off each other's clothes. As Amrila yanked open my flannel shirt, several buttons flew off and scattered on the floor. Then I started to pull the Zinkari woman's panties down, and she raked her nails down my back.
Tear them,
Amrila demanded as she reached down and began to stroke my rock-hard dick. I was happy to oblige. There was a satisfying tearing sound as I pulled apart the delicate fabric of Amrila's panties, and I threw the ruined garment on the floor. I want to taste you, I growled as I started to move down onto my knees.
Not if I get you into my mouth first.
Amrila purred back. We tumbled to the ground and playfully wrestled as we each tried to go down on the other first. Amrila was able to flip around so we were 69ing, and she took me fully into her warm, wet mouth as I lowered my face onto the glorious, tangy wetness of her pussy. As Amrila sucked and slurped on my cock, it sent waves of pleasure through my nervous system. I fought through the fog of endorphins and licked the magic button of flesh between the slight folds between my wife's legs. Came Amrila's muffled moans of delight, and she began to bob her head up and down with greater enthusiasm. I started to suck Amrila's clit and snuck my hand around the Zinkari woman's thigh and ass until I found the slick, wet channel of her womanhood. Then I roughly pushed 2 fingers inside Amrila and moved them in and out in time with the rhythm of my tongue. And my wife started to squirm and buck her hips against my face. Amrila keened as she threw her head back, and my cock came out of her mouth with a wet plop.
Yes, lick me. Oh, your tongue feels so good.
I pressed my tongue harder against Amrila's clit and quickened the pace of my fingers. Amrila's hips bucked harder, and I had to hold her in place with my other hand.
Yes.
Amrila mewled.
Eddie, oh God, I'm going to...
Amrila came with a gush of tangy juices, and I slurped them all down as she quivered with aftershocks. Then my horned wife flipped around and lowered herself onto my still wet erection that was covered in her saliva. As Amrila started to ride me, she took my hand and licked her cum off my fingers, and my cock throbbed inside of her. Fuck, I rumbled. You're so fucking sexy.
You're so hard.
Amrila panted as she bucked against me.
You're so deep inside me.
Fuck yes. I growled and snapped my hips up. God, you're so wet. Is that all for me?
Only you.
Amrila practically screamed and started to bounce up and down on my dick.
Oh, God, Eddie.
I could feel the pressure build in my groin, and Amrila's pussy tightened around me as she neared orgasm again. I started to thrust up and into the red-skinned woman's tight pussy with more force, and I felt her internal muscles clench down around me like an oiled fist.
Shit!
Amrila keened as she came, but she didn't slow or stop to catch her breath.
Come, partner, I can feel how close you are. Come inside me.
My vision narrowed with the flood of endorphins as I spilled my seed inside of Amrila, and I bottomed out against her cervix as we writhed and bucked against each other. We rode out our highs and finally slowed to a stop, and the Zinkari woman collapsed on top of me as we held one another. Fuck me. I snorted as I felt the frantic beat of her heart begin to slow, and we caught our breath. You're so fucking good at that.
My pussy feels like it's vibrating.
Amrila panted.
Your cock is a wonder of the world.
Eventually, when the feeling returned to our legs, we got up and moved into the bedroom. Amrila curled up next to me as we cuddled in the warm, cozy bed, and we drifted off to sleep, contented and spent from the night's activities. The next morning, Amrila got up shockingly early. Usually the horned woman liked to lounge in bed for a while, but she was up and dressed before the sun even fully rose. Under normal circumstances, I would have been surprised, but Amrila was a woman with something on her mind that day, and was eager to talk to the other ladies about her idea for Tanya and Zuag's future. My Zinkari wife pulled on her favorite band t-shirt, tight skinny jeans, and a zip-up hoodie, and she was ready to have breakfast with the family before I even rolled out of bed. She urged me to get dressed and threw a random assortment of clothes at my head, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her eagerness. Then we headed over to Ibsith's house, and were greeted with the smell of fresh coffee, bacon, and warm maple syrup. Ibsith had on one of her signature cozy sweaters that fell off one shoulder, and her long white hair up in a sexy, messy bun.
Good morning,
The petite elf sang as we came into the kitchen.
It is good to see you so early. I thought you two would sleep in.
That's not going to mess up your breakfast plans, is it? I asked as I poured myself some coffee.
Of course not.
Ibsith giggled.
I always seem to make more than enough. Do you want eggs with your pancakes and bacon?
Hell yes, I replied as I leaned down to kiss the elven woman good morning. Just scrambled is good, though. Nyla May joined us next, and the Dolrath woman was wearing form-fitting workout clothes and had clearly just finished up practicing with her greatsword. As Nyla May sat down at the table with her coffee, she unzipped her heather gray hoodie to reveal a sports bra and her gorgeous washboard abs, and I couldn't help but ogle at my strong and sexy wife. Next, Pragia and Bolra came into the kitchen. The seer wore blue jeans and a cropped, knitted sweater that showed off her soft curves, while Pragia had chosen yoga pants, a small white tank top, and a luxurious cashmere cardigan.
Good morning, my darlings.
Ibsith greeted the other two women, and she brought plates of delicious, hearty breakfast foods over to the table.
Good morning, sister.
Bolra replied, as she came over to the table for a good morning kiss from me. After Pragia had also gotten her kiss, we all sat down, and Amrila looked like she was about to burst with excitement.
We have something to discuss, sisters,
the horned woman said, as she shot me a conspiratorial smile.
What's on your mind, Amrila?
Nyla May asked, while she helped herself to pancakes and syrup.
Well,
Amrila sighed with a sense of relish.
You all know how Bolra's dear brother is still unattached. Yes,
Bolra said, as she curiously cocked her head to one side.
the whole clan has all but given up hope he will marry. But why do you bring that up? Because Eddie had a marvellous idea last night.
Amrila started to say. I was mostly kidding. I interjected since I wasn't entirely sure I wanted full credit for Amrila's scheme to keep her friend close.
But, all the same, it was your comment that made me think we might know the perfect match for Zuag.
Amrila went on as she looked around the table.
What about Tanya? Really?
Ibsith asked, as she took a piece of bacon to munch on.
Tanya is a lovely woman, but why do you think she would be interested in Zuag? Because he's the man of her dreams,
Amrila declared with a glint in her dark eyes, and then she turned to Bolra.
He is strong and fierce, but also humble and unassuming. That is exactly the sort of man she's described to me. Why, Zuag could tear a cave lion in two with his bare hands, yet he still has the heart of a romantic. That is a rare sort of man indeed.
I felt Amrila was laying it on a bit thick, but I had to admit, Zuag and Tanya had both basically described each other every time they talked about the people they'd wanted to be with.
This is all true,
Bolra said, but she still had a skeptical look on her face.
but she is a human. He didn't have a problem with you marrying a human man.
Amrila argued.
And he hasn't shown any interest in any of the orc women in the Karatu territory. Tanya is a natural fighter, and she's so unhappy in her life here on the surface. I think she would gladly give up her life here for the right man.
She is a good fighter.
Nyla May agreed, because she'd helped train Tanya alongside Amrila.
She took to the sword like a gloom hog to mushrooms.
But can we be sure she will keep the secret of the gloom?
Pragia asked as she sipped her steamy coffee.
Say we show her the tunnels, and she decides not to give up the comfort of the world she's already known. What then?
That's kinda my concern, I said around a mouthful of fluffy buttermilk pancakes. She would have to be willing to give up running water, cars, and cell phones for this idea to work. That's a really big ask. I'm not saying I don't trust Tanya, but we would be showing her a really big secret in all of this.
Tanya is trustworthy,
Amrila asserted with a stubborn tilt to her chin.
We've become very close, and I believe she would never say anything, knowing it could hurt us. She's very loyal by nature, and even if she and Zuag do not take to each other, I think life in the gloom would suit her more than life on the surface ever has. She's a warrior with no battles to fight here.
If we do this, I said as I weighed the idea in my head, how would you want to go about telling her?
The same way you told me about the surface.
The horned woman replied with a shrug.
By showing her. We bring her along and let her experience the joy and excitement of an unfamiliar world. We'll have to go back soon anyway, so let her come, fight monsters, and see if that's what she really wants.
I did want to help Tanya, and I agreed she had a lot of skill when it came to a fight. But fighting a shithead ex-boyfriend and his buddies was a far cry from fighting Nictors and pitworms in the gloom. We can give it a try, I said finally. But before you show her anything, you have to be sure she understands the stakes. Not just for us, but for her too.
Thank you!
Amrila cheered and got up to throw her arms around me.
You are the most wonderful husband, partner.
I smiled and hugged my happy wife. Even with my hesitations, I had the same sense of Tanya that Amrila did. The former beauty queen did seem like a good person who was just out of step with the world she lived in. Not to mention, even if the blonde woman wanted to tell anyone about the gloom, it would be such an unbelievable story that only an internet conspiracy theorist group would buy it. It would be like someone claiming Atlantis was real. If we had Tanya leave her cell phone behind so she couldn't take any pictures, there would be no evidence to support the wild claim. I didn't think Tanya would betray Amrila like that, but it was a precaution I would ask for, just to be safe. But also, I didn't think many people would believe a washed-up beauty queen if she started spouting nonsense about an underground world.
So, if we're going to do this,
Nyla said, as I returned to my pancakes and Amrila went back to her seat.
Do you want to come along, Bora? We are talking about setting your brother up with a potential wife, after all.
Perhaps not this time.
Bora replied with a whimsical expression on her face.
You're all still going on a mission I'm underqualified for. I fear I would just get in the way. I'll stay with Ibsith and wait to hear how it goes from all of you.
Are you sure?
Pragia asked.
I could stay with Ibsith. As much as I would like to stay with Eddie, I think you should at least get the chance to potentially watch your brother fall in love, if that's what happens.
Eddie will need you there more than me.
The mystic shook her head.
And I know my brother enough to know that even if there is something between him and Tanya, he will move slowly. You all finding information about Belzat's servant is far more important. Maybe I can come along some other time. But I do hope they like each other.
As my wives started to gather what we would need for the next trip to the underground world, I put in a phone call to Nathan.
What's up, Eddie?
The eccentric man answered his phone. Hey, Nathan, I replied as I sat at the table and watched Ibsith clean up after breakfast. Any word from that land developer yet?
Not yet.
Pearson grumbled.
Last I talked to him, he said something about waiting on the results of some soil samples or some shit. Then he's got to get a surveyor out there. He said it would be a week before that was all wrapped up.
Does it usually take this long? I asked.
No idea.
Nathan snorted.
I've never bought an industrial property before.
Maybe call him and see if there's any way we can speed things up, I suggested. I'd really like to get moving on this thing.
Me too, Eddie.
Nathan said.
I'll call him again and see what we could do.
Thanks. I nodded even though he couldn't see me. I'm going on a short trip with some of the ladies, but Ibsith will be around if you want to leave a message with her. Oh, and Amrila was thinking about inviting Tanya along. Do you think we can do without her for a few days?
Sure.
Pearson replied, though he sounded a little surprised.
If she's okay with taking the time off, I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything back.
With that, I got off the phone with Nathan and turned my thoughts to what needed to be done in the gloom. I had to find Belzat's third servant. Chapter 8. Once my family had almost finished packing, Amrila and I walked over to Tanya's house to talk about our trip. I think we should ease her into the idea, I said as we made our way across the cul-de-sac. And maybe not mention anything about Zuag. We can just introduce them and see where that all goes naturally.
Of course, partner.
Amrila grinned at me and just seemed happy that her little plan had worked out so far.
But I am sure they will fall in love and have little orc babies with blonde hair.
Well, I chuckled. Orc babies with whatever the hell Tanya's natural hair color is, but what makes you so sure they'll like each other?
Call it a woman's intuition.
The horned woman replied as we reached Tanya's porch.
I don't have to have Bulra's powers of foresight to know a good match when I see it.
If you say so, partner. I snorted as I knocked on the door.
Hey, Amy.
Tanya said when she opened the door, but her brow furrowed slightly in confusion when she saw me next to my wife.
Eddie, what's up? We have something we wanted to talk to you about.
Amrila said with a falsely casual air.
Can we come in? Yeah.
The blonde woman nodded and stepped aside to let us in.
What do you both want to talk about?
Well, I replied as Tanya offered us a seat. You had a bad night last night, and considering the stress you've been dealing with, we were wondering if you'd want to come on a trip.
Oh.
Tanya sighed and looked a little sheepish.
That's super sweet of you, but there's no way I can afford to go on a trip right now.
It'd be like an extreme hiking trip. I replied, so money isn't an issue. But we'd be taking our firearms in case of predators and stuff like that.
It's a little dangerous.
Amrila added, maybe a little too eagerly.
But it will be great fun. I don't mind dangerous,
Tanya said with a breezy laugh.
I've always wanted to try something like a real safari or go running with the bulls in Spain. It sounds so fun.
Really? I blinked in surprise.
Then you'll come along?
Amrila asked as her face brightened.
Sure.
Tanya smiled and shrugged.
Why not? It's been ages since I've gone anywhere. When were you guys thinking of going?
Today, I replied.
Today?
The blonde repeated, and her eyes widened with shock.
I've got to work tomorrow at the shop.
I've already asked Nathan to give you the time off if you wanted to go, I said and tried to sound like it was no big deal. He said he could spare you for a few days.
A few days?
Tanya echoed and frowned.
Where are we going hiking? Like down in Hawken Hills? A little further down than that.
Amrila replied with a mischievous grin.
And don't worry about packing. We have everything you'll need. Wow.
Tanya exhaled sharply and bit her lip.
This is also spontaneous, but you know what? Maybe that is just what I need.
Come over this evening, I said as I stood. We'll leave from Ibsith's place.
All right.
Tanya nodded.
That seems like a weird time to leave for a hiking trip, but okay.
Amrila and I left the former beauty queen's house and headed back to finish our preparations. And once we were packed and ready to go, Tanya came over to Ibsith's place dressed in hiking boots, jeans, and a sweatshirt. The blonde woman also had a small overnight bag over her shoulder.
I know you said not to pack,
Tanya explained.
but I figured I'd need at least a couple changes of clothes.
Then Tanya paused as she set her bag down on my comfy chair and looked at how Nilame, Ambrila, Pragia, and I were dressed.
I thought we were going hiking.
The blonde asked in a confused tone as she looked at Nilame and Amrila's armor.
But you all are dressed for a Ren fair or something.
It'll make sense when we get there.
Nilame replied.
I actually brought some clothes for you. Come on, we'll go upstairs and I'll show you how to put them on.
A few minutes later, Nilame and Tanya came back downstairs, and the former beauty queen was decked out in a green wraparound shirt, soft black pants, and leather boots like the Dolrath wore. The outfit kinda suited her, too.
Are Zuag and Scourge going to meet us at the encampment?
Pragia asked as she picked up her backpack. Yeah, I said. I got a hold of them earlier. We'll probably have to wait a day or two at the encampment for Zuag to arrive. Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Tanya replied in an excited tone and moved for the front door.
Scourge is coming too? I like him. He's fun.
Actually, we're going this way, I said as I pointed to the back door. Tanya looked confused again, but followed us through the kitchen door. We'll be back soon, I said to Ibsith as I hugged and kissed her on the porch.
Oh, be safe, beloved.
The petite woman replied, and she hugged and kissed me back. I'm leaving the dogs here to look after you two, I continued as I turned and kissed Bora goodbye. You know how to get a hold of me if anything comes up.
See you soon, husband.
Bora said as she smiled and kissed me back. Then we went toward the metal trap door by the now bare lilac bushes.
We're going down there?
Tanya asked as she furrowed her eyebrows. Yeah, I nodded as I brushed the now fallen snow out of the way and opened the metal door. I guess we should have said it's more spelunking than hiking.
But why do we need guns then?
The blonde asked.
Do you trust me?
Amrila asked her friend as she took the blonde woman's hands and looked her in the eyes.
Of course, Amy.
Tanya replied.
Then Come on this adventure with us.
The horned woman smiled.
I promise it will be the time of your life.
After a moment of hesitation, Tanya nodded, so the 6 of us went down into the tunnels, and at the bottom of the stairs, Tanya stopped and looked around.
I'd heard you had an old mine shaft in your yard.
The former beauty queen said, as she looked at the smooth walls of the round chamber.
But this doesn't look like a mine shaft. It's more like a cave.
It is a cave, I replied as I clicked on my flashlight. There's a whole bunch of them down here. Come on. We continued through the tunnels and got into the dwarven citadel, and as the rock floor gave way to flagstone, Tanya stopped, gasped, and pointed her flashlight at the ground.
It's paved,
The blonde woman said.
What the hell is this place? Seems like a lot of work for a gin runner's tunnel.
People used to live down here. I explained, and it was true. I just skipped the part about what kind of people. It gets crazier, too. When we reached the final chamber before the iron door, Tanya gasped a second time.
Holy shit!
The brassy woman giggled.
This looks like something out of that one movie. Oh, what was it? Oh, Labyrinth. This looks like something out of Labyrinth.
I like that movie.
Pragia grinned. We walked across the stone tiles that had strange symbols etched into them, and I still remembered how Amrila and I had almost died in this room, before Sagor had given me the ring that deactivated all the old dwarven traps. I chuckled at the memory, and then I used my key to open the iron door. The 6 of us stepped through into the alcove that hid the door on the other side, and the iron door creaked shut behind us. Tanya watched the door shut and saw how it looked like the rest of the rock walls around us, and the blonde woman's jaw dropped as she turned and looked at the rest of us.
What the fuck is this place?
Tanya breathed, and a light started to dawn in her eyes.
Where are we and what is going on?
We're in the gloom, Tanya.
Amrila replied.
This is where I'm really from.
Shut the fuck
Up!
Tanya said, but a huge grin started to creep across her face as she looked from Amrila to Nilame and then to Pragia.
Are you kidding me? So, what, like magic and shit's real?
I was surprised at how well the blonde woman was taking it all. Yeah, I snorted and nodded. Magic and shit is real, but here's the thing. This place has to stay an absolute secret.
It's to protect us and Eddie.
Amrila added, and her voice was deadly serious.
You'll have to swear to me you'll never tell anyone about this.
Who would even believe me?
Tanya scoffed as her wide eyes took everything in.
I'm standing right here, and I don't know if I really believe it. This is amazing. Oh my God, are fairies real too?
I know how exciting this all is, I said in an effort to calm her down. But you've got to understand there are real dangers down here. Monsters, demons. Do you think you can handle that?
I've dated nothing but roughnecks, abusers, and high-functioning alcoholics.
The blonde woman shook her head.
I'm no stranger to violence. I also lived in New York for a year when I was trying to be a model, so weird and violent isn't out of the question either.
But have you ever fought a man that looked like a bat and could fly? I asked with a pointed expression.
I once fought off a rapist wearing a Michael Myers mask who was armed with a switchblade and one boxing glove.
Tanya replied after she'd thought about it.
That is pretty weird and violent.
Nilame nodded.
And I would never say anything that could hurt you, Amy.
The former beauty queen added and turned to face Amrila.
I swear, your secret's safe with me.
I knew it would be.
My Zenkari wife grinned before she wrapped her friend in a hug. Okay. I shrugged when the two women ended their embrace. Then let's go to the encampment. We'll give you a rundown of some of the do's and don'ts along the way. As we headed down the road that led southwest to the Dolrath capital, my wives and I explained to Tanya what life in the gloom was like. The former waitress seemed flighty and vacant on the outside, but she actually picked up on things pretty quickly. The most important thing we stressed to Tanya was not to mention anything about the surface world, or to act too surprised about anything she saw in the underground world. I knew it would be hard for her when we got to the encampment, and she saw her first night elf city, but I trusted Tanya to do her best. When we reached the tent city, the 6 of us headed to Bakoth's tent, and Fika was outside with little Nimthok. They had a small piece of slate and some chalk, and the slender night elf woman taught the little boy how to draw his letters.
It's good to see you all,
Fika said in a merry tone as she saw us approach, and then she turned her head to the opening of her family tent.
Husband, our guests have arrived.
Bakoth came out dressed in his armor and a simple patch over his missing eye.
Oh my.
I heard Tanya breathe as she saw the captain for the first time. Eddie! The hawk-faced man grinned as he spread his arms in a welcoming gesture. Ladies, I hope your trip was easy, but I see a new face. Is this another wife, shield brother? This is Tanya, I explained quickly. She's a friend of the family. Another goblin? The captain asked with a smirk. I knew Bakoth had never really believed I was a goblin, but it was a long-standing joke between us that neither of us bothered to correct now. My family and I are pleased to meet you, Tanya. The red-haired man continued in a warm tone. Let's go to the tavern. I believe that's where Scourge is gambling, most likely. When we arrived at the tavern tent, Scourge was sitting at a table outside with several young ladies, and the small group was engaged in a lively conversation. Oh, the Zinkari man exclaimed as we walked up to the table. If you'll excuse me, my darlings, my friends have arrived. Best of luck to you all. As the young ladies left, I looked at Scourge with a raised eyebrow. What was all that about? I snorted. You haven't suddenly developed a romantic interest, have you? Gods, no. The gray-skinned man said with a look of revulsion. I was telling their fortunes for a silver piece each.
Since when do you tell fortunes?
Amrila asked. I got the idea from our sweet Bulra. Scourge shrugged. I'm practicing this skill after a fashion. If you just tell the mark what they want to hear, they'll happily part with their gold. I promised all of those girls rich husbands and many children. They were overjoyed.
And if your predictions don't come true?
Pragia giggled. They are likely to find husbands and have many children, the thief said in a bland tone. Only the rich part is unlikely. But still, 2 out of 3 isn't bad. Zuag wouldn't arrive until the next day, so I spent time with Scourge and Bakoth, while the women helped outfit Tanya for our adventure into the twilight. We agreed that Tanya would carry the old Bulgarian AK, since Nathan had insisted Tanya learn about firearms, and the blonde woman was pretty well versed in gun safety and had put in a lot of hours at the range. My wives also helped her find some leather armor. Between her big, bleach blonde hair and fake tan, Tanya really did look like a model from a cheap romance cover, but it was kinda hot in a early 90s sort of way. What do you think of your new outfit? I asked Tanya when we got back to Nyla May's tent.
I really like it.
The blonde woman replied.
Amy says it'll break in after I've worn it for a while, which is good, because it's digging in a couple weird places.
Soon it'll feel like a second skin.
Amrila grinned as she ran her hands along the contours of her armor.
I know mine does.
What about your armor, Nalamai?
Tanya asked the Dolrath woman.
My armor was specially fitted to me.
The princess replied.
The beetle shell doesn't stretch, but the fittings do over time and need to be replaced.
The ladies also got Tanya a short sword, and I'd brought along a spare pair of Pro X's so she could have ear protection if we got in a fight. After all, the Pro X headphones I'd bought, I should have probably just bought stock in the company. The next day, Zuag showed up, and the party met in the meeting house. I decided not to call my usual regent of Dolrath soldiers, since the purpose of this trip would require a bit of stealth, and if I had a small army at my back, it would call too much attention to us. As we entered the meeting house, Zuag stood up from one of the tables and came over to me. "Little brother!" the big orc captain said in a hearty tone. Zuag and I briefly embraced as my wives and Tanya came in and sat down with Bakoth and Scourge. I watched as my brother-in-law's eyes followed the blonde woman, and I was surprised how quickly Amrila's plan had started to work. "Did you have a good journey here?" I asked Zuag, as I pretended not to notice the orc captain staring. Yes. Zuag cleared his throat and looked back at me. Thanks to you, travel through the gloom is much easier these days. Zuag and I sat down, and I started to lay out my plan. As most of you know, there's still probably one or more of the Demon Lord's servants in the Twilight region. I said as I looked around the table. The last 2 had both started to amass armies, and we can assume this one won't be any different. But they've been quiet enough about it that they haven't raised any suspicions with our contacts in the Twilight. I want to see if we can find any evidence of them. Anyone have a suggestion how we could go about that? There are many less populated areas of the Twilight, Bakoth noted. Perhaps we could start in one of them. That is a lot of ground to cover, Scourge said as he pulled out a map and laid it on the table. but the most likely places, in my opinion, are the areas closest to the barrier around the deeper dark. The only people crazy enough to live there are the deep gnomes. Here, in the northern stretch of the Twilight, would be my suggestion. Okay. I nodded as I looked at the map and recognized the area around where we had helped Ander repair the barrier. Then that's our plan. Does your brother Wrath have any contacts among the deep gnomes? No one does, Scourge said in a flat tone. The people of the Twilight tend not to trust one another, and the deep gnomes are even more suspicious of outsiders than the goblins. No offense, Pragia.
None taken,
The Goblin Queen replied in an airy voice.
Not everywhere can be like to Marked, and most of the other races in the Twilight don't trust us, unless they're taking advantage of our trade routes.
We've had a vampire and a mad alchemist creating abominations, Bakath remarked. I wonder what this third minion is like.
I suppose a power-hungry warlord with a feral goblin army would be too much to hope for,
Zuag chuckled.
It is possible they might be a deep gnome. I know very little of the race since they seem to be content in their Twilight homes.
I would say that's unlikely, Scourge replied as he rubbed his smooth chin. Despite living at the edge of the deeper dark, they are known to hate demons. But they also hate everyone, so they live in places other races tend not to venture to. What other races live in that area? I asked. Maybe a few feral goblins that have been run out of other places, Scourge speculated. A few ogre tribes, your general assortment of bestial monsters.
An ogre warlord with an army of monsters would be a jaunty little campaign to get the blood going,
Zuag remarked with a broad grin. I worry about you, Captain Zuag, the thief said in a dry tone. We should gather the supplies we need and meet back here in an hour. I decided. Then we'll leave for Grimthorn. My wives, Tanya and I, went to the Dolrath marketplace to get the rations the party would need for our trip, while Bakath took Zuag and Scourge back to his tent so he could say goodbye to his family.
These men here,
Tanya said to Amrila as we looked around the stalls for dried meat and other preserved foodstuffs.
They're also
manly,
Nyla May offered with a knowing smile.
Yes!
The blonde woman giggled.
It's insane! Is everyone a soldier here?
The Dolrath are known for being a fighting tribe,
the princess replied as she looked over a selection of cheeses covered in some kind of wax.
Most of the men and a fair portion of the women are soldiers. Many of the other Night Elf tribes have more traditional views, though.
So, what's the Twilight, then?
Tanya asked.
Is that another part of the Gloom?
It's a separate region. I explained in a quiet tone. The Twilight is a lower part of the caves.
That's where I'm from,
Pragia added, as she flipped her blonde hair over her shoulder.
I rule the city of Glekic, but my chief advisor runs things when I'm away.
You're a queen?
The former beauty queen whispered, and her eyes widened with awe.
Yes,
The jade-skinned woman replied in a proud tone. And Nyla May's the princess of the Dolrath. I added, technically I'm a duke of the Yenny tribe.
Why do any of you bother to go back home, then?
Tanya asked.
both places have their benefits.
Amrila said with a shrug.
Why choose one or the other?
Once we'd gotten enough food, the 5 of us went back to the meeting house. I split up all the supplies among the party, so no one person had to carry the bulk of the food, and then we headed south to Grimthorn. Along the way, I couldn't help but notice that Zuag and Tanya were both eyeing one another.
See that?
Amrila said in a low voice as she noticed it too.
I told you.
They haven't even spoken to one another. I snorted.
But they will.
Amrila smirked. I chuckled and shook my head as the party headed into the twilight and through the spike growth to find some sign of Belzat's third minion. To find them and kick their ass. Chapter 9. The party headed first to Glekic. I didn't know if we would find any trouble along the way while we searched for some sign of the Demon Lord's servant. I kinda hoped that since Duick and Rav hadn't heard of any notable trouble in the region, that meant this servant wouldn't be as much trouble as the last two. But I didn't think I'd be so lucky. The twilight was filled with chaos, and as long as Belzat's servant kept their head down, news of them could easily go under the radar. Monsters, bandits, and packs of feral goblins were all over the Twilight region, and there seemed to be very little communication between the different cities. As we entered Glekic, the goblins of the city cheered when they saw their queen had returned home.
Oh my god.
I heard Tanya say quietly to Pragia behind me.
This is fabulous.
We stayed the night at the palace, and then got ready to leave the next day to head deeper into the twilight.
Make sure you inform us of anything that sounds irregular.
Pragia instructed the charcoal-skinned Duick.
An uptick of bandit attacks in an obscure cavern. Bands of feral goblins congregating. A clan of ogres suddenly taking an interest in magical study. Anything that could point to the outside influence of a demon.
Yes, your majesty. Duick replied with a bow as I handed him one of the new seer stones the lost dwarves had given me. Then the party traveled on to the northeastern reaches of the Twilight region by following the map Scourge had gotten from his brother. The caverns in this area of the Twilight were partly forested, with trees that had a silvery bark and resembled juniper trees.
We're 2 miles south of the barrier,
Scourge said when we stopped to rest and check the map.
If we keep heading north, we'll be in the territory of the deep gnomes within a quarter of an hour.
This goblin ruin could be promising, I replied as I pointed to a structure marked on the map. It should take us 30 minutes to get there. How bad would it be if we go into the deep gnomes territory?
It depends on the gnomes,
Pragia remarked as she looked over the thief's shoulder.
Some groups are more hostile than others. Most deep gnomes would probably just observe us if we're spotted, make sure we're not up to anything. But there are some who would try to attack outsiders on the spot without bothering to ask questions.
Are we that worried about some tiny gnomes?
Zuag asked with a shrug.
Between the Raphaels and our combined fighting prowess, it would take an army of the little buggers to take us down.
Unless they have sorcerers with them, Scourge replied in a dry tone. Deep gnomes can be a bit mad, and gods know what sort of magics they might practice. I also don't want to kill a bunch of people who are just trying to defend their lands. I said firmly, if I found someone wandering around in my backyard armed to the teeth, I might be inclined to shoot first and ask questions later. If anything, I'd like to try and find some kind of inroad with the deep gnomes. The more people we can get on our side, the easier it'll be to keep the demon lords in the deeper dark where they belong. As I see it, that gives us and the gnomes around here some common ground.
That's a fair point, little brother.
Zuag nodded.
I believe in your diplomatic abilities. But how do we talk to people who historically hate everyone else?
Do we know what kind of deep gnomes live in this area?
Nylame asked Scourge and Pragia.
My city is in the southern part of the Twilight,
The Goblin Queen replied.
We have little reason to study gnomish cultures.
I grew up in the south as well,
Scourge added.
The deep gnomes prefer the northern territories where the barrier is closest, to keep other races away. The only one I've ever met was that strange fellow who followed us when we fought the Smelly Master.
Belly Master, Bakoth corrected the horned man.
It was a Snallygaster,
Nylame said with a small smirk.
What the hell is a snallygaster, Amy?
Tanya whispered as she leaned closer to my Zenkari wife.
Amy?
Scourge raised an eyebrow and smirked in Amriela's direction.
How amusing.
Shut up!
The Zenkari woman snapped at the thief before she turned to her friend.
Imagine a large, smelly beast with a barbed tail and the bad manners to have a ridiculous name that almost no one can remember.
I remember it just fine,
Nylame snorted. What we need is a better look at the area. I interjected as I looked around at the high-ceilinged cavern and then back at the map. The wall of this cavern is about a 20-minute walk to the west. We can skirt the gnomish territory and maybe climb up a little ways to get a look around at our surroundings. At least then we'll have a better idea of what's around us. Everyone let out various noises of agreement, so we headed toward the cavern wall and looked around for an outcropping that we could climb. There were a few higher up, but they would be impossible to get to without some serious climbing equipment. Hey, Scourge, I said, and I started to dig through my backpack. Could you do that shadowy thing you do and teleport yourself up to one of those overhangs?
Yes,
the thief answered as he looked up at the rock wall.
There are plenty of shadows I can use to transport myself up the wall.
Great. I nodded and handed the Zenkari man my binoculars. Take these and have a look around. Be careful, though, Bakoth said as he squinted up at the outcroppings. It looks like there might be some cave openings up there. Gods know what might be living in them.
I'll be as quiet as the grave,
Scourge assured the general. The thief disappeared in a puff of blackish smoke and then reappeared 30 feet above us.
Whoa!
Tanya breathed as she watched the Zenkari man use his strange abilities.
That's wild. I didn't know he could do that. Can you do that, Amy?
No.
My wife grumbled, and I had to stifle my laughter at her pouting face. Scourge repeated the process several times until he was about 50 feet above the cavern floor, and I could see the horned man lean out over the edge of the outcropping as he looked through the binoculars. With those, he might be able to see the far side of the cavern. I explained to Zuag and Bakath, as long as nothing's in the way.
Some of the Karadu scholars use sight glasses as well,
Zuag replied.
but I've never seen one with 2 lenses before. Those are a very fine thing to have.
I'll get you a pair, I said. I don't know if there'll be a lot of help around the woods of Torsbane, but I'm sure you'll put them to good use. I watched as Scourge moved back from the ledge of the outcropping, but as the thief moved back, his foot dislodged a stone that clattered down several rock shelves. Scourge paused and waited for a moment as he looked at the opening of a cave on the next outcropping below him. Nothing happened, and the thief's shoulders sagged as he sighed with relief. But then there was a long, gurgling moan. From where we stood, it barely sounded like more than a sigh of wind, but the air didn't move like that in the caves.
What the fuck was that?
Amrila breathed, and she looked up at where Scourge stood deathly still as he stared at the opening of the cave next to him. Then the thief suddenly waved us back a split second before he disappeared in a black haze. "Move back!" I hissed to the party. "Scourge must have seen—" But I didn't have to wonder what the thief had seen, because a wave of bats started to pour from the opening. The others and I moved back and crouched against the wall of the cavern, but the cloud of bats moved straight out of the opening and flew west through the air. Scourge suddenly reappeared next to me, and his dark gray skin was ashen. "Bats don't seem so bad," I snorted as I looked at the thief's wild eyes. "They're flying off, it's fine." "No." Scourge shook his head hard enough to make the jewel dangling from one of his horns tinkle like a tiny bell. "It's the thing that scared the bats that worries me." Suddenly, I heard a loud barking sound that was somewhere between a rattle or a hoarse cough above us. Then I looked up to see something pale exit the cave up on the outcropping. The head looked too small for the large body, and folds of pinkish, raw-looking skin hung from the arms and torso. The long fingers of the creature ended in dirty, jagged nails, but the worst thing was its face, as the head blindly moved back and forth. The creature had no eyes, only a gaping mouth that dripped drool down the thing's chin, and 2 small holes on either side of the head that must have been the monster's ears. The naked creature must have been about 8 feet tall, but it was hard to say for sure since it was so high up. But the eyeless head kept up its search for whatever had made the noise that disturbed it. Then the thing made its hoarse bark 2 more times, and a second beast stuck its blind head out of the cave above.
"Lesser demons,"
Amrila whispered. The first eyeless demon head swung toward us, and it let out a gurgling roar. Then the fleshy monster leaped down from the overhang and landed 20 yards away from us, and the cave floor shook with the impact. The demon straightened and turned its blind head toward us, and everyone moved behind Amrila, Nilame, and I without having to be told. "Ear protection!" I shouted as I put on my headphones and then shouldered my Galil. As Amrila and Nilame aimed for the demon on the cavern floor, I pointed my rifle up at the one that had emerged from the cave mouth overhead. Then the 3 of us opened fire, and our Pro X's cut off all sound. My wives lit up the fucker on the ground as I used my red dot to fire 3 rapid shots at the one above us. Chunks of flesh and dark brown ichor flew as my bullets hit the naked monster's head and shoulders, and through my rifle's sight, I could see the demon's wide, shapeless mouth open in a howl of pain. Then the demon ran and jumped down to the next overhang. I tracked the beast's movements through my sight, and as I started to climb down the cave wall, I fired again and again at the thing's center mass. The folds of loose skin made it difficult for me to know exactly what part of the demon I fired at, but I figured if I concentrated my bullets on its trunk, the magical properties of Toric's ammo would take care of the rest. While I focused on the demon on the cave wall, Nilame and Amrila worked together against the demon on the ground. Nilame was a better shot, and concentrated her fire on the bastard's head, while Amrila shot at the sagging pectoral muscles and the lesser demon's flabby stomach. As the thing's body began to swell where Toric's special bullets had penetrated, The pale monster ran at us with its long arms extended. "Move back!" I ordered, as I anticipated the gross explosion that was about to occur. As the party moved back several paces, Amrila and I laid down several rounds of suppressing fire. The rain of bullets slowed the lesser demon on the cavern floor, enough that when the magical explosions went off, we were out of range of the spray of brownish blood and viscera. The first demon fell to the ground in a pile of pink flesh, and then there was a second detonation of light and gore above us as the demon on the rock wall lost its grip. The bullets I had buried in the second monster had also exploded, and it was dead by the time it hit the cave floor.
"Well," Scourge snorted, "that was both thrilling and The
party turned to see 3 more of the blind lesser demons as they jumped down from an overhang behind us. But the worst thing was the full-blooded demon that landed on the cavern floor on one knee and cracked the rock beneath it. The whole cavern trembled with the impact, and little rivers of dust and debris streamed down from the ceiling above us. I knew this was a real demon from its lithe movements and the intelligence on its face. It was about 6.5 feet tall, as it stood and looked at us with green glowing eyes, and it also wore bronze chainmail armor and held a sword of flames in one hand. Its skin was like blackened, char-broiled flesh, and one long spiral horn protruded from its burnt forehead like the world's ugliest unicorn. This must have been one of the things that had slipped through the barrier when it was weak.
"Feast on the mortal's flesh, my lovelies,"
the demon ordered its minions, and the 3 8-foot-tall lesser demons ran toward us.
What the fuck?
Tanya screamed as she raised the Bulgarian AK and opened fire. After her first round of fire had hit 2 of the lesser demons, Bakath, Zuag, and Scourge rushed forward. The hawk-faced general and the orc captain attacked the closest flesh monster as they hacked and slashed at flaps of raw-looking skin. Meanwhile, Scourge leaped into the air, vanished in a swirl of black vapor, and then reappeared inches from the next lesser demon's face. As his momentum carried him forward, the Zinkari thief buried his cursed dagger in the blank socket where an eye should have been. The hairless beast screamed as Scourge clung to its head and shoulders, and then the lesser demon grabbed the horned man and tried to pull him off. "Forward!" I shouted to my wives. "Pragia, help Tanya! Amrila and Nilame with me!" To her credit, Tanya stood her ground as the third lesser demon ran right for her. The blonde woman shouldered the AK and shot 2 quick shots right into the blind monster's chest. But the bastard seemed to lock onto the sound of rifle fire as it barreled toward her. As we passed Bakath and Zuag, the orcish man hacked off one of the creature's hands with a mighty swing of his battle axe, while the red-haired warrior cut deep into the lesser demon's thigh with his greatsword. Scourge stabbed his lesser demon repeatedly in its blind socket as he chanted Nanakian. The strands of the beast's brownish blood formed into rope as the thief used his magic. The ropes of demon blood wrapped around the monster's face and snaked down its neck and arms. Then Scourge shouted a magical command, and his blood magic caused the brown ichor to snap tight and restrain the lesser demon. While the monster struggled fruitlessly, the horned man raised his dagger above his head as the dark jewel in its hilt lit up with demonic power, and then he drove the blade deep into the lesser demon's skull. As my wives and I ran past them, Scourge's opponent toppled to the ground, and the thief leaped out of the way with a dancer's grace. Pragia peeled off from our group to help Tanya, but as I passed the former beauty queen, I could see the naked fucker she'd been fighting had begun to swell with Toric's magic bullets, and I knew they would explode soon. That just left their leader. I could see the look of dismay on the demon's face as he watched my warriors make quick work of the lesser demons. The hand with the flaming sword dropped as the demon realized we wouldn't be easy prey, and then he turned and tried to run into the juniper forest. "Fire!" I shouted as I skidded to a halt, dropped to one knee, and shouldered the Galil. Nilame also got down on one knee to steady her shot, while Amrila stood behind us. Then all 3 of us lit up the demon's back as he ran like a fucking coward. The demon's back arched as his whole body stiffened under our rain of bullets, and he took one last fumbling step before he fell to his knees. The demon's bronze armor was no match for Toric's bullets, and as he started to writhe in pain, there was a burst of light. The back of the demon's breastplate exploded outward as he fell on his face and dropped his sword, and the flames of the sword went out as soon as it left the demon's hand. Once I was sure the demon was dead, I turned to see its 3 minions were also dead, and I grinned. My friends were one of the greatest fighting forces in the underworld. We were like a well-oiled machine, and even Tanya had done her part without fail.
I'm assuming you have no qualms about me looting this one?
Amrila asked me with a wicked smirk as she lowered her headphones. Knock yourself out, I snorted. But go with her, Nilame, and put a bullet in its head if having its back blown out didn't kill it.
Of course,
my Dolrath wife replied.
Come on, sister.
How many of these fucks got through the barrier before we fixed it? Scourge asked in an annoyed tone. He wiped off the blade of his dagger on one of the lesser demons. I don't know. I shook my head. But I should bring it up to Onder. He's got to have a way to track them. At least I hope he does. You're quite the fighter! Zuag grinned as he looked at Tanya. You handle that sword well.
Ow.
The blonde woman said with a slight flush to her cheeks.
Thank you. Amrila trained me. You're, quite something yourself.
Tanya's cheeks went even more pink as she realized that her simple statement seemed to mean something more than just the big orc's fighting style. But Zuag only smiled and delicately let the blonde woman's words hang in the air between them, and I briefly caught Amrila's grin as the captain and the human woman had a moment together. Amrila and Nilame joined the rest of the party, and the Zinkari woman had a pout on her heart-shaped face. Nothing good on the body? I asked as I looked at my greedy Zinkari.
Just a couple of pouches of coins.
Amrila sighed as she handed me 2 small sacks of gold.
I really wanted that sword, but it's all pitted with rust and won't light up for me. What a waste.
Before I could respond, I heard a small sound behind me.
Hello, Eddie.
A familiar voice said, For fuck's sake! I gasped as I turned to see Bill, the deep gnome, half hidden behind a small boulder. Make some noise when you walk, man. You almost scared the shit out of me.
Sorry.
Bill replied, but he seemed more pleased than sorry.
I heard your fire sticks and knew it was you.
Fire sticks? I asked before it dawned on me. Oh, our rifles, you mean? Yeah, the sound kind of carries. What are you doing out here anyway?
I live out here.
Bill shrugged.
What are you doing here?
We're looking for... I paused for a moment. I didn't know much about Bill, other than he was a hermit and lived outside of Deep Gnome Society. But he was the closest thing I had to an ally with the standoffish gnomes, and I would work with what I had. We're looking for demons, I said as I stared into the short man's large orb-like eyes.
It looks like you found them,
Bill replied.
But you're not going to find anything but bones in their cave. Doesn't seem worth it to me.
These weren't the ones we were looking for,
Nilame added as she glanced at me. We're looking for a demon or someone working with the demons to raise an army. I continued. We think they might be hiding out somewhere in this area. Have you seen anything like that? No. Bill shook his head after he thought about it for a moment.
But I avoid the big gatherings of people of any kind. They are usually not very nice to me.
I know you like being out here on your own, I replied as I crouched down to be at the same level as the hermit. But are there other deep gnomes out here? Ones that might know if there are people or a creature out here that shouldn't be?
There's the city of Neclathan.
Bill nodded.
That's where I was born, but they're a pile of troll shit. I don't think you'd like them very much.
Could you take us there? I asked as I held the gnome's gaze. I don't think that's a good idea, Eddie, Scourge said behind me. These aren't the gnomes of the gloom. I'm asking you to trust me, I said as I turned to look at the Zinkari man. I could see the concern on Scourge's face, but after a moment the thief nodded and took a step back. Can you take us to Neclathan? I asked Bill again as I turned back to the gnome with matted hair.
I'm afraid your Zinkari friend is right, Eddie.
Bill answered with a note of concern in his voice now.
I don't know if it would be safe for you there. I'm not sure it would even be safe for me.
I know I'm asking a lot of you. I nodded. But I wouldn't ask unless the safety of the Twilight and the Gloom depended on it. There are some very bad people out there who want to bring down the barrier around the deeper dark. That barrier is strong right now, but I don't want to give them even the slightest chance to hurt anyone. Not my friends, not the people of Neclathan, and not you either.
I will take you there,
Bill said after he thought about it for a moment.
But they might not even let you into the city. Do you have anything to trade?
I thought about what all we had on us that I would be willing to part with. I had those binoculars, a couple of first aid kits, and of course several firearms. Everything I had on me I'd brought for the safety of my wives and friends, and I didn't really want to part with any of it. I'll think of something, I replied in a confident tone. Bill shrugged before he guided us through the forest, past the abandoned ruins we'd noted on the map. There were no signs of life within what was left of the crumbled city walls as we moved past, further toward the deep gnome city. When we reached the mouth of a tunnel that led off the massive cavern, Bill stopped and refused to go any further.
This is as far as I'll go,
Bill the gnome said as he looked down the dark tunnel.
I'm not exactly welcome in Niclathan, and, honestly, I hate them too. But if you stick to the main corridor of the tunnel, it will lead you to the city.
Thank you for showing us the way, I said as I handed Bill some jerky from my backpack and a few coins. Is there anything else you can tell us that might help us get into the city? We just need to speak with someone who could tell us what's been going on in the area.
You'll want to speak with the elders,
the hermit replied as he pocketed the coins.
So you'll have to talk your way past the guards at the gate. The elders will only want to speak with someone important.
I think I can help with that. Bukoth chuckled, and I knew he was recounting every title I'd picked up in the Gloom and the Twilight region in his head.
Be safe,
Bill said as he waved goodbye and started to walk away.
Hopefully I'll see you again, preferably alive.
Bye, Bill. I snorted as the strange, dirty man disappeared into the forest. The party continued down the tunnel, and I had to turn on the flashlight on my Galil to see in the darkened corridor as the light from the glowing gems in the cavern outside faded. After a couple of minutes, the gates of Niclathan appeared suddenly around the bend of the tunnel. They filled the whole opening of the tunnel, about 12 feet high and 20 feet wide. Thin slots had been carved out of the thick wood of the gates for archers to shoot arrows through, and the gate had also been reinforced with wide iron bands that were riveted in place. It was pretty smart, really. The bend in the tunnel beyond made it impossible for an invading force to use a ram or any other type of siege engine to break through into the city. Niclathan might have been one of the most secure cities I'd ever encountered in the underworld, but I didn't see any guards outside of the gate. "Hello?" I said loudly as we stood before the gate. "Who approaches at the Vine City?" I heard a harsh voice reply. Then I looked down to see a small window had opened in the gate, about 3 feet up, and a pair of large, deep gnome eyes stared up at me. "Before you stands Duke Eddie Hill of Hillshire," Bukoth said in a clear voice that echoed down the tunnel. "A Yenny Lord, shield brother to the Dolrath, clan brother of Tor's Bane, High Warden of Grimthorn, hero of the Battle of the Great Forest where he defeated Ursinger the Mad Chief, tamer of Garms, and slayer of Lord Mikael, vampires, demons, basilisks, pitworms, trolls, and snellylasters."
Snallygasters,
Nylame corrected again. "Duke Hill respectfully comes to speak with the elders of Niclathan," Bukoth concluded without pause.
"Slayer of Lord Mikael?"
the gnomish guard repeated with a note of recognition in his voice.
"That was you, my lord?"
The Tectris forest was only a few miles from here, so I wasn't surprised word of that battle might have reached the people of Niclathan. "Yes." I nodded as I looked at the gnomish man's round amber eyes. "I'm here to discuss a simple matter with your elders." The window closed, and I could hear the guards speaking among themselves in a dark, sibilant language I'd never heard before. Then the one side of the gate creaked open, and a guard in full plate armor stepped out. The gnome was about 4 feet tall, and his armor was polished to a high shine. His conical helmet reminded me of the pointed hats garden gnomes always had, except it was made out of some kind of silver-colored metal. It seemed the deep gnomes were pretty advanced for the subterranean world and knew how to make steel.
"I am Lieutenant Frith, Duke Hill,"
the small man said with a bow, but his hand remained on the pommel of his short sword.
"The elders will wish to speak with the man who defeated the magician of the Tectris Forest, but your warriors will have to remain here. I will also request that you leave your weapons with them before I guide you to the chamber of the elders."
"Okay." I nodded as I handed my Galil and big game rifle to Amrila, but I kept my Glock on my hip, just to be safe, and because the gnomes didn't know the pistol was a weapon.
Are you sure you want to go alone?
Zuag asked as he eyed the lieutenant with a suspicious look. If we're going to ask them to trust us, we'll have to show them a little trust first. I replied as I put my hand on the orc's shoulder. I'll be okay. Watch out for everyone else while I'm gone. Zuag nodded in reply, and then I turned to follow Frith into the city of Niclathan. Chapter 10. The city of Niclathan filled the mid-sized cavern. The caves that contained the great forest, the encampment, and Glekik were so large I couldn't see the whole of them at once. From a glance, I guessed Niclathan's cave was about half a mile from one side to the other, but I could see countless points of light in the cave walls, where apartment-style housing had been carved out of the rock. Larger, more palatial houses and buildings took up the center of the cave, and as I followed Lieutenant Frith and his soldiers through the well-ordered streets, I guessed this was not an entirely natural cave. The deep gnomes must have carved parts out of it, and used the rock left over from that process to make the bricks and stone blocks of their buildings. It must have taken them generations to build this place. Did you really kill any Snelligastas? Frith asked while we walked toward a multi-story building in the city center. Just the one, I replied as I looked around at the deep gnomes in the streets who'd stopped to stare at me. My friends and I had to fight it when we were helping the Yenni chief repair the barrier. You know the chief of the Yenni Night Elves? One of the soldiers asked in an impressed tone. The current chief is my brother-in-law, I said as I looked down at the soldier. I had at least 2 feet on any of the deep gnomes, and it felt strange to walk through an entire city made for such a small race. I'd walked through Grimthorn a few times, but the gnomes of the Gloom tended to make their buildings big enough to accommodate the taller races. Here, I could almost see the second-story windows of the shops and houses as I walked by. Finally, we reached the large building in the middle of the city. I had to duck as I was led through the double doors of the Chamber of Elders, and once inside, I bent down slightly to keep my head from scraping the ceiling. The large room I stood in was filled with deep gnomes in fine robes and decked out in intricate jewelry. There were 9 elders of seemingly various ages behind a long, curved bench, and I wondered how they were appointed to the role of elder, and if this was the first democracy I'd encountered in the subterranean world. In front of the elders' bench was an open space, followed by rows of chairs for spectators. Luckily, it was just me, the lieutenant and his men, and the council of elders.
And what manner of creature are you?
A middle-aged gnomish man with piercing blue eyes asked. He wore red robes, and a large pendant on his chest had a crossed hammer and chisel engraved into it. All of the elders wore similar pendants, and I assumed they indicated what groups each member of the council belonged to. What do you mean? I asked as I looked at the blue-eyed gnome.
I would guess you're a high elf, if they hadn't gone extinct thousands of years ago,
he replied. Fuck. The elder wanted to know my race, and I wasn't about to answer that question. I'm the man who killed the magician Mikael, I said in a clear, confident voice. He was a servant of a demon lord that's trying to find a way out of the deeper dark. I know better than to use the demon's name, but his symbol is a triangle with a circle drawn at the peak. Does that mean anything to you? Several murmured conversations broke out around the council members, and I knew I'd hit a nerve. That's actually why I came here today. I continued loudly enough to cut through the chatter. I've reason to believe there's another servant of the demon lord here in the Twilight. None of my contacts in Dermarkt or Glekik have heard anything out of the ordinary, and since you're the people who live closest to the barrier, I thought you might know things the goblins don't. The elder in red robes narrowed his large eyes at me, and I could see the others on the council look to him. Red robes was clearly the leader here, so I kept my eyes on him.
It is very impressive you killed that mad Zenkari magician,
the blue-eyed gnome said after he looked me up and down for a moment.
Even the Sperians can't get past the monstrosities he was making in that ruined castle of his.
I have a very capable group of warriors, and equally powerful allies, I replied in a careful tone, since I sensed the elder was warming up to something. My name is Duke Eddie Hill. I'm afraid I didn't catch yours.
I am Elder Varil, head of this divine council and the master of the Guild of Masons,
the blue-eyed gnome said as he leaned forward and folded his hands together.
You will have to forgive me. It has been a long time since we've received outsiders, so our manners are quite dusty. But I think we could both be in a position to help one another, Duke Eddie.
I'm listening, Elder Viril. I sat down in the middle of the open space on the floor, because I was tired of standing half-bent.
I don't know about any servants to the Demon Lord,
Viril went on,
but the city of Niclathan would be happy to help you in any way we can. Obviously, our proximity to the Great Barrier means we have a vested interest that it stays in place. When it was at its weakest, any number of unsavory creatures slipped past it. There is a small farming community we trade with that has recently been plagued by a succubus, and we haven't heard from them in over a week. We've begun to fear the worst.
I saw where this was going. I could check on the village. I nodded, as a show of friendship between the Yenni and Niclathan, but out of curiosity, why haven't you sent some of your soldiers to check on them?
Because we are an isolated society. Our population is limited,
Viril answered.
We have to carefully manage our numbers to ensure the next generation. The succubus isn't the only creature that came through the barrier. The countryside has been plagued with lesser demons, wraiths, and other creatures. We've been concerned about dividing our forces in such dangerous times, and the loss of life would be dearly felt.
That tracked with the demon I'd fought and all his jiggly minions. I looked at Viril and tried to get a read on the red-robed man. I got the impression he was every inch a politician, but there was something behind that polished facade, a kind of genuine concern for his city. I didn't know if I liked him much, but I understood where he was coming from. Okay, Elder Viril, I finally said. You give me a map to the farming community, and I'll check in on them and take care of this succubus, or at least run it off.
Her,
Viril corrected.
Run her off, and you must be careful. Succubi are known for their persuasive powers. They live to seduce men and steal their essence.
Believe it or not, I snorted as I thought of Scourge. I might have just the man for the job.
She has followers of her own, I'm afraid.
The gnomish woman with a pendant that depicted a bundle of grain interjected.
She has gathered feral goblins, lesser demons, and God knows what else to her with her seductive powers. It is very likely the farmers are long gone, but we are concerned her influence could spread.
Well, shit. I sighed. That's a little more serious. I can gather a fighting force and come back.
If you can do that for us,
Viril replied as he looked around at the other council members.
We can reward you with more than just information. Niclathan is rich in resources.
We can talk more about that when I get back, I said as I stood and ducked my head so I didn't hit it on the ceiling. Thank you all for meeting with me. With that, Lieutenant Frith and his men led me back toward the gate where my party waited. How did it go? Bakath asked as Amrila handed me back my firearms. Pretty good, I think, I said in a rueful tone. They liked me enough to ask for a favor, but I might have gotten the information we needed.
Really?
Scourge asked and looked intrigued.
What's the favor? And was it worth the information?
We'll talk about it on the way, I replied as I glanced at the gate. Once we were back out of the tunnels and in the juniper forest, we stopped to eat some food and discuss what we'd learned. The elders said they didn't know anything about the Demon Lord's servant. I explained as I chewed a piece of jerky. But they told me there's a succubus that might have taken out a farming community nearby.
Why is it always the farmers that suffer first?
Nylame asked in an indignant tone.
The vampires outside of Demarkt attacked a farming village. Ursinger stole lands from the farmers of Hillshire. It seems particularly cruel that they should have to bear the brunt of evil.
Farmers tend to live in small groups with little organized security.
Scourge shrugged.
They also tend to live some distance away from the seats of power. All these things make them vulnerable. Not to mention, if I were to take over a kingdom, I would target the source of food first. It is cruel, Princess, but also deadly practical.
That's actually what I was getting to, I interjected. This succubus has apparently gathered a small army of feral goblins and some lesser demons. Doesn't that sound familiar? An up-and-coming leader with a small army in a rural area where they're trying to gain power? That's exactly what we're looking for.
Close.
Scourge shook his head.
Very close indeed, but succubi don't have souls.
Thus, our demon friend wouldn't be able to possess her. Though I suppose she could convince one of her followers to allow a powerful demon to possess him. But I doubt this particular demon lord would be satisfied with a feral goblin for a vessel. Those are good points. I nodded as I thought about the problem. But we have no way of knowing who all is following this succubus until we confront her. We should all be careful when we go to fight her too. The Deep Gnome said succubi have weird power over men.
So I've heard.
Bukoth replied.
That will be a challenge to overcome.
Not really.
Praegia laughed and flicked her blonde hair over her shoulder.
We can just stack our fighting force with women. And Scourge.
There are plenty of female warriors among the Dolrath.
Nylame agreed. Feistrin and Therius would be good soldiers to bring along. I mused, and I also planned to see the lost dwarves and find out if they had any ideas on how to protect against the succubus's power. Let's try to get a little closer to Glekik and then set up camp. I'd like to get home as soon as we can, but I think this trip has been pretty successful. The party headed southeast for a few more hours, and we were able to set up camp a few miles outside of Praegia's realm. Once our tents were set up, the ladies decided to wash in a small pond nearby, which was partly obscured from our view by a stand of trees. Meanwhile, Bukoth stoked the fire and started to set out all of the ingredients for his amazing soldier's stew.
That Tanya's quite a fighter,
Zuag said in a tone clearly meant to be casual.
You have very fine taste in women, little brother.
Bukoth caught my eye as I lounged by the fire, and we both smirked. The general seemed to have also guessed that Zuag was testing the waters. Actually, I replied as I played it cool. Tanya's just a friend. Amrila kind of adopted her, but you're right, she's a hell of a fighter. I was really impressed when that big-ass demon showed up and she stood her ground. Weren't you, Bukoth?
Oh, certainly.
The hawk-faced man agreed as he placed water, herbs, and vegetables in a pot to boil. You would think she was born with a sword in her lovely hands.
Are her hands lovely?
Zuag asked with his broad face flushed slightly.
I hadn't noticed.
She has a very lovely face as well,
Bukoth continued.
If I were not already courting a young lady, I might be tempted to ask Tanya to stay in the encampment for a while.
You are all as subtle as a cudgel to the head. Scourge snorted as he placed his kettle on a hook over the fire. Clearly Tanya is a beautiful and eligible woman. Even I can see that. If you like her, Captain, you could try the revolutionary act of speaking to her.
Oh,
the orcish man coughed as he looked into the fire, and now his green cheeks were darkly flushed.
I was merely admiring the lady's skill.
Of course you were, Scourge said in an unconvinced tone. And I'm only borrowing the gold I take from my marks. I fully intend to pay it all back one day. Zuag was obviously a little embarrassed by the thief's frankness, so I let the matter drop. After the ladies had bathed, they joined us with their long hair wet and their skin still glistening with moisture. I noticed Amrila intentionally sat near the orc captain, knowing that Tanya would sit with her. Zuag was strangely quiet while we ate, but he did sneak a couple of glances at the human woman. After dinner, the men and I took turns cleaning up in the pond. The water was cool, and I felt refreshed after I'd washed up, but it was no substitute for a nice, long, hot shower. When everyone was finished, we set up watches. We were close to Glekik, but still far enough away out in the wilderness of the twilight that monsters were a concern. I avoided the temptation to put Zuag and Tanya on the same watch. After Scourge had openly teased the captain, that just felt mean. The evening passed without incident, and the next day the party went on to the Gloom and stopped at the encampment. Remember, we want as many women with us as possible, I told Bukoth and Zuag as we gathered in the general's tent. Hopefully our guess is right, and that will limit the succubus's power. I'll see if I can find out any other ways to fight back against her. Zuag, you should see if the scholars of Keteran might know anything that can help us.
Of course, little brother,
the orc captain replied. We'll stay in touch through the seer stones, I continued. I'll try to come back as soon as we can. We said goodbye to Zuag and Bukoth, and I noticed my brother-in-law stared after Tanya as the ladies and I turned west toward home.
What did you think about your first trip to the Gloom?
Amrila asked Tanya once we were a couple of miles outside the encampment.
It's
amazing!
Tanya gushed as a huge grin spread across her face.
Those demons, or whatever they were, that was wild. I feel like I'm coming out of some kind of crazy fever dream.
Just remember, we have to be careful what we say. I reminded the blonde woman, both down here and back up on the surface. It's for all of our protection.
Of course.
Tanya nodded and then paused for a moment as she seemed to think about something.
I still can't believe the men down here. That Zuag is really something. What's his deal?
He's kind of the leader of a village in another territory, I said as I suppressed a smirk. He's a captain in the Karardu army, and it's his job to make sure nothing comes up out of the twilight into the gloom, like the Grimthorn gnomes do here for the Dolrath.
There's so much to learn.
Tanya giggled.
The Karardu, the Dolrath. I don't know how I'm gonna keep it all straight. But, Zuag is Bolra's brother, right? Yes.
Amrila said quickly as she sensed an opportunity.
She worries about him so much because he's never been married. I guess he's never met the right woman.
I remembered what Scourge had said about being as subtle as a cudgel to the head. My Zinkari wife had many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
I thought everyone down here had a bunch of wives.
Tanya's cheeks flushed slightly as she danced around what she really wanted to know about the big orc.
Like how Bakoth has 2 and Eddie's married to all of you.
That's more of a night elf tradition,
Nyla May said as we walked past the crystal forest.
Orcs tend to marry only once.
Huh.
Tanya grunted as her cheeks darkened even further. Zuag is a bit of a romantic, I added. Until now, he's devoted himself to protecting his village and the gloom. But he's got this idea about the kind of woman he'd like to meet. A sort of warrior goddess. The women of Torsbane have all tried to catch his attention, but the man's mind is made up. He wants someone who will fight next to him, and no one else will do. Tanya grew quiet and lost in thought as we reached the iron door. I unlocked it, and we entered the surface tunnels outside of the dwarven citadel. As we walked along, the ladies started to talk about what they wanted to eat for dinner, and how good a shower would feel. But I thought about what I'd learned in Niclathan. I needed to find out anything I could about succubi, and I knew the lost dwarves had a wealth of ancient knowledge on hand. As soon as I thought about the dwarves, I got a nagging feeling in the back of my head, almost as if I was compelled to go see them. I couldn't explain it to myself, but I suddenly felt a huge urge to see them. "Hey," I said out loud as we got close to the workroom corridor. "I'm gonna go take care of something real quick. You girls go on ahead. I'll be up shortly." We hadn't told Tanya about the dwarves yet, and I wanted to keep it that way for now. The blonde woman couldn't let something about the lost dwarves slip in the gloom if she didn't know, and Sagor had asked me to keep their existence a secret.
Of course, Eddie,
Nyla May replied, as she looked around at where we were and seemed to guess I was going to see the dwarves.
We'll see you soon.
As the women continued on to the surface, I turned and headed for the workshop. With each step, the mysterious sense of urgency grew, and I fought the urge to run the rest of the way. Something just felt wrong. When I walked into the dwarves' workshop, only Dorum was there, and he was sitting at his bench with a dark expression on his bearded face. "Eddie!" the gray-haired dwarf said with a note of surprise when he saw me. "How strange! I was about to use the stones to speak with you. How did you know to come?" "What happened?" I asked, because something about Dorum's face told me I was right. It's Sagor," the serious man replied. Every time I'd seen the oldest dwarf in the past few months flashed in my memory. Sagor's tired expression, the way he seemed to slowly wind down, things he'd said to me about becoming the guardian of the tunnels. "Take me to him," I said in a quiet voice. Dorum nodded without comment and led me through the silent corridors of the old citadel. When we reached a closed door, I saw little Becklin outside of it, sitting on a wooden chair. The red-haired man had clearly been crying, and his eyes were red and puffy. "You're here," Becklin said to me, and his usual jovial tone was numb. "Sagor has asked for you." My heart went out to the usually bright and happy dwarf. Becklin was the heart of the lost dwarves, and to see him like this brought up a deep, paternal instinct in me. Becklin was decades older than me, at least, but I felt the need to comfort and protect him at that moment. "Are you all right?" I asked, as I went down on one knee to look the tiny man in the eye. "I will be, with time."
Becklin said, as he bravely raised his chin.
You should go in, though. Torek is with him now.
I hugged the little man, and he felt like a child in my arms. I patted Becklin's back a couple times before I pulled away. Then I stood and Dorham opened the door to the chamber beyond as he waved me through. I took a deep breath and steeled myself for what I suspected would come next. As I entered the room, I found a neat, orderly bedchamber, with a desk in one corner and several shelves of books and scrolls. Torek sat next to a 4-poster bed as he kept vigil over Sagor. But when I saw Sagor there on the bed, it confirmed the thing that all of us had refused to say up to this point. Sagor was dying.
Eddie,
the old man said in a hoarse voice as he smiled up at me from the bed. I was encouraged to still see that bright spark of intelligence in the white-haired dwarf's eyes. His mind was still intact, and that was good. Torek stood without a word, and he firmly patted my arm as he walked past me toward the door. Dorham and Torek left and closed the door behind them, so I sat down in the chair next to the bed that was still warm from the blacksmith's presence. "Catching up on your beauty rest?" I asked in a light-hearted tone as I looked at my old friend.
I gave up on beauty a long time ago,
Sagor chuckled.
The wisdom I've gained is more than sufficient compensation, though.
Is there anything I can do? I asked in a more serious voice. If you're sick, I could get you some medicine. There's been all kinds of advances in medicinal—
There's no remedy for being old.
The dwarf interrupted me with a tired smile.
Not even in your human realm, I'm sure. But do not fret, my boy. I've lived a long life, even for a dwarf. I'm at peace with all I've done, and that's a rare thing indeed. I'm glad you're here, Eddie.
Sagor reached out a shaky hand, and I took it as I leaned in closer. I could tell from the old man's voice that he really meant what he said, and I was happy for him in a way. A life without regrets did seem like something I would want to aspire to as well. Are you in any pain? I asked.
None.
Sagor shook his head.
The others have taken superb care of me. Torek and I were just sharing memories from our boyhood. Back then, there were still many of us here in the Citadel. Torek was a stubborn child. I taught him and Dorham when I was a schoolmaster. Do you know that?
No. I shook my head and smiled as I pictured a younger Sagor trying to teach a fiery little Torek. I assumed Dorham had been born old, though. What were they like?
Dorham was a very curious boy,
Sagor replied with a nostalgic smile.
He wanted to be a playwright and felt it was his duty to learn everything he could about our history and culture, so he could write accurately. And Torek could barely sit still for lessons. I'd let him run circles around the classroom just to burn off all his excess energy, for he could practice his sums.
What was Becklin like? I asked, as I grinned back at the eldest dwarf.
By the time he came along, our population had diminished to a few dozen.
Sagor answered with a distant look in his eyes.
He was the last dwarf born in the Citadel, but he never complained about a lack of playmates. Little Becklin was just as eager to please his elders. He was such a happy child, and we all cherished him for it. Even Dorham in his own way. I was named protector of the tunnels around that time. It was a heavy responsibility, but I tried to carry it with grace.
Pretty sure you succeeded there, I said, as I squeezed the old man's hand a little. The tunnels have been safe this whole time. I remember the first time I tried to get through those booby traps of yours. I almost didn't make it through them.
I always assumed I would have to pass on the responsibility to Becklin,
Sagor continued as he looked back at me.
He has a quick mind, but I admit he's not suited for it. He's too kind-hearted, and I worried if danger ever came, he may not be able to recognize it in time. And then you came along. It was like the gods had sent you to us.
I don't know about that, I snorted. But I'm glad I met all of you. I wish I could have seen the Citadel at its peak, when all the dwarves were still here, and the corridors were full of life.
You may have been born a human, Sagor replied, but you've made a fine dwarf. Curious and brave with a love of the finer things in life. Yet you're modest and kind, and never foolish. With your love of women, you could have single-handedly repopulated the Citadel. I know the tunnels and the gloom are safe in your hands.
I'll do everything in my power to keep them both safe. I promised the old man.
Then I name you the guardian of the tunnels, Eddie Hill,
Sagor said in a fervent voice.
Look after the others, and don't let Durham bully young Becklin too much.
I won't, I said as I shook my head.
I know you won't, my boy.
The white-haired man smiled as he gave my hand a pat.
Now for the most important part. I must tell you about my final project.
Shouldn't you tell Dorim or Torek? I asked with a concerned frown. They'd be able to understand it better than I would, I think.
Please, fetch my journal from the box from my desk, Eddie,
Sagor insisted. I got up and did what the old man asked. The journal was a thick, leather-bound book tied shut with a leather thong. The box next to it was simple and unadorned. I picked them both up and carried them back to Sagor's bedside.
All of my notes are here,
Sagor explained as he unwrapped the thong and opened the journal.
I believe we can use the Spirian talisman to create traveling circles. You'll need Torek and Dorim's help to make them. It is a complicated process.
Sagor started to cough again, so I looked around quickly and found a tankard of water on his bedside table.
No.
The dwarf wheezed, and he waved me off when I tried to help him drink.
This is too important. This is perhaps the greatest breakthrough dwarvenkind has ever discovered. You must use my notes to create teleportation circles. Tell the others to encode the circles with a secret word only you know. When you stand in the circle, whisper the word in the location of another circle. The magic inscribed in the circle should transport you to the spoken location.
As the coughing fit subsided, Sagor looked even weaker, but the smile on his face showed how proud he was of his last discovery. You're gonna have to stick around a little longer to see how it turns out. I tried to joke, but the old man shook his head and placed his hand on mine in a fatherly fashion.
That will be your discovery to make, Eddie,
Sagor said in a serene tone as his bright eyes looked into mine.
I'm about to embark on my final adventure, and no one knows what's truly on the other side.
Should I get the others? I asked quietly as I looked back at the stoic dwarf.
We've already said our farewells many times over,
Sagor said, and he seemed calm and ready for the inevitable.
But I would ask you to stay and watch over me.
Of course. I nodded and put on a brave face for my friend. Sagor grew quiet and closed his eyes as a mysterious smile crossed his face. When the eldest of the lost dwarves passed, it was peaceful. One final shuddering sigh escaped his lips, and then Sagor was gone. A single tear ran down my face for my friend, but I knew he wouldn't have wanted me to be sad. As Sagor had said, he'd lived a long life and was content in his accomplishments. Now, I was the guardian of the tunnels, and I gathered myself as I prepared to break the news to the others. Rest well, Sagor, I said as I stood and gently folded the old dwarf's hands over his chest. You deserve it. Then I went to the door with Sagor's journal and the box held in my hands. I would see the old man's final project through.
Chapter 11. Outside of Sagor's room, the other dwarves waited for me, and as soon as they saw the look on my face, all three of them knew the oldest dwarf was gone. Becklin bowed his head, and Dorim just nodded wordlessly.
Was it peaceful?
Torek asked as he put a muscular arm around little Becklin. Very, I said without going into detail. He said he was happy and that he had lived a good life.
For once, we agree on something,
Dorim replied in a gruff voice. He also gave me these, I said as I showed the others the journal and the small wooden box. He said he figured out how to make a teleportation circle, and that with his notes, we could make them using the Spirian talisman.
Truly?
Torek asked, and seemed surprised out of his state of grief.
How?
I don't know. I shrugged. He said it was all in his notes.
Impossible,
Dorim grunted as he handed the blacksmith the journal.
The ancients studied the theory for generations. It was always a dead end. I'm not so sure,
Torek replied as he flipped through the journal.
The Spirian's magic is based in elemental forces. Sagor seemed to feel that was the missing key.
I'm not sure I understand all of this, but it looks very promising. Why didn't he tell us before?
Because he knew we would tell him it's a fool's errand,
the gray-bearded dwarf said in a stubborn voice. Do you think you can make it work? I asked Torek, and ignored Doram's sour comments.
I can help you with the calculations,
Becklin said, as he stood on tiptoes to read over Torek's shoulder.
They're complex, but the ideas are sound from what I can see.
I'm not sure if we will succeed, Eddie,
Torek remarked as he looked down at the intricate diagrams in the journal.
But I will try, to honor my friend, if nothing else. Next time you travel into the gloom, I'll go with you. If Sagor was right, then this could allow you to travel all the way to the edge of the deeper dark in an instant.
If you don't accidentally send yourself into another plane of existence,
Doram scoffed.
You can go be a killjoy somewhere else, Doram,
Becklin said, with uncharacteristic heat as he rounded on the grouchy dwarf.
Your snarky commentary isn't welcome here at the moment.
Doram, Torek, and I all stared at the red-haired dwarf in surprise at his outburst, but I was kind of proud of the little guy for finally standing up to the old sourpuss.
I warned you,
Doram huffed as he threw up his hands and then stomped away.
Useless,
Becklin muttered under his breath and stared daggers at Doram's back. Then the red-haired man seemed to catch himself and turned to look at Torek and I with an embarrassed expression.
I should go apologize,
Becklin said in a meek tone. Fuck that, I snorted. You're right. You don't owe him an apology. He'll be fine. And just imagine the look on his face when it ends up working.
Eddie is right,
Torek agreed.
It will do Doram good to have to eat his words. Don't fret over that git.
I know you'll need some time, I said as I remembered the original purpose of my visit. But I need you guys to see if you can find any information about how to fight a succubus.
A succubus?
Becklin repeated with a surprised expression.
Where did you run across one of those?
There's one that slipped into the twilight while the barrier was weak, I answered. Some deep gnomes asked me to take care of it for them, but I think she might be connected with the demon lord somehow. I'm hoping once we root out all of his servants outside of the deeper dark, we won't have to worry about him for a while.
You met with deep gnomes?
Torek asked with an impressed expression.
I swear, you could make friends with a rampaging pitworm if you wanted to.
I try, I snorted and shrugged. Our plan is to get a bunch of female warriors together to handle it, but Bakath, Zuag, and I might still be vulnerable to her powers, and I want to find a way around that.
I'll look into that for you, Eddie,
Becklin promised.
If I can get Doram to help me, we might be able to find a way to combat mind control or magical influence.
Thanks. I nodded as I looked at the two dwarves. If any of you need anything, I'm here for you. Don't hesitate to use the seer stones to call me. I appreciate all that you're doing.
The world does not stop for our grief,
Torek sighed.
Sagor knew your work helps protect the Citadel as much as it does the gloom, and will honor him by continuing to help you.
I thanked Torek and Becklin again, and left for the surface. As I walked back alone, I thought about Sagor and the first time I'd met him. I'd thought there were animals or something in the tunnel, so I'd set up traps to try to clear them out. Sagor had accidentally gotten caught in one of those traps, but the old man hadn't gotten mad at me for having set the traps. Rather, Sagor had seemed more angry with himself that he'd stumbled into one. The eldest dwarf gave me the dwarven ring to protect me from the traps in the Citadel soon after that. Now Sagor had named me the guardian of the tunnels, and of all the titles I'd gained in the gloom, this was the one that meant the most to me. I came up into the yard and saw it had snowed again. Clumps of snow clung to the bare branches of the trees, and the yard was an unbroken blanket of white, except for a single trail my wives and Tanya had left behind on their way to Ibsith's house. I stepped in through the sliding glass door and took my boots off in the kitchen. I could smell hot, fresh pizza and hear the ladies as they talked in the living room. I didn't realize how hungry I was until that moment, but I decided to take a quick shower before I joined them. Down in the basement bathroom, I let the hot water run on my skin and felt renewed as the grime and dirt was washed away. So when I stepped out into the steam-filled bathroom, I felt like a new man. Once I was dressed, I went into the living room and joined the women.
Eddie!
Ibsith exclaimed as she stood and came over to me to claim her welcome home kiss. Then she paused and looked at my face.
What happened, my king?
The white-haired woman asked with a frown of concern.
You seem troubled.
Sagor passed away, I said simply, and found some of the sting had faded from the idea. It was very peaceful, though.
Oh, no.
The petite woman murmured as she gently stroked the hair at my temple, and the other women got up and gathered around me.
I'm so sorry, beloved.
Don't be. I shook my head and smiled. He was happy. I think it was just his time.
I'll make the others some cakes.
Ibsith said.
I'm sure something nice and sweet will be of comfort to them.
They'd like that, I'm sure. I nodded. But the others are still ready to help us. Becklin promised to do some research for me, and Torek might be able to help make travel through the gloom easier. I told the women about Sagor's journal and how he felt we could use the Spirian talisman.
Thank the gods,
Amrila said, as she let out an explosive breath.
Don't get me wrong, all the walking is great for my arse. But the idea of being able to travel from the Citadel to Glekik in the blink of an eye is a bit of a relief.
It's going to be a huge time saver if Torek can get it to work. I agreed. And we'll have a code word that will let only us use them. It also means we won't have to be away from home as much.
Then bless Sagor and may he be at rest.
Ibsith smiled.
But right now you also need some rest. Sit down and have some pizza while I get you a good cold beer, my king. You've more than earned it.
I thanked my first wife and then sat down on the couch as Bulra curled up next to me. Nyla May put a couple of pizza slices on a plate and handed it to me, and we spent the rest of the day relaxing after our long trip. Eventually, I checked my phone and saw I had a voicemail from Nathan.
Hey, Eddie.
I heard Pearson's voice say.
I guess call me when you get this. There's been a development with the property for the range.
I found Nathan's number in my contacts and called him as the women started up a Christmas story. As the line rang, I stepped into the kitchen to grab another beer.
Hey, Eddie.
I heard the eccentric man answer.
How's your trip?
It was great, I replied. We went hiking around Hocking Hills.
Oh, man.
Nathan chuckled.
Well, I bet it's pretty, but cold as fuck out there right now.
Sure was. I snorted. What's the deal with our range?
The developer we talked to said something about environmental impact reports. You used to deal with this sort of thing. Does that sound like a thing to you?
I worked for a construction company, I said as I reached into the fridge and took out a beer. But I didn't deal with that end of things. But I know sometimes you have to file one before you build. I think it depends on the county and shit like that. Why do you ask? Do you think the guy isn't shooting straight with us?
I don't know,
Nathan said.
Maybe I'm just eager to get things done. I'm just excited to have our own range, you know?
I get that, I replied, as I grabbed a church key out of the silverware drawer to open the cap of my beer. But it's not like we want to start the renovations in the middle of winter anyway. As long as it doesn't hold up the sale too long, I say we give him a chance.
That's fair,
I heard Pearson sigh.
It'd be nice to have the storage room, though. Swinson is itching for an office of his own, too.
If we feel it's starting to take too long, I'll put in a call to Travis and see if he can speed things up, I said as I popped off the cap of my bottle. Sound good?
Okay, Eddie,
Nathan replied.
I should get back to work. I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Nathan, I responded and then hung up. As I went back into the living room, I thought about what Pearson had told me. I'd never bought a commercial property, but it did seem weird to need an environmental report before we'd even applied for construction permits. I decided to go ahead and call Meyer and have him check into it for me. The CPA was the king of cutting through red tape, and I was sure he'd be able to handle it, or put Alice on the case. Right now, though, I just wanted to spend some time with my wives and blow off some steam. You girls want to go to Illyria tomorrow? I asked the ladies as we watched Flick get his tongue stuck to the lamppost. We can look at some Christmas decorations and maybe do a little shopping.
That sounds lovely.
Bulra gasped and clapped her hands in delight.
Can Tanya come too?
Amrila asked. Sure. I smiled as I looked at the blonde woman. As far as I'm concerned, she's part of the crew now. We'll have some fun in town and get dinner somewhere nice. How's that sound? All the women were excited, and we enjoyed the rest of our evening. I stayed the night with Ibsith, and we stayed up longer than we normally would have, but we made up for lost time. Ibsith was just as sexy and exciting as she was when we first made love, and something about being pregnant had made her more amorous than usual. The next day, the family took our time and lounged around a little through the morning. Then, as the afternoon rolled around, we all piled into the Rubicon. It was a bit of a tight fit with Tanya, and I wondered if I'd have to get one of those huge vans the Mennonites used before long. My family was only going to get bigger after all. Our first stop was the big hardware store in Ilaria. They were already decked out for Christmas, and the ladies went wild when they saw all the lights, yard displays, and illuminated Christmas tree.
Oh, Eddie.
Ibsith breathed as we passed a display of artificial trees.
They're beautiful. The little lights look like fairies sleeping in the branches. It's so precious.
Pick out whichever ones you want, I replied with a grin. Just not the pre-lit ones. If one light goes out, they all stop working. We can get as many strings of lights as you want.
I read online that some people prefer real trees.
Ibsith replied as she and the other women looked around at the trees.
They say the smell is wonderful.
They smell nice. I nodded. My pop always insisted on real trees, but I kinda like these ones. You don't have to vacuum up needles all the time, and they're not as much of a fire hazard. Plus, you don't have to get a new one every year.
I like this one.
Amrila said, as she walked around a bright red aluminum tree.
With the lights, it looks like blood.
If it makes you happy, partner. I snorted. We filled up several carts and ended up having to flag down an employee to take some of the bigger items up front for us. As a kid, my pop would put in an effort and hang several strands of those icicle lights that were popular back then on the outside of the house. But Dad drew a hard line at yard decorations. He always said they were tacky. I didn't have such a hang-up, though. We spent an hour picking out ornaments for the trees, and each of my wives chose ones that reflected their different personalities. Ibsith liked the white and silver ones, while Nyla May showed her tribal pride with blue and gold. Amrila even found ones that looked like skulls, or were covered in red and black glitter, and I was actually impressed at the selection. It seemed now that goth and emo kids had all grown up. The Christmas industry had found it lucrative to cater to them. Pragia, who currently lived in Amrila's house, shared similar tastes, so she was also happy with the macabre decor. And Tanya thought my wife was hilarious and even bought a few darker-themed decorations. In contrast, Bora got a bunch that looked like seashells and starfish, which I thought were kind of pretty. I even got a little tree and some hunting-themed ornaments for my workshop. Then we went to check out, and I paid for the lot. After that, we got lunch and then wandered from shop to shop in the strip mall as we got gifts for our friends or little things we'd been meaning to buy. Then we got dinner at a nice restaurant and headed home. As we pulled into the cul-de-sac, I saw Brock's house was all lit up. There were gaps in the strings of lights on his roof, and he hadn't even bothered to try to hide the extra lengths of cord. Now that was tacky. We unloaded the Jeep and then went into the house, and the next day, I broke my no Christmas decorations before Thanksgiving rule and started to set up our houses. Ibsith put up the tree in her house, while Nyla May and I hung lights on the outside of her house, as well as Ibsith and Bora's houses. Pragia and Amrila started to decorate their house with Tanya's help, too. Amrila had gotten the idea to reuse some of the Halloween decorations, and they placed the skeletons on the lawn with little Santa hats and scarves. They also set up the giant spider to look like it was wrapping some light-up gift boxes. I kinda liked it, even if it was unconventional and probably wouldn't win the neighborhood contest for best Christmas display. "Hey, baby," I said to Nyla May as I stood on a ladder and hung some white lights along Ibsith's roof. "Could you grab me some more of those little hooks? This package is about empty. We might have to get a few more at the store, but I think there's still a couple packages we haven't used."
Of course,
the Dolrath woman replied, as she went off to look for them. I was content and lost in thought as I worked and waited for Nyla May to come back. But that moment was ruined when I heard Brock Stanton's douchey voice. "Heard about the contest, I see," the bald man said as he looked up at me from the bottom of the ladder. "Contest?" I asked and sounded disinterested as I worked. "You know," Brock scoffed as he folded his big arms. "The neighborhood competition. I've won the last few years in a row, but I'm sure you've already heard about that." "Really?" I said as I pointedly looked over at the asshole's pathetic display. "I guess they don't take Christmas very seriously around here, huh?" No, I hadn't heard about a competition. I just wanted to get a jump on things because I have some big plans. I was lying, of course, but Brock didn't need to know that. I knew I shouldn't poke the bear. Brock had been pretty quiet since I'd kicked his ass a few weeks ago. But still, it was fun to play the fool and let Brock stew a little. "Big plans?" Brock repeated. Like what your mail-order girlfriend has going on over there?
Are we done being neighborly, Brock? I asked in a falsely pleasant tone, because I still have a lot to do here. Stanton didn't bother to reply, and skulked off back to his yard. I finished up the lights and then started to set up wire reindeer that lit up and moved. Ibsith had squealed when she saw them at the store. As Nyla May and I finished with the lights, it started to get dark, but when the lights were turned on, the effect was magical. My wives and I stood in the yards for a while and admired our work.
Oh, beloved.
Ibsith breathed as she leaned against me, all bundled up in her coziest sweater.
I love them. This is the most wonderful festival.
That night I stayed with Bulra and helped her put up her tree, and when I placed the star on top, it felt like a kind of milestone in my life. The star was always the part of decorating the tree that my dad did every year. Now it was my job. Not just because there was no way Bulra could have reached it without a stepladder, but because I was a husband, and in a few months I would be a father too. I'd taken down a tyrant, fought dozens of monsters, rescued and freed people in need of my help. But this one small thing felt like the most manly thing I'd done somehow, and it felt really good. I couldn't even really say why. The next day, I looked out the front window as I sipped my morning coffee, and even in daylight, Ibsith's house across the street looked amazing. Then I noticed Brock had added another couple inflatables to his yard. The whole thing looked unplanned and haphazard. It was just more shit. After breakfast, my wives and I finished up with the decorations, and as Ibsith and Bulra added elegant bows to their porches and railing, Nyla May and I wove lights through the bare branches of the bushes and the small tree in Ibsith's front yard. The tree took a long time, even though it wasn't very big, but I didn't want to just drape a couple string lights on it and call it done. Nyla May and I painstakingly wound multiple strings around each branch, right to the top. Brock stood on his porch and watched us the whole time, but thankfully he kept to himself. Then we went back to Ibsith's place for lunch and to warm up, and I started to plan our next trip to the Gloom. I had a succubus to deal with. Chapter 12. Tanya came over that afternoon, and we packed up and made the usual preparations. Ibsith packed 24 cupcakes for the dwarves, and I couldn't help but sneak one. They were stout-flavored, with whiskey icing and a Bailey's reduction drizzled on top. I'd never imagined you could make Irish car bomb-flavored cupcakes, but they were amazing. I'm not sure how long we'll be gone, I said to Ibsith and Bulra as we got ready to leave. But if anyone can figure out Sagor's notes for the teleportation rings, it's Torek.
I really hope he can do it.
Ibsith replied as she handed me the Galil.
It would be lovely to have more time with you, and I could go and see Ondor any time I liked and be back home in time to make dinner.
I'll use the stones to let you know how it goes, I promised as I hugged and kissed the white-haired woman.
Good luck, Eddie,
Bulra said as I turned to say goodbye to her next. Thank you, sweetheart, I replied as I kissed the willowy woman. The ladies took a moment to hug one another and say goodbye, and then we left Ibsith and Bulra and headed into the backyard. We went down into the tunnels and stopped by the citadel. Dorum, Becklin, and Torek were in the workroom, and as we walked in, Torek picked up a large sack and brought it over to us.
I've made you some more bullets,
the blacksmith said as he set the sack down on the table. The dark-haired dwarf was dressed in leather armor. The dwarf scowled.
It must be uncomfortable being so full of shit.
The Zinkari woman grinned.
And you're getting fat,
Dorum lamely retorted and seemed caught off guard by Amrila's statement.
Thank you for noticing,
the horned woman replied as she placed her hand affectionately on her belly.
When the baby's born, we'll make you the godfather.
It's good to see you, Amrila.
Dorum chuckled as he looked at the red-skinned woman.
I'll be your brat's godfather. Someone will have to instill some sense into it.
Our group left the workroom and walked through the corridors of the citadel to the tiled chamber that had once lit up in flames when Amrila and I had unknowingly set off the trap. Thanks to Sagor's ring, the trap didn't go off, but Torek still hesitated before he set foot in the room.
This is the furthest I've ever been,
the blacksmith said as he looked around at the pedestal with magic crystals set on them.
My mother said that little dwarven boys who wandered too close to the iron door would be roasted to a crisp.
Your mother had a point.
Amrila smiled with a rueful laugh.
When Eddie and I first found this place, the crystal shot flames at us. We were barely able to crawl to the other side through the inferno.
Good to know the ancient engineers built things to last.
Torek grinned as he carefully walked to the far side of the chamber.
The charge on those crystals has lasted centuries. It's quite a wonder, honestly.
I unlocked the iron door and allowed it to swing open, and Torek rushed forward to get a peek at the mechanisms that worked on the hinges.
Marvelous,
the dark-haired dwarf commented to himself after a low whistle.
Ingenious.
Then we walked through into the hidden alcove, and Torek turned to watch the door silently close itself. Once the door was shut, the blacksmith took a moment to examine the back that was camouflaged to look like part of the cave wall. The dwarf ran his stout fingers along the nearly invisible crack, and then nodded his approval.
Perfect,
Torek said in a tone of wonder.
You'd never know the door was here if you stumbled across it.
The northern iron door that leads to the Yenni territory is exactly the same, I told the blacksmith. I almost panicked the first time I went through it. It closed behind me, and it took me a minute to find the small crack that hid the keyhole.
One day you'll have to take me there so I can make some notes on the inner workings. The ancient dwarves left whole libraries of their knowledge behind, but there was a great deal they just accepted as common knowledge and never bothered to write down.
That's a promise, I grinned. But right now we should get to the encampment. Bakath and the others are waiting for us.
I've read about the encampment,
Torek said as we traveled down the road to the southwest.
An entire city of tents. Such a strange concept for a city.
We're supposed to be nomads,
Nylame remarked as we walked.
Most of the tribe still is, but those who have lived in the encampment for generations slowly found ways around the law about not building permanent settlements. We may cover our walls with canvas and stout cloth, but the structures underneath are anchored into the dirt and rock. It's become kind of a joke among the Dorath.
Before long, our party reached the encampment and met with our friends in the large wooden meeting house. As I stepped through the double doors, I saw the crowd of female warriors Bakath and Zuag had gathered. The Dolrath had a fair number of women in their army, but it was still mostly men that became soldiers. But to see the tables and the benches full of night elf and orcish women was a departure from the norm. "What do you think?" Bakath asked as he walked up to us with a roguish grin on his face. "I think it's a general improvement."
"They smell better, at least,"
Skurd said in a dry voice as he joined us. Then he turned to Torek.
"Oh, hello."
"This is Torek." I introduced the dark-haired dwarf. He's an amazing blacksmith. He and some other dwarven friends of mine might have made a pretty big discovery. We'll talk about that later. Let's address the troops. "My pleasure." Bakath smiled and winked at me. "Just keep it short." I snorted as I rolled my eyes. "Ladies," the general said in a loud voice as he turned to the soldiers, "I'm pleased to introduce the leader of our campaign, Duke Eddie Hill of Hillshire, hero of the Great Forest, shield brother to the Dolrath, clan brother to Tor's Bane, and slayer of the Mad Chief Ussinger." The night elf women in the meeting house cheered as they stomped their feet and beat their fists on the table, and the orcish warriors were especially raucous. "Thank you all for coming," I said as I looked around at the 20 or so fierce women. "Our plan is to go into the twilight and root out a succubus we believe is plotting with a demon lord in the deeper dark. This is the same demon lord that Ussinger was foolish enough to make a pact with. It's our hope that you all will be immune to the powers the succubus is supposed to possess. I want you all to get some rest because it's going to be a long march. We'll leave first thing tomorrow. Any questions?"
"Duke Hill?"
A broad-shouldered orcish woman with long black braids stood as she addressed me.
"Are you concerned about yourself, General Bakath and Captain Zuag? Won't you all be vulnerable to this fiend's powers?"
"That's a good question," I replied and then turned to Torek. "Did you find any way to combat the succubus's powers?"
"Our information was limited on the topic,"
the blacksmith said in an uncomfortable but strangely formal tone as he glanced at the crowd of female warriors.
"Becklin did not find a remedy for the seductive influence of succubi, but it seems to be a matter of willpower. A man can resist her, but it depends on the man."
"All right." I nodded, but was unsure how to take that information. "The general, the captain, and I will keep a close watch on each other. If any of you notice we might be falling under the succubus's influence, slap us, I guess."
"Forewarned is forearmed," Skurd said from one of the tables. "They're all aware that this beast will try to trick them with her wiles. Hopefully that will make the difference.
and Duke Eddie is one of the most stubbornly good men I've ever met. It would take a whole coven of succubi to entice him."
"What about you, Zenkari?"
the raven-haired orcish woman asked with an arched eyebrow. "I don't have the necessary temperament to be seduced, my dear," the horned man said in a bored tone. "Get some rest," I repeated to the assembly. "We leave first thing." As the female warriors filed out of the meeting house, Zuag walked up to me with the raven-haired woman that had spoken up.
"Little brother,"
the captain greeted me.
"this is my cousin, Shan. She's a guard at the Temple of Lionolf in Keteran."
"Thanks for being here," I replied as I held out my hand to the broad woman. Sharn was built like a brick shithouse, and had a well-polished war axe on her hip. The orcish woman also had a deep alto voice and the swagger of a seasoned soldier.
"I heard about your exploits in Takfet,"
Sharn said, as she shook my hand with a firm grip.
"Most impressive, Duke."
I remembered the fight in Takfet all too well. A warlord that Belzat had recruited as a backup to Ersinger had taken over the orc village and made life miserable for everyone there. "You serve at a temple to a night elf goddess?" I asked in surprise.
"It puts food in my belly."
Sharn shrugged.
"And someone has to look after the temple virgins."
"Fair enough." I snorted before I turned to Zuag. "We have a lot to discuss. This is Torek, and he might be able to help us in a big way."
"Go treat yourself to a pint at the tavern, Shan,"
the captain said to his cousin as he caught the look in my eye.
"We'll join you shortly."
"If you insist."
Sharn chuckled and then left. Once it was just my friends and wives, I had Torek explain his plans for the teleportation circles.
"There's a back room here in the meeting house we could place the first one in,"
Bakath said as he stroked his chin.
"It has a dirt floor, so it would be ideal."
"Show me,"
the blacksmith requested in an eager tone. Bakath led us into the back of the meeting house and showed us a small back room.
"It's meant for storage,"
the hawk-faced man explained.
"but we never use it."
"This is perfect."
Torek grinned and got right to work carving out a circle of strange geometric symbols with a hammer and chisel. Then he took out an earthen jar filled with white chalk-like powder, carefully poured the powder into the grooves of the symbols, and then pulled out some flint and steel from his pocket. As the blacksmith made a spark, the white powder caught fire like gunpowder, and as the powder burned up, it left clearly defined white lines that made the symbols stand out on the darker dirt. Finally, Torek reverently took out the urn that contained Sagor's remains and spread them around the circle.
"There you have it,"
Torek said with a proud expression as he dusted off his hands.
"You should be able to stand in the center of the circle and say Sagor the Citadel, and you'll be transported."
"You made Sagor the secret word?" I asked with a smile.
"It felt appropriate."
The blacksmith shrugged. "And you're sure this is relatively safe?" I looked at the circle apprehensively, like I'm not going to dissolve into particles and be scattered across the realms.
"Only one way to find out,"
Torek said solemnly, but when I looked over at him, he cracked a smile.
"You trusted us this far, Eddie. I just ask for a little more."
He had a point. The dwarves hadn't let me down yet, so I stepped inside the circle and took a deep breath. "Sagor, the Citadel," I said in a clear voice. Then I suddenly felt a powerful tug over my whole body, and everything went dark for a split second. Next thing I knew, I was back in the workroom, near the back of the long rectangular room. Becklin and Dorum were bent over their work tables, and they both looked up as I appeared out of nowhere. The tiny red-haired man's eyes went wide when he saw me, and then he turned toward Dorum.
"Ha!"
the little man barked in triumph.
"It did work!"
Dorum ignored the other dwarf and hurried over to me with a speculative look on his lined face.
"What did it feel like?"
the gray-haired dwarf asked in a clinical tone. Like something huge grabbed me and suddenly pulled me here," I said, as I tried to describe the weird sensation.
"Interesting,"
Dorum replied as he stroked his long beard.
"Well, no use standing around gloating about it. You all were right, and I was wrong. Have fun killing your succubus."
"Thanks?" I snorted and braced myself for the return journey. "Sagor, the encampment!" I felt the pull again, and felt a little dizzy the second time, but as the back room of the meeting house materialized, that feeling quickly went away.
"Did it work?"
Torek asked with a boyish grin on his face. "Yeah," I replied as I stepped out of the circle. But what's weirder is that Dorum admitted he was wrong.
Really?
Torek laughed.
What I wouldn't give to have seen the look on his smug face.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you all how important it is to keep this a secret, I said to Bakath, Zuag, and Scourge.
You have our word, Shield Brother, the general replied, and from the pallor of your skin, I can't say I'm eager to try it.
I think it would make you sick if you did it too many times in a row. I chuckled. But it wasn't too bad, really. The next day, I led my army of women warriors to Grimthorn and passed through the spike growth. Because of our numbers, we didn't have any trouble from the monsters of the twilight as we marched to Glekik. Once we were near the Goblin City, our small army made camp, and Torek and I slipped away into the wilderness by ourselves.
I thought Praegia was the queen of Glekik.
The blacksmith grumbled as we looked for a good spot to place our circle.
Why not hide the circle in the palace there?
Well, I replied as I thought about the question. I'm sure there's probably a lot of hidden places in the palace that would have been perfect, but Praegia has got this one advisor, Duick, and he's kinda strange.
You do not trust your wife's advisor?
Torek asked as he cast a sidelong glance at me. I wouldn't say that. I shook my head. Praegia trusts him enough to run the city when she's not there, and he's helped me out a few times. But our goal is to keep the surface and you dwarves a secret. And Duick is one of those guys who wants to know everything about everything. If he stumbled across an obviously magical circle of symbols and doesn't know the purpose of it, he'd obsess about it until he figured out what it was and how it worked. He wouldn't know the secret word to activate it, but I'd rather act with an abundance of caution.
Sagor made a wise choice making you the guardian of the tunnels,
Torek remarked with a nod of approval. Then the dark-haired dwarf made the next circle in the center of a small stand of strange aspen trees that grew around the river. It was hidden enough that it would be unlikely anyone would happen across it, but distinct enough of a location that I would easily be able to find it later. With that taken care of, we headed back to the tents, and after my warriors and friends had gotten some rest, we broke camp and started the last leg of our march into the northeastern portion of the Twilight region. We followed the map I'd gotten from the elders of Niclathan. The small area had been circled in red ink and marked where the Succubus and her followers had been seen. Viril said it was a community of farmers that helped provide food for the Deep Gnome City, but our next stop would be Niclathan. When we reached the tunnels and the hidden gates of the city, I pounded my fist on the large doors and waited with my army of women behind me.
"Oh, hello, Dukil,"
I heard a somewhat familiar voice say, as the small flap opened to reveal a pair of large dark eyes. "Hey, Frith," I greeted the gnome guard. "Would you kindly tell Elder Viril I'm back?"
"Just a moment, my lord,"
Frith replied and then closed the flap. We waited about 20 minutes, and then the gates opened just enough for the red-robed elder to step through them before they closed again.
"Good day, Duke."
Viril greeted me and then looked around at the warriors I'd brought.
"I don't mean to question your methods, but are they all women?"
I could see the skeptical look on the blue-eyed man's face. "Nilame, Feistrin, Sharn!" I called over my shoulder. "Come here, please." As the three formidable women stepped forward, Viril stared up at them and took in their muscles and weapons. "I know it's unconventional," I said to the elder, "but I figure weird problems require creative solutions. You said the Succubus can control men, so I mostly brought women. These are some of the finest warriors the Gloom has to offer."
"My apologies, ladies,"
Viril said as he bowed to the women.
"I meant no offense."
"Not to worry, Elder,"
Nilame replied in a falsely sweet voice.
"I'm sure we're all used to being underestimated."
"Is there anything else you can tell us about the village or surrounding farmlands that could help?" I asked.
"It is a gnomish village,"
Viril answered.
"So any creature that is not a gnome will be one of the Succubus's followers. As we said, we have not heard from the farmers, so we do not know what the situation is there at the moment. They did have a fighting force, but only gnomish men tend to be warriors."
"I guess that feels short-sighted on this side of things,"
Sharn remarked with a smirk.
"We can offer you gold and precious minerals in return for your services."
Viril pressed on, but his cheeks flushed.
"The mines of Niclathan are rich with celestite."
"Really?"
Sharn asked and seemed suddenly interested. I shot the orcish woman a questioning look and raised my eyebrow.
The temple maidens make bowls out of celestite.
The broad-shouldered woman explained.
They say it helps to strengthen their medicinal preparations and connects them with the gods. It's very rare in the Karadu territory.
That sounds good to me. I replied, We'll be back. Thank you, Elder Viril. The elder nodded and went back into the city, and I gathered my troops to continue our march. As we got close to where the beginning of the farmland started in our maps, I went ahead with Amrila, Scourge, and Cyneath. Amrila could probably sneak in anywhere, since she had been a thief before I met her. Scourge's shadow magic would come in handy, and from what I gathered, he was still a thief despite the fact that his adventures with me had made him rich. Cyneath was one of my Dolrath scouts, and I'd fought alongside her long enough to know she moved like a cat and fought like a lioness. When we reached the first of the farms, I followed behind Cyneath and copied her lithe movements. We silently moved through a field of grain that looked about ready to harvest, but at the edge of the field I could smell stale smoke, and the crops showed evidence of being scorched. The next field over had been burnt, and only the charred remains of the stalks remained. As we peeked out through the tall growth of grain, I could see 6 feral goblins outside of a burnt-out farmhouse. The ugly fucks gnawed on the bones of some unknown creature, but I suspected it had once been a gnome. Feral goblins would eat anything. Fuck. There were also a couple skinny garms tied up next to the ruined house that fought over the scraps the goblins would throw them. Poor beasts, Scourge muttered under his breath before he turned to me. Can we assume the rest of the farms in the village have suffered the same fate? Those goblins look awfully comfortable for an invading force in hostile territory. I fucking hope not, I quietly replied as I looked at the bone-thin garms. But this doesn't look good. Cyneath, can you find a way to get us closer to the village? I'd at least like to get a look at the main force and get an idea what we're dealing with.
It looks like they've burned down most of the crops.
The slim woman with a long white mohawk answered.
It's all open ground, and there's too much space between the buildings. What a stupid way to make war. Why burn it to the ground when they could have used these resources for themselves?
Fanaticism rarely goes hand in hand with good decision-making, Scourge replied in a philosophical tone. See the marks on what's left of the farmhouse? They're in the Demon Lord's cult for certain. I looked at the place where Scourge had pointed and saw the pyramid with the circle at its apex. Belzat's symbol had been drawn in blood on the wall. Double fuck. We need a distraction so we can get past them and get a good look at the village. I said,
Why not have a little fun first?
Amrila asked with a wicked smile.
I'll cause a little diversion. If a horde of feral goblins don't pour out of the remains of the farmhouse, we can take these ones out quietly and not have to keep an eye out behind us.
You'll be careful? I asked my Zinkari wife.
Yes.
The horned woman sighed as she playfully rolled her eyes.
I promise to be careful, partner.
Then let's have some fun. I grinned. Amrila ghosted her way through the grain to get around behind the goblins, and a few moments later, I heard the sound of a rock as it hit the side of the farmhouse. The goblin stood to attention and looked around, but nothing came out of the remains of the building. As the goblins grabbed their swords and short spears, one barked orders at the rest, and I clocked him as the leader. Then the goblins turned their backs on us and started to look around for the source of the noise. Now! I commanded in a hoarse whisper. Scourge, Cyneath, and I sprang out from the field and rushed them. I didn't want to use my rifles because the sound would carry and alert any other goblins or creatures in the area for miles. So, as I reached the first goblin ahead of my friends, I took hold of his head and shin from behind and jerked. The feral goblin's spine crunched as its neck broke, and he went limp. Then Scourge and Cyneath came in with their daggers. The white-haired elf slashed one goblin's neck from behind, as the rest of the goblins turned to see us. And the Garm started to bark as Scourge used his cursed demon blade to stab another goblin in the belly.
Aye!
Amrila let loose her war cry as she ran in close to a fourth goblin, turned while she swung her swords and cut the fucker's head clean off. The leader saw me and threw his spear, but I dodged and somehow caught it in midair. Oh, fuck yeah. It seemed all my training was really paying off. Now armed, I moved in and used the spear like a quarterstaff. I ran the butt of the spear hard into the leader's stomach, and as he doubled over, I flipped the shaft of the spear and stabbed it through the goblin's back. The last goblin looked at what had happened to his friends, turned and ran, but Amrila was ready for him. The horned woman blocked his escape and bared her sharp canines as she smiled.
You should have treated your garms better.
Amrila sneered and then ran the goblin through with one of her blades.
Pathetic pissant.
As the others wiped their blades off on the dead goblin's stained and rotting leather armor, I turned to look at the two garms. They'd stopped barking, but they were both on their feet and growled at us with their tails tucked between their legs. They were scared. I'm not leaving them, I said in a firm tone as I turned to look at Amrila.
I admire you, Eddie, Scourge said in a cautious voice, but there are some creatures that are beyond even your saving.
I'm not leaving them, I repeated as I looked around at the dead goblins and then started to remove the belt off one.
I'll help you,
Amrila said in a resigned tone. My wife also took the sword belt off of one of the goblins and followed me over to where the garms were tied up.
I'll help too,
Sineth offered as she followed us.
Sheer madness.
The thief scoffed and he folded his arms as he stood back and watched.
They look diseased. Have a care.
Amrila distracted one with a bone, while Sineth and I got on either side of the other. Be ready to grab it from behind, I told the scout as I made a loop with the belt. I'm going to try to use the belt as a muzzle. Sineth nodded and readied herself. I counted to 3 in my head before I jumped on the garm, got my arms around its head and shoulders, and started to wrestle it to the ground. Despite the fact the garm was half-starved, it had a lot of fight left. As the beast thrashed and tried to get its head around to bite me, Sineth also jumped on it and held it down while she quickly slipped the loop over the garm's mouth and pulled the belt strap to tighten it. The garm's mouth snapped closed, and I secured the length of the belt to keep it in place. Sorry about this, I said to the beast as it gave up and whimpered. I promise it'll be worth it. Then I got up and turned to the other garm. Amrila had the bone held just out of reach of the garm, and the white-furred dog pulled against the rope that held it as it tried to get to the Zenkari woman. I quietly snuck up behind the poor beast and then pounced on it. I managed to get it to the ground and took hold of its snout with my hands, and as I held the garm's mouth closed, Amrila dropped the bone and made the belt she'd taken into a loop, just as I had done. Amrila kneeled down and slipped the loop around the garm's snout before she helped hold it down, while I tightened and secured the belt. Then I got up, moved away, and looked at the two pitiful creatures.
Are you sure about this?
Amrila asked.
They look awful.
Nothing some good food and care won't fix. I shrugged. Besides, they're both females. If we can tame them, we can breed them. I looked into it, and we can get good money for exotic pups. I knew what motivated my wife's greedy heart.
Really?
Amrila replied, and her dark eyes lit up with intrigue. We'll come back for them after we finish taking out the goblins. I said, let's see if we can sneak up on the village. With Sineth in the lead, the 4 of us moved forward. There were 3 other farms, all burned to the ground. I saw a few goblins and some of the dust demons I'd encountered before, but no serious threats. We managed to slip past them undetected, and finally the village came into view. The smell of old smoke grew stronger, and I saw that most of the buildings had been burned down there, too. We hid ourselves behind some boulders a little distance away, and I used my binoculars to get a better look. I can see about 40 goblins and lesser demons wandering around, I said quietly as I carefully craned around the rocks. Only 3 of the bigger buildings are still standing. I'd guess there would be maybe 20 to 30 goblins in each.
And the Succubus,
Scourge reminded me.
That's over 130 potential threats. We're pretty outnumbered, and the sum doesn't include the goblins and lesser demons posted at the farms.
We've been outnumbered before,
Sineth said in a light tone.
Duke Eddie and Nilamea are worth 10 warriors apiece with their rifles, and the blonde Zenkari also has a rifle. That's the same as 55 warriors on our side. That's almost 2-to-1 odds, not bad, really.
You optimists exhaust me,
the thief sighed.
Also, you're terrible at math, sweet Sineth. Is there any way to know what building the Succubus resides in, Eddie?
Not really, I said as I hid behind the boulders again. All of the buildings have the Demon Lord's symbol painted on them. Let's get back to the others and come up with a plan of attack. The 4 of us snuck back to where our main force waited, and I met with my wives and friends. How many minions does the Succubus have? Bakoth asked as we gathered in a circle. Okay,
I said as I held up my hand. Hear me out. I've got a plan. Chapter 13. 130 rabid goblins and lesser demons? The general asked with a note of disbelief. That's only a guess, I replied as I looked from Bakath to Zuag.
A low guess, potentially,
Scourge added in a dry tone.
Where's your sense of glory, Brother Scourge?
The orc captain asked with a hearty laugh. The horned man looked down at the ground, sighed, and pinched the bridge of his nose as if he had a sudden headache. I can understand Scourge's reservations, I said, but even though they have us outnumbered, we have them outgunned.
And outbombed.
Torek grinned as he opened his pack.
I knew these would come in handy.
The blacksmith pulled out a small round metal object that had a short length of hemp sticking out of the top.
I call them Torek's little helpers,
the dwarf said in a proud, almost paternal tone.
You just light the wick and throw, but throw it quickly, or you'll be down a hand, and an arm, and maybe have your face and shoulder.
You've been wandering around the Gloom and the Twilight with explosives in your pack?
Pragia asked with a raised eyebrow.
If I can't handle a few little bombs, could I even call myself a dwarf?
Torek asked indignantly.
I might as well shave off my beard and be the realm's ugliest gnome farmer.
Okay, I said with a smirk. That helps to even the odds, too. How many of those do you have?
About half a dozen,
the dwarf replied.
I use the same mix I put in your bullets, too. The magical substance should coat the shrapnel when it explodes and take out those lesser demon buggers. The only problem is that I would have to carry a torch into battle to light them, which limits the use of my axe.
You're in luck. I chuckled before I pulled out my old Zippo lighter and flicked it.
How clever,
Torek breathed as he looked at the small flame with keen interest. You can't take it apart to see how it works until after the battle. I snorted and closed the lighter and handed it to the blacksmith. Torek reverently took the Zippo and opened the top, but he struggled to light it at first with his thick fingers.
You've been letting all of us light fires with flint and steel while you had that in your pocket?
Scourge asked in a sullen tone. You're really good at lighting campfires. I shrugged. But let's get back to the plan. I think we should march around the farmlands and go right for the village. That way, when the alarm is sounded, it'll take the goblins in the farmlands a minute to show up, which will space out the waves of enemy forces. Makes sense? Bakath nodded as the purple light of the twilight reflected off his jeweled eye. Then I assume you, Lady Nylame, and Miss Tanya will go in first with your rifles and cause a panic in the village. Exactly. I said, we'll take out a good chunk of them while they take a moment to rally. That's when Torek will come in with some of his little helpers and target the buildings, and then the main force will move in. By the time any of the goblins and lesser demons come in from the farmlands, we'll have decimated their numbers. With a little luck, the explosions of the buildings will also take out the succubus.
Even if it doesn't,
Nylame remarked.
By the time she realizes what's happening, her forces will be in complete disarray.
I like this plan,
Zuag said as he stroked his short beard.
Except the rifles and bombs won't leave a lot of bastards for the rest of us.
There'll still be the ones out in the farmland,
Tanya replied as she looked at the orcish man.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of bad guys left to fight.
That is very true.
Zuag smiled at the blonde woman, and I could see a slight blush rise in Tanya's cheeks. Let's head out, I said and turned to gather the troops. The army marched south to circle around the farmlands so we could strike the village first. The plan depended on a quick, decisive strike. An attack through the farmlands would have been faster, maybe, but by the time we would have fought through the goblins and the other creatures hiding in the fields and farmhouses, we would have used up precious resources and alerted the succubus and her main force in the village. Feral goblins were cowards, too. I felt pretty sure once the succubus was dead, they'd turn tail and run back into the wilderness of the twilight. The goblins were all here either because of the succubus's influence or because they saw some opportunity in her service. Once we took her out of the picture, they'd break and fuck off. The lesser demons might be another story, though. They might stay and fight us just to fight, or out of some fanatical devotion to Belzat. It was hard to say, but our plan seemed like the most efficient use of what resources we had,
and I was confident we stood a good chance against our enemy. Eventually, I turned the army north toward the village. "Scourge," I said to the thief, "I want you, Cyneath, and maybe one or two of our other scouts to go ahead of the army and quietly take out any patrols or sentinels they have keeping watch." "What fun." The Zenkari man grinned and went on ahead with his team of scouts to clear the way for us. Then I got the army into an arrowhead formation, with Torek, Feistrin, and Sharn right behind my wives and I at the head of the arrow. Once we punched our way through the creatures guarding the village, Torek would be able to break off and destroy the 3 large buildings in the center of the village with Feistrin and Sharn's help. As we started to move through the fields closest to the village, I noticed all the crops had been burned, and there wasn't much cover. But we did see the bodies of dead goblins here and there where Scourge and the others had already been. Still, we moved in quickly and reached the back of the first of the toppled houses on the outside of the village. Scourge and his scouts were there, hidden behind what was left of a wall. I passed them with my wives beside me and walked between 2 buildings through an alleyway. I shouldered my Galil and watched for any sign of movement as the formation of soldiers narrowed to march shoulder to shoulder through the tight space. But as we stepped out into the square, the formation flared out again. The square was filled with goblins and lesser demons that seemed to lounge in the dirt or mill around without purpose. Then the first of them spotted me and my wives, but it was too late, and I opened fire. The first round was just suppressing fire, but several goblins fell as they tried to scramble away. Then the feral goblins started shouting and shrieking, and the lesser demons barked or gnashed their teeth. I recognized what kind of lesser demons they were. They were the shitty fuckers made from dirt, and when they died, they would explode into a cloud of dust that would obscure the air. Fucking great. As Amrila switched mags, Tanya stepped forward into her place and fired the old Bulgarian AK. I fucking loved that gun. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was a hell of a workhorse as far as rifles go. The 4 of us worked as a team while we cleared the square. A round of fire, move forward, and reload as the others covered with more fire. The goblins and lesser demons in the square quickly devolved into chaos, and as some of them tried to run, others would come out of the buildings to see what the fuck was going on. Some actually tried to hold their ground and fight, though. Not that their courage helped them much. Once we gained the center of the square, the goblin captains brought their soldiers to heel and tried to mount a defense, and a loud bell began to ring somewhere in the village. They were calling in their forces from the farmlands. "Form up!" I shouted to my warriors. "Circle! Protect the rear!" As my women warriors and friends responded, Torek, Feistrin, and Sharn broke away and shot off to the left. Meanwhile, I fired at a tall goblin in leather armor that wasn't stained as he shouted at a group of goblin pikemen. The tall one was clearly one of the leaders, and as he tried to organize his men, I shot him through the head, and he fell to the ground. As the front pikemen were sprayed with their captain's blood and brains, half of them ran into an alleyway, while the others turned and rushed us. Other groups had gotten their shit together and engaged the sides and rear of the formation, and I knew we wouldn't be able to hold this position for long. "Hold together!" I shouted before I fired at the pikemen as they rushed my wives and me. I fired 2 rapid shots at the closest one, and then I felt the click as my mag ran out. I quickly dropped one mag and reached for my next one as I watched the pikemen get closer. The square had started to fill with goblins and more lesser demons, and I started to see demons other than the little dust devil fuckers, bigger ones that I hadn't seen before. I clicked in the fresh mag and shouldered my rifle again as the first of the pikemen reached me. But before I could fire, an arrow buzzed down from somewhere above and pierced the goblin's neck, and he fell tumbling into the dirt at my feet. I shot the next 2 pikemen behind him, and then I looked at where the arrow had come from. Scourge and Cyneath had gotten up on the roof of one of the burnt-out buildings, and the Night Elf scout fired arrow after arrow at the thief's directions. Scourge's other scouts had also found higher vantage points around the square and fired into the Succubus's forces, but they'd avoided the larger buildings they knew were about to be destroyed. Which was good, because there was suddenly a bright flash of light and a concussive force as my Pro-X's kicked on and cut off the sound of the explosion itself. I turned and saw Torek in front of the burning building with his war axe raised triumphantly above his head as he cackled with glee. A goblin tried to hit the blacksmith with a manic swing of his sword, but Torek simply pivoted and slashed his axe across the goblin's chest. The goblin screamed and dropped his sword as his heart and lungs were unceremoniously exposed to the air, and then he fell to the ground dead. The dwarf could seemingly take care of himself, so I turned my attention back to the fight. We were still surrounded, but the enemy's force's defense was piecemeal at best. But if we held our formation any longer, we risked being overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. "Zuag! Bakath!" I shouted over the din of the battle. "Break! Watch the roads for their reinforcements!" As our formation suddenly broke, Tanya and Pragia split off with Zuag's unit of soldiers, while Nilame went with Bakath and his soldiers. Amrila and I got back to back as we fired around us, and I shot a dust devil that burst into a whirlwind of dirt that choked the goblin fighters around it. But then something caught my eye, and I cursed. "Partner!" I shouted to Amrila over my shoulder, and I started to pick off the goblins in the dust cloud as they coughed and retched. "We need to get to Torek and help him!"
With pleasure, partner!
The Zenkari woman replied. Then she joyously screamed her battle cry.
Aye!
Amrila let her rifle drop on its shoulder strap and pulled out her beloved swords, and the two of us worked our way over to Torek, Feistrin, and Sharn, who had been surrounded by a pack of twisted, bony lesser demons. As we moved across the square, I cleared our path with my Galil, and Amrila sliced and slashed at anything that dared to get near us. In our wake, we left a bloody trail of goblins. As we got close enough to see through the dust and smoke, I saw Torek chop off the leg of one of the bone demons. They were horrible creatures with no skin, just barbed frameworks of white bones, joined by raw muscle and tendons. Sharn swung her massive war axe with both hands to force another bone demon back, but unlike Torek's shorter axe, the long handle of Sharn's axe wasn't as suited to close combat. Feistrin had the same problem with her polearm, but the two women fought fiercely and tried to clear a path for Torek to get to the next building. I pushed my Galil back on its shoulder strap and pulled out my Glock. I'd loaded it with the blacksmith's special bullets, so I knew they would be effective against the bony fuckers. As Amrila guarded my back, I took a deep breath and carefully aimed. The bone demons were over 6 feet tall, which meant they towered over my friends, so I aimed high. I squeezed the trigger and the bone demon closest to Torek stumbled back as my bullet pierced its skull. Then, within a second, its head burst in an eruption of magical light. Torek turned to look at me with the bone demon's black ichor splattered across his face.
"Yes!"
the dark-haired dwarf shouted when he saw me.
"Look how well they work! I'm a genius!"
Instead of congratulating the dwarf, I fired at the next bone demon as Sharn and Feistrin took down another. When my bullet hit the bone demon's chest, it pierced the exposed muscle, and the pinkish meat immediately began to swell and roil. Then there was another burst of light and sickly ichor as the monster fell. Meanwhile, Feistrin jabbed the blade of her polearm into the chest of the last bone demon, and Sharn swung her war axe and cut the legs out from under it. As the bone demon toppled to the ground, Feistrin wrenched her polearm from its chest and in one fluid movement chopped off its head.
"Good to see ya,"
Torek snorted as he stepped over the bone demons and approached me.
"I was worried we'd be pinned in for good."
"Let's get to the next building," I said, as I looked to one end of the square and saw a group of goblins run into the village from the farmlands. "Before the succubus decides to show her face and organize these dumb fucks."
"Following you, shield brother,"
Feistrin replied as she held her polearm in both hands. I turned toward the next building, the biggest one in the center of the village, and switched back to the Galil. Amril and I cleared a path with rifle fire as Sharn and Feistrin kept attackers back with their long, bladed weapons, and Torek stood in the middle and readied his next bomb as we moved. Dust and smoke swirled in the air and cut our visibility to a few yards. It was also getting harder to get a full breath in the haze. But once we reached the largest building, the four of us guarded Torek as he sheathed his axe and pulled out the lighter.
"Stop, my darling."
A silky feminine voice suddenly purred as Torek held the flame of the lighter only inches from the wick of the bomb.
"Why would you hurt me, my love?"
The strange voice seemed to come from nowhere, but it was so clear it was like the speaker had whispered it right in my ear. Whatever method the succubus used to cast her enchantment, our Pro X headphones did nothing to stop it. Then I saw Torik's face go blank and change to a dreamy expression.
Fuck! I'd never hurt you,
the blacksmith said in a weird, flat tone. It's her! I shouted as my heart skipped a beat. The succubus! Don't listen, Torik!
But I love her,
Torik said in the same mechanical voice.
Fool!
Sharn chided Torik, and then the orc woman slapped him hard on the back of the head.
No pussy is worth your good sense, man. Get to work!
The blacksmith's eyes cleared as he shook his head, and he quickly lit the wick of the bomb and chucked it overhand through a window of the building. Then Torik turned and ran in the other direction, and we followed his lead with all possible haste. A moment later, the bomb exploded and blew out the front windows of the building behind us. As smoke and flames poured from the structure, the square in front of the building was showered with shards of glass and splintered wood.
Was a succubus in that building?
Amrila asked as we regrouped. Let's hope, I said as I looked around. I didn't see her and I couldn't tell where her voice came from. We need to finish this now, come on. The square was still in chaos, and there was a steady stream of goblins that came in from the farmlands. But the goblins from the fields were only in groups of 2 and 3, and Zuag, Pragi, and Tanya held their own on the far side of the square. The orc captain led his women warriors flawlessly as he shouted commands, and Tanya ensured no one got the drop on them with her AK. Meanwhile, Pragia used her quarterstaff to beat the shit out of any goblin within 5 feet of her. Our scouts helped to thin the enemy numbers from their perches, and Scourge popped in and out of the battle with his shadow powers. When the Zinkari man appeared in a puff of black smoke, there was more than enough blood on the ground for him to create projectiles or ensnare the feral goblin's feet in spiky ropes of blood. And then he would disappear again to wreak havoc somewhere else. Bukath and Nilame's unit was close to the last of the untouched buildings, but the remaining bulk of the goblin and lesser demon forces had gathered around them. Come on! I shouted as I started to move toward them and pulled my Glock again. Scourge! To Nilame and Bukath! I hoped the thief had heard me as we started to run, but as we got close, I heard the voice of the succubus again.
Stop!
She said, more powerful and insistent this time.
Stop this foolishness, or I'll be cross with you.
This time, I felt the pull of that soft but angry voice. It was like a lover when they warn you you've gone too far in an argument. For just a second, I almost wanted to respond to that voice, apologize and say whatever it took to make it better. But the pull of the voice slipped from my consciousness like the loop of a rope that couldn't get a good grip. Then I watched as the goblins dropped their weapons and stood with blank, dreamy expressions, just like Torik had moments ago. I saw Bukath put down his arms too, but he didn't drop his sword. The hawk-faced man's expression was conflicted, as if he was trying to fight the same urge I'd felt. Hold! I shouted to my soldiers, as I looked around and saw Torik was back in his stupor. Hold your attacks!
Eddie!
Amrila exclaimed next to me.
We have them, let's pick them off now!
Trust me, I whispered to my wild Zinkari wife. We need to draw her out. I looked around, but I didn't see anyone but my army, the feral goblins, and lesser demons. But the haze made it hard to see very far, and I knew the succubus could be almost anywhere. This is your chance to surrender! I shouted as I watched for any sign of the succubus. I promise we'll show mercy if you submit to us now, or we can kill you and all your pawns. Your choice.
Submit?
The silky voice echoed.
Is that what you want, lover? For me to give my will over to you?
I felt the power of the succubus tugging at me again, but its grip slipped away, just like it did the first time. Your will is your business, I said. But if you surrender, you have my word that you'll be treated fairly. I'd seen the fanatical devotion of Belzat's servants before, and I didn't think the succubus would actually surrender. I just wanted her to show herself.
Oh.
The succubus purred as my female warriors held their ground.
You're a strange one, but I enjoy a challenge. Put down your weapon.
Again, the succubus tried to ensnare me, but I was able to shrug off the urge to follow her command. Come out, and we can discuss the terms of your surrender, I said in a casual tone as I slowly moved toward Torik, who had an unlit bomb in his hand. "I'm sure we can offer you a better deal than the demon lord you serve. You've probably heard what I did to his other servants by now." As my wives and the other warriors watched me, I stood next to the blacksmith and was ready to take the bomb from him at a moment's notice. I still didn't see the succubus anywhere, unless the fiend was hidden behind one of the ruined buildings. She had to be in the last structure that was still intact.
Belzat.
The succubus's voice spat in a surprisingly spiteful tone.
Only those too arrogant to see their own folly would believe his lies. If it's his servant you seek, you're mistaken. We are both pawns in Belzat's game.
This time, I didn't feel the succubus try to overpower me with her seductive magic, but I'd apparently hit a nerve. "If you don't like the demon lord, then why draw his mark all over the place?" I asked as I inched my hand toward Torik's bomb.
It won't be that easy for you.
The succubus laughed, and I thought she might have seen me reach for the bomb from wherever she was.
I am bound to the servant you seek. But don't bother asking me where he is. I can't tell you. But I can do other lovely things to you, if you like.
This time the pull of the succubus's words hit me harder, but then they slipped again, like a wet bar of soap in the shower. "Nah, I'm good," I said with a shrug. "Last chance to come out and talk about that surrender."
No!
The succubus abruptly shouted. The seduction was gone from her voice, replaced by rage.
Kill him, my pets! Kill them all for me!
I snatched the bomb and the lighter from Torik, and lit the wick as all of the goblins and lesser demons suddenly sprang to action. The moment the wick caught, I threw the bomb as hard as I could with an overhand motion. It sailed across the square and into a window of the final building. Then the detonation of the bomb blew out the rest of the windows, and I could see flames erupt inside. "Arrgh!" Torik shouted, and he looked at me as if he didn't know me. The blacksmith grabbed his axe from his belt and tried to swing on me, and as I jumped back out of range of the heavy swing, Amrila darted forward and backhanded the dwarf so hard that his head jerked back. But then his eyes cleared, and he looked at me with embarrassment. "Eddie, I'm so sorry." "Later," I said to the dwarf. "We've a fight to win." The blacksmith nodded and turned to take out his rage on the goblins. Amrila, Feistrin, Sharn, and I rushed to help Bakatha and Nilame, but the general suddenly turned and attacked one of the female warriors. At my side, Feistrin dodged in and out of the fight and made a beeline to Bakath.
General!
The polearm fighter shouted. Bakath turned to her with a snarl, but the strong woman slapped him hard enough across the face to raise a red welt in the shape of her handprint. Bakath shook his head as his eyes cleared, and then rage covered his features as he turned to fight a bone demon bearing down on him. I fired my Glock with a great deal of caution, and I picked off several feral goblins as our forces rallied into a formation to stand against the last of the succubus's force.
Pity.
I heard the silky voice again, but there was no pull or force this time.
You are different from the rest.
Then I turned and saw her for the first time. The succubus was near the edge of the square, as she watched me with a mysterious smile. The tall woman's long black hair flowed in waves down her shoulders and back, and her skin was lightly tanned, despite the fact there was no sun here. Her red eyes gazed into mine with a look of intrigue, and her black dress reached the ground but was scandalously low-cut. The cross ties of the succubus's bodice strained to contain her full, round breasts, and a pair of black leathery wings rose from her shoulder blades. The succubus was almost 100 yards away, and the haze of the dust hadn't fully settled. I knew it was a long shot, and I would probably only get one try. But I raised my Glock and fired at her. As I squeezed the trigger, a bone demon threw itself between me and the succubus, and the bullet hit it in the chest. The monster's chest burst in a shower of light and black ichor as it fell to the ground. And when I looked up again, the succubus was gone. I wanted to run after her, but her fanatical followers were frenzied, and I couldn't leave my army. It would also be stupid to run off by myself, and by the time I got a couple of my wives to go with me, she'd be long gone anyway. I turned back to the fight at hand, and together we crushed the last of the succubus's army of goblins and lesser demons. As the scouts picked off the last few stragglers, the rest of us gathered in the square.
"See, Brother Scourge?"
The orc captain laughed heartily as he slapped the Zenkari man hard on the back and nearly sent Scourge stumbling forward.
"Glorious!"
"We should get out of here and regroup," I said as we stood in the center of the burning village, which was now starting to fill the cavern with smoke. "Make sure we have everyone, and let's head into Clayton." Once we rounded up the female warriors, we started to march back to the city of the Deep Gnomes. We'd only lost a handful of soldiers, and after we stopped at the first farmhouse to get my new garms, we made our way to Niclathan. I used the rope that was tied around the garms' necks as leashes, and the poor skinny dogs let me lead them.
Shouldn't we go after the succubus?
Amrila asked as we started to march north. "I know it's a pain in the ass," I said, "but she probably knows these caves better than we do, and she's had a head start. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's better to see if the elders can give us some insight on where she might go. If that doesn't work, we still have Onder and Bulra. They both have abilities that could help us track the succubus down without wasting our time. At the very least, we thinned her forces considerably."
I still hate to let the Demon Lord's minion get ahead of us like that,
Nyla May said as we walked. "I don't know that she's the one we have to worry about," I said as I thought back to what the strange woman had said. She called the servant he, and said she was bound to him. I don't think she's happy about that. "No demon or creature of the pit wants to be bound," Scourge remarked. "It's like thorny brambles on their skin. But if she is magically bound to whoever this man is, she will be compelled to tell him about us. It takes powerful magic to bind a fiend." "What if we could break that?" I asked. "She has as much reason to hate the Demon Lord and his henchmen as we do." "Are you talking about turning the succubus to our side?" Bakath asked and seemed intrigued by the idea.
I don't know, husband.
Pragia said.
There is no end to your charm, but she is very dangerous.
But her powers didn't work on me. I shook my head. She's not a danger to me, and maybe we can use that to convince her. If we can offer her freedom, I think she might turn on whoever is controlling her. Think about what you would do if someone cast a spell on you and forced you to work for them.
I would bring them to the point of death, have Duick revive them, and do it again.
The Goblin Queen said nonchalantly.
Same, girl.
Tanya agreed and flicked a strand of blonde hair out of her face.
There's nothing worse than being under someone's thumb, believe me. I think Eddie has a point.
Onder knows a lot about demons and binding spells, I said, and my resolve hardened. I think I need to talk to him about this. But first, we finally reached Niclathan, and Elder Viril met us again at the gates.
Is it done, Duke Eddie?
The blue-eyed man asked. The succubus has fled your territory, I said. We killed the feral goblins and lesser demons she had gathered, but unfortunately the village is gone. I'm very sorry. There were a couple of fields left unburned. Your people might be able to harvest them until you think of something else.
That is a shame,
Viril said as his eyes dropped.
But our people still owe you a debt for running the fiend out of our lands and killing her followers. Fifth!
The gnomish guard came out through the gate, followed by 2 other soldiers, and they all carried 2 heavy sacks each and set them down at my feet. Thanks, I said as I looked at the sacks that were each the size of a medium-sized pumpkin.
No, thank you, Duke,
the elder replied.
5 are filled with gold, and the 6th is filled with celestite.
I do have one more favor to ask, I said. Your people have knowledge of these caves. Do you know anywhere the succubus is likely to flee to? Another ruin or a cave deeper in the tunnels?
I'm afraid not,
the man in red robes replied.
We tend to stay in our city. The tunnels that concern us lead to our mines. Good luck in your search.
With that, Viril and his soldiers went back through the gates and shut them behind them. Bakath, I said, as I opened one of the large sacks and found nuggets of raw gold. I'd like you to distribute these among the warriors for their service. 2 sacks for the soldiers, and the other 2 will divide between the rest of us. I don't need a portion because I'm going to take the celestite. As you wish, shield brother, the general replied. The female warriors were all very pleased with their reward. It was more gold than they'd earned for years of service under normal circumstances.
Cano is going to be jealous.
Weistrin grinned.
Now I'm richer than he is. But I suppose I can share with my husband. We'll be able to afford 2 or 3 more wives with this.
Don't tell Vilvi that, Bakath said and then laughed. She'll press me to marry another wife, and I'm only just used to the idea of marrying Talia. I think 3 is my fill. That way I've plenty left to leave my heirs. We headed back to the southern reaches of the twilight, and as we camped outside of Glekik, I gathered my wives and friends around a campfire to discuss our next move. My wives, Torek, Tanya, and I are going to head to the Yeni capital to speak with Onder. I said, "Are you okay with leading the soldiers back to the encampment without us, Zuag and Bakath?" "We'll manage," the hawk-faced man replied. "And I wish you luck. I'll be honest, I have reservations about your plan to turn the Succubus to our side. But if you say it can be done, then I believe you."
"We'll get a little rest," I continued more quietly, "and then head through the circle here to the encampment ahead of the army. If anything happens, use the stones to contact me."
"Of course, little brother."
The orc captain nodded.
"And we're here for you when it's time to find this fiend and whoever she's working for."
We ate together, and then my wives and I got a little rest. At one point, when I left our tent to stretch my legs a little before the return journey, I spotted Zuag and Tanya by a fire talking quietly together. The two sat a little distance apart from each other, but I saw Tanya laugh at something the captain had said. Then the former beauty queen played with a lock of her hair as she smiled at the big orcish man. I was no expert in the art of flirting, but I recognized that gesture. I smiled to myself and went back into the tent for a few more minutes to give them a little privacy before I broke things up so we could leave. Then we slipped away into the aspen forest, while my army of warrior women slept, and used the teleportation circle to get to the encampment. "This shit's the best," I said as we stood in the small back room of the meeting house. "Sagor was a genius, and you're a genius for making it work, Torek."
"I just followed Sagor's notes,"
the blacksmith replied in a modest tone.
"He was a very thorough man, and his notes were quite clear."
Our party quietly slipped out of the encampment without much notice and headed north into the Yeni territory. Within a few days we reached the capital, where the guards led us through the gates, and we made our way to the palace. This time I insisted that the chamberlain not interrupt the chief's business and told him we'd wait for Onder in the suite of rooms my brother-in-law had set aside for my family. Being married to the chief's sister had its perks. After a while, Onder was able to join us and greeted me with a broad smile.
"Eddie,"
Onder said,
"and ladies, it's always a good day when you come to the capital, but I see some new faces. Who are our guests?"
"This is Tanya," I said as I introduced the blonde woman. "She's a family friend, and this is Torek, master blacksmith. He helped make the seer stones for us."
"Your Majesty,"
the dark-haired dwarf said as he bowed.
"It is a great honor to meet you finally. Eddie speaks of you often and warmly."
"I owe Eddie my life and kingdom,"
Onder replied with a warm smile as he looked over at me.
"And any friend of his is a friend of the Yeni. But what brings you here?"
"I have a pretty big favor to ask, actually," I said, and then explained to him the whole situation around the succubus.
"This is serious indeed,"
the stately man said as he touched his smooth chin.
"I'm afraid I will have to ask you all to stay here. Eddie, come with me to the ritual chamber. We will see what can be done."
As Onder and I left my quarters, we walked down the hallways of the palace. His servants stopped, bowed to the chief, and then continued their daily business. Once we were in the lower floors, there were fewer people around, and Onder turned to me.
"Your friend Torek, he is one of the lost dwarves, isn't he?"
the chief asked. "Why do you ask?" I replied evasively, since I felt torn between my desire to be honest with Onder and my promise to the dwarves.
"I understand if you were unable to answer,"
the mild man said in a gentle voice.
"I can respect the reasons for your secrecy, even though I don't know them. I have long suspected that you come from the same place they left to, some long-forgotten cavern. Maybe you are a descendant of the High Elves, gone from our land since before any history book was written. Perhaps you're some race as yet unknown to the Gloom. To me, you are Eddie, my dear friend and brother. There's no need to answer. Some secrets are kept for good reason, and I will respect yours."
"Thank you for understanding," I sighed. "For what it's worth, it's not a matter of trust."
"I know."
The dark-haired elf nodded.
It was ill-mannered of me to ask. Let us discuss the matter at hand. I believe I can help you banish or destroy the succubus and rid our caves of her vile presence.
Chapter 14. Under and I stepped into the Yeni chief's ritual chamber so we could speak in complete privacy. Then we carefully walked around the large magical circle in the center of the floor and took a seat at a small round table in the upper left-hand corner of the room.
Another option would be to kill the succubus outright,
the dark-haired elf said as he poured us each a glass of wine.
That way she could never interfere with the gloom or the twilight ever again.
I pursed my lips and knew it would be hard to convince my brother-in-law of my plan to get the succubus to help us. As the Yeni chief, Ander had studied different types of demons, lesser demons and fiends. The fiends were a new-to-me category of denizens of the deeper dark. I got the impression that might be how the people of the gloom and the twilight referred to the non-demonic races in the lower reaches of the underworld. Maybe Scourge and the others were right, and I was too much of an optimist. But I had a hard time believing everyone who lived in the realm of demons was evil by default. What if we could get her to help us? I floated the question to see how it landed with Ander. What do you think that would look like?
I admire your generous spirit, Eddie,
Ander said with a sad smile before he took a sip of wine and handed me the other glass.
Because you are good, you want to see goodness in others. But this is a fiend of the pit, one that preys on the weakness in men and their desires. Succubi live by devouring the vital essence in others. She's dangerous.
But wouldn't she also resent being bound by the demon lord's servant? I asked as I took a small drink of wine. I think we could use that to get her to come over to our side.
We are free to say Belzat's name in this room, the chief said. There are enough wards and enchantments on these walls that he cannot hear us say it. And to answer your question, I could not say for sure. I've read accounts of my ancestors striking deals with lesser demons and some fiends to help build the barrier. That's why there are Zenkari in the gloom. But that path was fraught with betrayals, double crosses, and tragedies. It would be a gamble at best.
When this woman told me about Belzat's servant, she sounded angry. I replied, but the fact her powers didn't work on me did seem to spark her interest. I really think we could turn her to our side.
Her powers didn't work on you?
Ander repeated in a surprised tone.
That's interesting. Of course, it's possible the binding spell she is under depletes her natural powers.
They worked just fine with Wakath. I snorted. Feistrin had to smack him hard enough to leave a welt on his face to get him to snap out of it. But maybe there's a compromise. A way to unbind the succubus and give her a chance, but bind her again if she tries to turn on us.
Always the idealist, Eddie,
Ander chuckled.
But you are right. There might be a way. The binding and unbinding spells can be distilled into potions. The process is difficult and will take a little time. The problem would be how to get the succubus to drink the potions, or allow you to pour them on her if she's unwilling to cooperate.
I had a vision of me going into the succubus's hiding place, armed with 2 super soakers filled with different potions. I could figure that part out, I said with a grin. As long as the potions aren't caustic enough to eat through simple materials, I think I could spray her with either one, whether she liked it or not.
They won't be caustic,
Ander assured me.
But are you so sure of this plan? Once the succubus is unbound, she could have more power than she does now. They may even work on you at that point.
I don't have to be the one in charge of applying the potions, I said with a shrug. The succubus's powers don't work on Amrila, Nilame, or Pragia. I can leave that to any of them. So even if I did fall under the succubus's influence, my wives would have my back.
If this is the plan you think is best, then I will make the potions,
Ander replied.
I trust your instincts. They're what got me out of the crystal pit, after all. And now Queen Pragia is an ally. I would have never thought it was possible. Yet, here we are.
Thank you, Ander. I nodded. How long will it take to make the potions?
A few days, the chief said. Given the importance of the matter, I will give them my full attention.
Good. I stood as I took another drink from my glass and set it on the table. Let me know when they're done, and I'll come back. I think I found a way to travel more quickly through the gloom so I can be here within hours after you finish them.
What mode of transport did you find?
Ander asked with a confused look on his stately face.
I thought we knew all the tunnels that led to the capital and closed them permanently.
It's another secret, I replied with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Ander. It's for the safety of the gloom as much as for myself.
I understand, brother,
the dark-haired man said as he also stood.
I will use the stones and let you know as soon as I have the potions ready.
Thanks again, I replied, though I wished I didn't have to keep so many secrets from Ander.
Finding Belzat's servant and severing the demon's connections outside of the deeper dark concerns us all,
Ander said in a calm voice.
May the gods be with you, and when you travel to the twilight to face the succubus, I would like to go with you. I might be able to help on the spot if your plan doesn't go as expected.
I'd be happy to have you. I smiled as the two of us shook hands. Then I left Ander and gathered my wives, as well as Tanya and Torek, and we left the palace. Our party headed up into the woods around the capital and traveled to my mansion. I wanted to check in on Gwen, and I felt my manor was the best place to put the transportation circle. The secret room in the basement where Ersinger had planned to hold Ipsith prisoner would give us a private way to quickly travel to the Inni capital. Jarl greeted us and had the maids prepare our rooms while we went to the dining room to have a drink before dinner. Not long later, Gwen came down to join us, decked out in one of her new dresses. It was a long, flowing gown in the Yenni style, made from a light sapphire-colored fabric that flowed in the mysterious breeze that seemed to follow the Spirian woman. Gwen? I smiled and stood as the pearl-skinned woman entered the dining hall.
My word,
Torek breathed when he turned and saw Gwen.
It's a great honor to meet you, my lady.
The blacksmith bowed, and there was a slight flush to his cheeks when he looked at the ethereal woman. I had a suspicion Torek would have been quite the ladies' man if he'd been given the chance. The blacksmith had a similar reaction when he met Tanya and several of the women warriors who joined us in the twilight. That gave me an idea. Arena, I said to the blonde gnomish maid who quietly waited by the side table with a jug of wine.
Yes, Duke?
Arena replied as she walked over and looked ready to pour more wine. Would you please ask Habolsia to come in here? I have a question about dinner, I asked with a warm smile. The gnomish maid looked confused because I wasn't the kind of person to ask much of the manor staff. Normally, I would have just gone to the kitchen myself rather than ask my cook to come to me, but I was curious about something. How have you been, Gwen? I asked the Spirian woman as we sat around the large table and waited for the cook.
I am feeling much more myself,
Gwen replied with a smile.
You have a beautiful manner, and everyone here has been very kind.
I'm glad, I replied.
Oh my God,
Tanya replied in a perky tone as she leaned over to Gwen.
I love your hair. That color is everything.
The Spirian woman seemed taken aback at the simple compliment, but then a shy smile slowly crept across her face.
Thank you.
Gwen replied and then paused awkwardly before she went on.
You have very lovely eyes.
Tanya smiled, and I enjoyed watching Gwen learn about genuine feminine interactions. I had no idea what Spirian culture was like, but from what I'd seen, I could guess that simple compliments weren't a thing with them.
You wanted to see me, Duke?
Habolsia asked in a prim tone as she came into the dining hall. I watched as Torek's head turned and he saw the plump, red-haired dwarven woman. The blacksmith's eyes went wide, and I could see his cheeks flush, even underneath his thick black beard. It wasn't the same reaction the blacksmith had to Tanya, Gwen, or the others. Torek closed his mouth and stared down into his wine goblet, but occasionally he glanced over at the plump, red-haired woman. Yeah, I replied in an offhanded tone. I don't know what you've planned for dinner tonight, but I was wondering if you could make any traditional dwarven dishes for my guest Torek. I gestured toward the strapping, dark-haired man and watched Habolsia's reaction this time. The normally matronly professional woman's hand shot up to her auburn hair that was tied up in a sensible bun.
Oh.
Habolsia stammered as she smoothed a flyaway lock of hair.
Well, of course, I could make some kaldba.
Kaldba? I repeated curiously.
They're a type of seared meatballs.
The cook explained. Hell yeah. I grinned. I love meatballs. Thank you, Habolsia. The dwarven cook gave me a curtsy and then left. I hope you like kaldba, Torek. I said as I turned to look at the blacksmith.
Yes,
The dark-haired man said as he pulled himself together.
I remember liking 'em. My mother made 'em for me when I was a boy, but as you can imagine, we don't get much meat these days. We mostly rely on root vegetables Dorim grows.
All of us got cleaned up before dinner, and by the time we got back to the dining hall, Habalsia and the maids had platters of food laid out on the table. There was a roasted gloom hog from the village, creamed root vegetables, a couple of savory tarts, and a large dish of meatballs and brown sauce, placed very close to where Torek had been sitting earlier. As we sat down, Arena served us wine.
How have you been passing the time, Gwen?
Nyla May asked the Spirian woman as she cut into a slice of roasted pork.
I've spent a lot of time in the study, reading and trying to learn about the gloom.
Gwen replied as she delicately raised a forkful of tart to her lips.
And I have visited the village a few times. The leisure has been lovely, but I must admit, I've started to feel a bit restless. I know you're planning on tracking down this succubus, and I'd like to come help you, if I may.
Really?
Amrila asked with a raised eyebrow and an intrigued look on her face.
Even after you heard what happened in the gnome village? You know there's likely to be more fighting.
Yes, Lady Amarilla.
Gwen nodded.
I'm not much of a melee fighter, but I think my Spirian abilities could be of use, and I know how to use a sword if I need to.
I think I really like her.
Amrila grinned as she looked over at Tanya. We'll take you along, I said. The fighters were bringing her mostly women because of the succubus's powers, so I think you'd be a good addition. We can discuss how your abilities can be included in our plan. Gwen smiled and seemed pleased, and as the ladies talked over dinner, Gwen seemed to seamlessly fit in. Tanya and my wives seemed to respond to her shy, quiet personality, and I smiled as I watched them conversing. After dinner, everyone went upstairs, and I went out into the garden to check on my new garms. My groundskeeper had tied them up outside, not far from the door to the kitchens, and had fed them. "Hello, ladies," I said as I approached them and watched for any sign of aggression. The two female garms had changed a lot since we left the twilight. It was like a switch in them had flipped, and now they didn't know how to act. I walked up slowly, and they just watched me. One cowered behind the other and shied away, but the bigger garm just watched me with her tail between her legs. "It's okay," I said in a gentle tone as I held out my hand for the big garm to sniff. The garm smelled my hand, whimpered, and then licked it. I let her lick my hand before I carefully touched her under her chin. When the garm didn't growl or back away, I started to pet her a little, and then gave her a little piece of pork from dinner as a reward. There was a long scar across her snout, and I noticed a few smaller ones along the patchy fur of her neck and shoulders. "Poor baby," I said with a sense of sympathy, and the other garm slowly came closer after she saw my show of affection in the treat. "I'm going to call you Elvira. She has some scars too, but she's still pretty as hell." As the other garm got close, I kept petting Elvira and got a treat from my pocket with my other hand. I held out the treat to the second garm in a closed fist, and she sniffed and licked my hand as well, before I opened my fist and let her take the treat. The smaller garm had little white spots on her ears that I hadn't seen on a garm before, but they were kind of cute. "You freckles," I snorted as I started to pet the smaller garm too. "That's what I'll call you, Freckles. Good girl." Just then I saw Torek come around the side of the manor, and I almost went to wave him over, but the blacksmith headed over to the kitchen door and knocked. Habalsia answered the door, and I watched as they talked. I couldn't hear what was said between the two dwarves, but I didn't need to. Torek had his hands in his pockets, and Habalsia reached up to smooth her hair again. The cook's mannerisms were suddenly girlish and shy, and the blacksmith looked like a schoolboy asking a girl if he could carry her books for her. Habalsia glanced back into the kitchen and seemed to hesitate for a moment before she stepped out and closed the door behind her. Then Torek offered the red-haired woman his arm, and I did hear Habalsia's giggle drift across the yard as she slipped her arm through his. The two then walked together toward the flower garden. "Oh, shit," I said quietly to the garms as I petted them. "Looks like Uncle Torek is trying to get some. Good for him." Once the two dwarves were out of sight, I went back to the manor and upstairs to my big bed and 3 of my wives. After a little fun with my wives and a good few hours of sleep, we all got up and gathered our things to leave. But before we left, I made sure to stop and see Gwen. The Spirian woman was in the study, and I walked in while she was reading in one of the leather chairs. "We're about to leave, but I wanted to say goodbye," I said as Gwen saw me and stood. "But we'll come back in a few days and bring you with us when we go back to the Twilight."
Thank you.
The pearl-skinned woman replied as she glided across the floor toward me.
You've done so much for me. I would like to help you in your mission. I think it's noble that you've taken the hunt of this demon lord's servants on yourself.
"I've had a lot of help along the way," I said in a modest tone. "But I appreciate your offer."
Thank you, Eddie.
Gwen said in a quiet voice as she lightly touched my arm for a brief moment. Something about that small gesture was electric. The one thing I knew was Spirians didn't touch outsiders, which made the brush of her delicate hand on my forearm all the more taboo. I didn't know if it was Gwen's quiet way of telling me I wasn't an outsider to her, or if she'd left the people who had banished her behind in her mind. But I felt drawn to the beautiful, ethereal woman all the same. Gwen held my gaze for a moment, but then she shyly dropped her eyes back to the ground.
Give your wives and friends my thanks as well,
Gwen said as she took a small step back.
They made me feel so welcome at dinner. It was the first time in a while that I didn't feel alone.
You're not alone, Gwen. I assured her with a smile. We'll be back soon. Promise. We said one last goodbye, and then I went downstairs where the others waited for me. While I wasn't really into the whole lord-slash-servant relationship, the one good thing about having a hand-picked staff at the manor was no one asked too many questions, and I could rely on their discretion. Only I had a key to the secret room in the basement, and I knew we'd be able to place the teleportation circle down there. For all the staff knew, there were tunnels down there that led into the forest, and they wouldn't question our coming and going from that location. Once I went out and grabbed my new garms, our party headed down into the cellar, and I led them to the hidden room where Ersinger had communed with Belzat and likely tortured women he kidnapped from Hillshire. It wasn't my favorite part of the manor, but there was a certain justice in the fact that I would use the former ritual chamber in my quest to defeat the Demon Lord. Torek chiseled the symbols into the rock floor and used the white combustible powder to finish it. Then, one by one, we each used the circle to travel back to the workroom in the Citadel. As we appeared, Durham looked up from his table and watched us without comment, but Becklin was notably absent. "Thanks for everything, Torek," I said as we prepared to head back to the surface. "You're really something with that axe."
"Thank you, Eddie,"
the blacksmith replied with a sheepish look on his rugged face.
"I am so sorry about my actions back in the Gnome village. I would never—"
"I know." I stopped Torek from having to finish his thought. "It wasn't your fault. The pull of the Succubus was really something. Even Bakav lost his head for a moment. Don't worry about it."
"Well,"
the dark-haired dwarf said as he looked at Tanya,
"it was nice to meet you, milady. You're a very fine warrior, if I may say so. If you're not partial to that leather armor, I might be able to whip you up something more substantial."
Really?
Tanya giggled as she looked at her new armor.
I've never been able to say no to a gift. That's so nice of you.
"It's a small thing,"
Torek replied in a modest tone.
"But maybe a fancy set of proper armor would turn that orc captain's head."
I don't know what you mean.
Tanya said as she daintily dropped her eyes, and her hand went subconsciously to fix her hair.
But it's nice of you to offer. Thank you, Torek.
We said goodbye to the dwarves and headed back through the surface tunnels. When we got to the surface, the ladies all headed into Ibsith's place, while I got Alvira and Freckles sorted out. It was too cold out to leave them in one of the backyards, so I put them in the mud porch in Nilame's house. Then I gave them some food and water and left them there. I didn't want to take them around the other dogs until Bolra had checked them over and made sure they didn't have worms or something from the goblins' neglect and abuse. After a round of showers for everyone, we settled in for a night at home with Ibsith and Bolra and told them about our adventure in the gnome village.
Well, of course the fiend's powers didn't work on Eddie.
Ibsith said in a lofty tone.
He's not just any man. It's possible you have abilities even you don't know about,
Bolra added as she looked at me with adoring eyes. What do you mean? I snorted because the thought that I had any kind of magic powers was ridiculous to me. I'm as normal as they come. Well, as long as you don't count the tunnel into a crazy underground world and the fact I have 5 wives,
It would make sense that there's a little something more there, though.
Nyla May remarked.
The way you can read people is uncanny. It's as if you can see right through to their intentions. Maybe the reason the succubus's power didn't work on you has something to do with that.
It's possible Nyla May's right.
Bora continued.
I was born with the second sight and learned to develop it from another shaman. It would make sense that your ability to see through to people's nature allowed you to combat the succubus's seductive magic.
I don't know. I shrugged and smiled. Maybe. I'm just glad I could. You should have seen how hard Sharn hit Torek to snap him back to reality. She nearly knocked him off his feet. We all laughed together at the thought, and then we relaxed and watched Christmas movies, drank a little, and ate some of the amazing cookies and treats Ibseth had cooked up. I liked the homecoming ritual we'd formed as a family. Every time we got back from the gloom, we would spend the evening together, talk and watch movies. It was good to relax after a big battle and take the time to just be close and do whatever we wanted. I felt I could go through any hardship with these women by my side. The next day, I worked on the yard decorations a little more since Bora had found a big wooden sleigh she'd asked me to put together for her. I was halfway through the assembly of the sleigh when I heard footsteps behind me in the snow. I turned to see Brock in a big puffy jacket and work boots, and he had a clipboard and pen in his hands. What the fuck did he want now? "Hi, Brock," I said in a resigned tone as I turned back to the sleigh and started to screw on the side panel.
"Eddie,"
Stanton replied in a smug voice.
"your girlfriend's yard display is starting to come together."
The fake, casual compliment set off an alarm in my head. "What do you want?" I asked in a clipped tone and glanced back at him over my shoulder.
"I just have a petition I think you'll want to sign,"
Brock answered with a grin like a cat that ate the canary.
"I'd even say you'll find it in your best interest."
I somehow doubt it, I said as I turned to look at the bull-necked man. What, are you planning to run for office? Because it seems a little early to be gathering signatures for mayor or whatever the fuck you're thinking about running for.
"The mayor's a buddy of mine,"
Stanton bragged, but I doubted that, or he'd have been more successful in some of his schemes to harass me.
"This is a petition to start a homeowners association. We just need a majority of the homeowners in the neighborhood to get together and vote for it."
"Really?" I snorted. "Well, let's see it." Brock handed me his clipboard and I looked at the paper on it. There were a couple of paragraphs about what an HOA would do for the residents, and then a bunch of blank lines for signatures and phone numbers. Stanton's was the only signature on the petition so far. Doesn't seem too popular, I said as I looked up at Brock. No one has signed it yet.
"I'm just getting started,"
Brock snapped as he snatched his clipboard back.
"An HOA would help protect property values, keep people from adding questionable additions onto their houses, and keep slumlords out. Everyone would have to keep their yards neat and free of junk, for the safety of the neighborhood kids. Dogs would have to be on leashes, and of course any inappropriate holiday displays wouldn't be allowed."
The bald asshole glanced over at Amrila and Pragia's yard, with the caroling skeletons and the giant spider wrapping presents. I thought the display was actually kind of wholesome. "What the fuck are you doing?" I laughed in Brock's broad, stupid face. "Where do you think you are? The Cleveland suburbs? This is a small town. None of these blue-collar people are gonna want a fucking HOA, telling them what they can and can't do to their homes. Hell, they barely tolerate the town council telling them they need a permit to put up a new fence."
"You just don't want an HOA standing between you and buying up the neighborhood for your fucking harem of foreign girlfriends!"
Stanton shouted as his face started to go red. "Well," I chuckled as I kept my cool. "That's where you're wrong, Brock. I don't need to buy up the neighborhood. Just this cul-de-sac." Brock glared daggers at me until a realization started to dawn on his dumb face. "That's right, Brock." I grinned. "And I've pretty much bought up all the houses here, all but your place. My offer to buy it still stands, too. And then you really could be rid of me once and for all."
"There'll be a meeting at my house Wednesday night to discuss the HOA and to draw up a charter,"
Stanton snarled as he glared at me.
"I hope to see you there!"
"Oh," I replied with a sigh and some good old boy charm. "I expect to be busy that night, have some big plans. Just try not to be too disappointed when nobody shows up." Brock turned and stamped through the snow with his clipboard, like a kid taking their ball and going home. Fucking Brock.
If he hadn't been such a prick, I'd have almost felt sorry for him. Still, I had bigger fish to fry, and the next one waited for me somewhere in the twilight. Chapter 15. During the next 2 days, my wives, Tanya and I, got everything ready to go after the succubus. Nylame and I also sat in the Dolrath princess's basement and taught Tanya how to clean the Bulgarian AK, since it had kinda become her rifle now. Nathan had taught the former beauty queen a little about how to disassemble a rifle, and we were able to fill in the gaps in her knowledge. "Are you sure you want to come along?" I asked as I cleaned the barrel of my Galil. It could be even more dangerous this time, since the succubus knows we're going to be looking for her, and that we found a way around her tricks.
I'm sure, Eddie.
Tanya replied with confidence.
It's weird. I used to be so afraid of everything. Getting older, settling down, men like Randy. But something changed in me. After everything you all showed me in the gloom and the twilight, the fighting, the magic, everything up here feels so flat to me now. It's like I'm being drawn back down to those tunnels.
I get that. I grinned as I looked over at Nylame and she smiled at me. I feel that same draw. I have since the first time I went down there. I could see Tanya meant every word she said. It was wild how much the brassy, bleach-blonde woman had changed since I first met her. Tanya was more grounded and confident, but I suspected it wasn't just the call to adventure that Tanya felt. There was also a certain orc captain the blonde woman wanted to see again. Later that day, Ander contacted me and said the potions were ready, so we all gathered in Ibsith's living room to double-check our equipment and to say our goodbyes. But when Tanya came over, my wives and I were all shocked to see the former beauty queen had dyed her bleach-blonde hair to a dark chestnut brown.
By the gods!
Amrila exclaimed when she saw her best friend.
You are a vision! I think this colour suits you far better.
And the horned woman was right. The deep tone complemented Tanya's coloring and made her look years younger.
Thank you, Amy,
Tanya said as she blushed and touched the long, dark locks of her hair.
Bleaching it all the time was such a pain, but I almost don't recognize myself in the mirror. I haven't been a brunette since middle school.
All of the ladies showered Tanya with compliments, and then we got back to double-checking our packs and weapons. How are Elvira and Freckles doing? I asked Bulra as I strapped on my trusty Galil.
It's only been a couple of days.
The seer replied as she helped Ibsith pack snacks in our backpacks.
But they don't seem to have any parasites or diseases. The thin patches in their fur are probably from them being half-starved and not mange. I think with some food and love they'll be fine in time. We can start slowly introducing them to the other dogs once Elvira and Freckles put on a little weight.
Awesome. I grinned as Ibsith handed me my backpack.
I will miss you, my king,
Ibsith said, with a sad kind of smile, and I didn't miss how she rubbed her belly in a self-soothing kind of gesture. I'll miss you too, baby. I replied as I slipped on my backpack and then put my arms around the curvy elf. We'll be back soon. Don't you worry.
It's strange,
Ibsith remarked with a rueful laugh.
I always worry, and yet don't worry when you're away. I know you're strong and clever, a mighty warrior. Even though I am certain you will return, my heart is anxious when you're away.
Well, I said as I leaned down and kissed my first wife's face and neck. Tell your heart that my heart says there's nothing above or below the earth that could keep me from you.
I love you.
Ibsith happily sighed as she kissed me back. I love you too, I said quietly, and we held each other with Ibsith's round, fertile belly pressed against me. I love both of you. And then I turned to Bulra and pulled the willowy mystic in for a kiss. And I love you too, I said after the pretty orc kissed me back. But you can see everything, so I'm sure you already know that.
I don't have to have visions to know you love me, Eddie.
Bulra purred as she looked up at me with those deep emerald eyes.
And I have always loved you. I wish you would let me read your runes and help you find this fiend.
After last time when Mikael almost hurt you, I don't want to take that risk. I shook my head. You're worth more to me than a leg up in a fight. But when I get back, we'll try to figure out how you can safely use your gift to help in the future, if you want.
I do want to help you.
Bulra said in an earnest tone.
You've given me a very comfortable life, and I don't want to just enjoy my luxury. I want to earn my place among your wives.
You don't have to prove or earn anything with me. I assured the mystic as I held her tighter. You're here because we love each other, and that's more than enough. But I hear you. We'll figure it out together. I pressed one more kiss to Bulra's forehead, and then the ladies all took time to say goodbye, while I stood back and watched their sisterly displays of affection. It made me happy to see how much they all loved one another. The fact that they loved me was what made them my wives, but the fact that they also loved each other made us a family. As Bulra hugged Tanya, the seer whispered something to her, and Tanya giggled and whispered something back. Then we headed out into the backyard and down into the tunnels, and when we got to the workroom in the citadel, all of the dwarves were there. "You ruined Torek!" Dorum accused me as soon as I walked into the room. "Ah," I snorted as I looked at the gray-haired man. "Thanks. It's good to see you too, Dorum."
"All he'd talk about is the gloom this and the twilight that,"
the grouchy dwarf complained.
"It's maddening."
"Don't be so dramatic, Dorum,"
Becklin said, and I was glad to see the red-headed man push back against the old grump finally.
"Let Torek enjoy his adventure. He's the only one of us who's had one."
"Do you know what this fool has suggested?"
Dorum continued indignantly as he ignored the younger dwarf.
"That we pack up and leave our ancestral home and go live in the gloom."
"Really?" I asked as I turned and grinned at Torek, who'd been silent up to this point.
"Well,"
the blacksmith grunted and shuffled tools around on his work table.
"With you being named the guardian of the tunnels, and there being only 3 of us left, maybe it's time we made lives for ourselves elsewhere. It's not as if we couldn't return here whenever we wanted, with the discovery of teleportation circles and all."
"I sort of like the idea,"
Becklin added with a whimsical look on his face.
"I think it sounds exciting. Not the part about fighting goblins, that sounded awful, but the rest of it sounded good."
Sounds like you gentlemen have a lot to talk about.
Nylame snorted.
"Maybe later,"
Torek replied as he stood up from his work table.
"Right now, we need to get Tanya fitted with her new armor. Lady Nylame, would you help us for the sake of decorum?"
Of course,
the Dolrath woman answered, and then the 3 went into Torek's armory to help Tanya into her armor.
Why not try something new, you old git?
Amrila asked Dorum in an affectionate tone.
You can meet all kinds of new people to berate and belittle. Aren't you tired of picking on poor Becklin?
"I like it here,"
the grey-bearded dwarf huffed, and he fiddled with some gears on his table.
"As you kindly pointed out, I'm very old. Why try to start a new life when I'm already in my twilight years?"
You could meet a woman.
Amrila playfully suggested.
Maybe some half-blind widow who wouldn't mind your sour face.
"Ha!"
Dorum grunted.
"Like that Bolsia woman Torek won't stop talking about. The way he speaks of her, you'd think she was some kind of fairy princess and not just a fat old cook."
"Hey," I chided the grumpy dwarf. "Mind the way you talk about my cook. Habalsia is a fine, respectable woman, and she makes some killer meatballs. I don't know what's in that brown sauce, but it was incredible."
"You've never minded when I insult your wife,"
Dorum chuckled.
"But the cook is off limits."
"Amrila doesn't need anyone to defend her," I remarked as I smiled at my fierce Sincari wife. "And she gives it back to you as good or better than you give her shit."
Gods know that's true.
Pragia laughed. After a few minutes, Nylame, Tanya, and Torek returned to the workroom. The armor the blacksmith had made for the now brunette woman was insane. The breastplate was made of good dwarven steel and embellished with bronze scrollwork. And it was also very obviously designed to accommodate a woman's figure. The bracers, pauldrons, and greaves were all equally embellished, and they made Tanya look like something out of a fantasy video game.
What do y'all think?
Tanya asked as she gave a little spin.
Hot!
Amrila cheered.
It's very good armor.
Nylame commented.
Well done, Torek.
"It was already mostly finished,"
the blacksmith modestly replied.
"I think it was meant for an ancient elven noblewoman, but I was able to shape it and change the old leather fittings that had partly rotted away for Miss Tanya."
Thank you, Torek.
Tanya exclaimed, and then she bent to give the dark-haired man a sisterly kiss on the cheek.
I love it. The short sword, too?
Tanya showed us the fine short sword she'd sheathed on her hip, while the blacksmith blushed and rubbed his cheek where the human woman had kissed him. "All right," I said as I rubbed my hands together. "Are we ready, then?"
"Just one small thing,"
Torek interjected, and he went to his work table, grabbed a delicate flower made from metal and welded onto a hair comb, and carefully wrapped it in cloth before he put it in his pack. "What's that?" I asked with a knowing smirk.
Oh, nothing, just a gift for a friend."
Torek shuffled past me and refused to meet my eyes, so I dropped the subject for now. Then we all headed to the teleportation circle and got ready to fast travel to my manor.
Good luck,
Becklin said with an excited wave.
"Try to come back in one piece,"
Dorham grumbled with his arms folded across his chest. Each of us stepped onto the circle, one by one, and soon we were in the secret room of my manor. We went up into the main hall, and went upstairs to get Gwen. I found the Spirian woman in the study, and she looked up from her book in surprise.
"Eddie,
Gwen breathed as she smoothed the front of her light green gown.
you're back already."
"I told you it'd be soon." I grinned. "Are you packed and ready to go?"
"Yes.
The ethereal woman replied.
Let me just change into more appropriate traveling clothes."
"Of course," I said. "We'll be waiting for you in the main hall." I went back down the stairs and saw my wives and Tanya, but not the blacksmith. "Where's Torek?" I asked.
He said he had an errand.
Pragia replied with a mysterious smile. A few minutes later, the dark-haired dwarf came back into the hall from the dining room with a sparkle in his gray-blue eyes.
Was your errand successful?
Nyla May asked in a cool voice, but she had a slight smirk on her face.
"Well, yes, thank you."
Torek stammered and cleared his throat.
"Are we ready?"
"Just waiting for Gwen," I replied. When the Spirian woman joined us, she had on a simple but well-made dress that reminded me of a more expensive version of what the women in Hillshire wore. But Gwen didn't have a pack or anything else with her.
You're not bringing anything?
Nyla May asked with a concerned expression.
"I don't really have anything to bring."
Gwen shrugged.
"Not even a short sword or a dagger?"
Amrila asked in a scandalized tone.
No, that won't do."
The Zenkari woman reached into her boot and pulled out a small dagger in a simple sheath, and then she went over to Gwen and helped the Spirian woman attach it to her belt.
"A woman should always have a weapon on show, my dear.
Amrila said.
It lets ill-mannered men know you mean business and encourages them to keep their hands to themselves." "Is that a common concern?"
Gwen asked as she touched the small hilt of the dagger.
For a woman?
Pragia snorted and rolled her eyes.
It's a constant concern, even when you're a queen.
Gwen looked a little concerned, but I smiled at her reassuringly. Then we left the manor and walked across the yard toward the front gate. I heard a call from behind us, and saw Habalsia as she leaned out one of the kitchen windows to wave. The dwarven woman had done her bun up more loosely, and a few red tendrils framed her round, happy face. I also noticed the cook had a new hair comb tucked into her thick hair that looked an awful lot like the one Torek had brought. I glanced at Torek, who waved to Habalsia, and then noticed me looking at him. Torek turned back toward the gate and gave me a guilty sidelong look, but I just grinned at the blacksmith and didn't say anything. Torek smiled back at me, and we stepped through the gates as my guards opened them.
"My lord,"
one of the guards said with a note of surprise.
"I apologize, I didn't see you come through the gate earlier."
"Don't worry about it, soldier,"
Amrila replied in a tone that made it clear he should mind his own business.
"Yes, milady."
The guard stammered and then respectfully bowed. Our party headed through the woods, arrived at the Yinni capital through the northern gate, and then headed to the palace. One of the palace servants led us to the chief's private quarters, and Onder warmly greeted us in his sitting room.
"I have had some luck,"
the dark-haired elven man said as he went over to a small cabinet and unlocked it.
"I was able to make a potion of unbinding. It was a long process to distill the magic into liquid form, but here it is."
"That's great," I replied as my brother-in-law handed me a small round bottle with a wax-sealed cork. "What about the potion to bind the succubus again if we need it?"
"That proved more difficult,"
Onder admitted.
"The spell to unbind a demon or fiend is less complicated than a spell of binding, but since I'm coming with you, I will be able to perform the ritual in person if necessary."
Once Onder changed into simple traveling clothes and got his pack, we left the Yinni capital and traveled south to the encampment. It took a little more than a day, but I wasn't ready for Onder to know about the travel circle at the manor. I also didn't want the stately man to know about the secret room in the manor, since it had been made to imprison Ibsith, his sister. A day's worth of travel felt like a reasonable sacrifice to spare the gentle man that horrible knowledge. When we got to the tent city of the Dolrath, Zuag and Bakoth had gathered our all-women army again, and as we entered the meeting house, the women warriors all cheered when they saw me. Once things had quieted down, I caught a glimpse of the orc captain, and Zuag was outright staring at Tanya, all decked out in her new armor and with her dark chestnut hair. The big man looked smitten, and I knew right then that if he wasn't in love before, he certainly was now. This time, we did use the travel circle in the meeting house to get to the forest outside of Glekik more quickly. That leg of the journey would have taken almost a week on foot with such a large group. Then we started the march to the northern region of the Twilight, where the burnt-out gnome village was, to pick up the Succubus's trail.
This devastation,
Ander said as he saw what was left of the village for the first time.
This is horrible. Were any villagers spared?
I'm afraid not, I replied in a quiet voice, unless some got away when the Succubus's army first attacked.
If the Demon Lord finds a way out of the deeper dark, he'll turn all of the gloom and the twilight into this,
Ander said in a sad tone as he looked at the ruined buildings.
This is the future we're fighting against.
And we're pretty close to winning, I said to cheer the dark-haired man up.
Always the optimist.
Scourge grinned at me.
But I suppose we need people like you, Eddie, to give us hope in the face of tragedies like this.
Now we just need to pick up the trail, I said as I looked around. The Succubus ran west, out of the village, but who fucking knows where she went from there?
I know.
A small, gruff voice spoke up from the shadows of a toppled building. Then Bill, the deep gnome, stepped out into the square. He was dirtier than I'd ever seen him before and covered with soot, and he lugged a bag out with him. "Hey, Bill," I said as I walked up to the strange hermit. "What are you doing here? Did you follow us the last time we were here?"
Of course,
Bill replied with a shrug.
"But why?"
Bakoth asked as he looked at the filthy gnome.
"Eddie is my best friend,"
Bill said after he thought about it for a moment.
"I don't like people, and they don't like me, but Eddie is different. He didn't care that I'm ugly and smelly. He was kind, even though he didn't gain anything from being kind."
"That's Eddie, all right," Scourge snorted. "But why are you here now?"
"Just looking around,"
the deep gnome said in a defensive tone as he protectively clutched his sack.
"After all, no one lives here anymore, so it's not stealing now, is it?"
"Charming," the Zinkari man drawled as he looked at me. "Aren't you a thief?" I snorted as I looked back at Scourge.
"Yes,"
the gray-skinned man replied with a raised eyebrow.
"But I'm not a grave robber. There's a distinct difference."
"I also thought you'd come back, Eddie,"
Bill continued.
"You seem to like getting into dangerous situations, and I was worried you'd try to follow her. Not that I could help you in any way, but I figured you'd come back, and I could follow you and make sure you all came out okay. And if you didn't, well, I could take a little something to remember my best friend by."
"You mean loot my body?" I asked with a tolerant smile.
"If that's what you want to call it."
Bill shrugged.
"You said that you know where the Succubus went after she left this wretched place,"
Ander asked Bill in a gentle voice.
"I didn't follow her very far,"
the hermit replied.
"She's very scary, but I know which way she went after she left the village."
"Will you show me, please?"
the Yinni chief asked. Bill reached up and took Ander's hand, and then he led the night elf man past the edge of the village. Bill looked like a child leading their dad to look at an interesting rock he had found. But Ander, as stately and refined as he was, did not recoil from Bill's grimy touch and just focused on the task at hand. A short way from the village, Bill stopped and pointed to the southwest.
"This is where she turned,"
the hermit said.
"I think she headed straight in that direction for as long as I've watched her."
"Let's see if that's correct,"
the chief replied, as he kneeled down and took a glowing bottle from his pack. Ander poured some of the glowing substance out onto the ground and replaced the stopper. Then he placed his hands on the ground, closed his eyes, and whispered something. The glowing blue substance suddenly burst into blue flames and burned up. But a moment later, a footprint appeared on the ground close by and started to glow that same blue. Then another footprint appeared a little further off, and then another, until a path of footprints lit up and continued southwest. Do you know if there's anything in that direction, Bill? I asked, as I walked up and stood next to him and Onder.
There's a tunnel that leads to a cave full of giant spiders,
Bill responded with a shudder.
I hate spiders. Too many legs, they all move all wrong.
Yeah, I don't like 'em much myself. I sighed, but I resigned myself to the fact that giant spiders were probably in my immediate future. Thanks for all the help, Bill.
I'll probably follow,
Bill said as he looked up at me with his orb-like eyes.
From a good distance, just so I know if you're okay or not. If you don't come out, I'll at least know something happened to you, and I promise I'll be sad when I loot your body.
I appreciate that, Bill. I chuckled and gave the gnome some trail mix for all's help. Then I gathered my army and marched south to hunt the succubus. Chapter 16. The footprints Onder had revealed through magic didn't last very long and faded within moments, but they'd pointed us in the right direction and confirmed Bill's story.
It wasn't a very powerful spell,
the Yenni chief said as we stood in a circle to discuss our plans.
Essence of gloom mushrooms doesn't last very long. Unfortunately, a more powerful tracking spell could alert the fiend the fact that we're on her heels.
She didn't go terribly far, if her intent was to hide from us,
Nylame remarked. Perhaps hiding wasn't her intent, Bakoth replied as he thoughtfully stroked his chin. You think it's a trap? I asked the general.
Could be.
The hawk-faced man nodded. Our friend Bill said, Where did that strange little man go? Oh, I'm sure he's around, I said as I looked around but didn't see him. Anyway, Bakoth continued. Bill said the cave is full of giant spiders. I somehow doubt her power works on them, so she's either cleared them out or found a way around them if she's hiding there. By the look of the footprints, I'd guess she knew where she was going. There was no sign of hesitation or indecisiveness in their pattern. Wherever the succubus went, she was sure of the direction. Okay, I said, and began to think out loud. Let's assume it's a trap. Us being aware it's a trap gives us an advantage. How do we spring it and spoil their plan?
We don't know what the inside of the cave looks like, Zuag remarked, so it's hard to know what kind of trap it could be. My guess is the succubus assumes we think she's alone. It would be a reasonable assumption. We killed her entire army here in the village, after all.
That is a very clever point.
Scourge nodded. Now that you mention it, I did find it strange how she just threw them all at us and left alone. Even if you don't care about your fighting force's people, you'd want to manage them like a resource. If all your soldiers are dead, there's no one left to protect you. But if the succubus had a second group of followers, it makes more sense. But then, that would mean this was the succubus's plan the whole time. I said, How would she know I'd come here to find her?
Maybe she didn't,
Onder replied as he thought about it.
Maybe it was her master who knew and sent her here. He might have assumed the succubus's power would have worked on Eddie, and if something went wrong, there was a backup plan in place all along.
Fuck, that kinda made sense. We can worry about that later, I said. We still need to find the succubus because she's our only link to finding out who her master is. Here's my plan. We go in, and when they try to spring the trap, we create some kind of diversion. Then we use the chaos the diversion creates to thin the succubus's followers and get to her. Any ideas for a diversion?
Torek, do you have any more of your little helpers?
Zuag asked as he looked down at the dwarf.
A couple?
The blacksmith nodded.
But I wouldn't advise using them in a cave. We could bring the whole roof down. Honestly, it was a bit risky using them in this larger cavern.
Maybe this is where I can help,
Gwen said as she stepped forward.
I could call up a mighty wind. In a tunnel or a small cave, wind would kick up any dirt or loose debris and cause a dust cloud. We would have to cover our faces with scarves so the dust didn't choke us along with the enemy.
I knew I liked her,
Amrila said in an admiring tone. That's great, Gwen. I grinned before I addressed the rest of the party. Gwen will kick up a dust cloud to choke out the enemy, and then Nylame, Tanya, and I will go in first with our rifles. Between the noise and the dust, the enemy's offense will fall to pieces. Then our main force will come in, faces covered, and take care of whoever is left standing while Nylame, Onder, and I find the succubus. Perfect. There might be some tunnels leading up to that cave. Scourge added, If there is, they're likely to be guarded. If there are, I'd like to take a couple scouts with me to quietly clear the way. Then I can report back what we find with the stones. That's a great idea, I agreed. Let's get ready to move out. With our plan in place, the army marched southwest to the edge of the cavern. It wasn't hard to spot the cave entrance where the succubus and her followers hid, because there were 2 bone demons standing sentinel on either side of the cave opening. The obvious presence of the lesser demons only convinced me further that this was a trap. Why else make it so easy? We took cover behind some boulders and the tall shrubs and underbrush that marked the edge of the forest around the gnomish farmlands. It might be difficult to take out those big bastards without raising a fuss, Scourge said in a low tone next to me. That was probably the succubus's intention. I whispered back. She thought we'd have to fight past those bony fucks and raise the alarm.
There's only 2 of them,
Ander replied quietly.
I'll take care of them. Keep the rest of the army back.
What are you going to do? I asked with a raised eyebrow. We fought a few of them back at the village, and they're pretty tough.
There's only 2 of them.
Ander shrugged as he pulled the hood of his cloak over his face. Then the Yeni chief carefully moved out from around the shrubs and stealthily made his way behind the boulders and rockfalls until he got close to the bone demons by the cave entrance. I pulled out my binoculars so I could better see what Ander was up to. The dark-haired man came out from around a large boulder near the lesser demons and walked with his back bent. Ander looked like an old man who'd gotten lost, and when the bone demons saw him, they began to snarl. But then the chief reached out his arms, and I saw he had a bundle of dried herbs in either hand. Both bundles began to smoke, but not burn. The smoke was a strange light blue color, and as the 2 bone demons moved forward to attack, they both suddenly fell to the ground as they just passed out. Then Ander placed the still smoking bundles in front of the lesser demons on the ground, stood, and pulled something else from his pocket.
It's safe now, Eddie. They're asleep, but they won't be for long,
I heard Ander say through his seer stone. Come on, I ordered my warriors. We gotta move quick, they're only asleep. I led my force through the most direct route to the mouth of the cave, around the boulders and fallen rocks, and as soon as we reached Ander, Scourge and Amrila wasted no time in slitting the bone demons' throats. I don't suppose we've any more of those herbs? I asked Ander. If you could do that again, Gwen could use her ability to waft it into the cave and make our job a hell of a lot easier.
I have one more, the chief replied, but it would lose too much potency to be effective against any lesser demons that might be in there, and it would do nothing to the goblins.
It was worth a try, I snorted. Okay, Scourge, you and your scouts are up. The Zinkari man took 2 of the scouts with him to the cave, and we waited and listened at the cave mouth.
There's a tunnel,
I heard the thief say to me through the stones a few minutes later.
Long and winding, no side passages, movement up ahead.
There was a pause, and I relayed what Scourge had said to the others.
Took out 3 goblins on patrol,
Scourge's voice said in my mind.
Approaching an opening. Cave is about 10 yards wide and round. 30 goblins in a furnished open area. Others are coming in and out of 3 side passages. Looks like they've been here a while.
Do you see the succubus? I asked the thief.
No, she must be in one of the adjoining chambers.
Scourge replied.
From the amount of activity in and out of the passage of the far left, my guess is that she'll be through there.
Okay, I responded. Fall back a little and find a safe place to wait for us. I turned to my fighters and explained to them what Scourge had told me. Nylame and I will take the lead, just in case anything comes down the tunnel while we approach, I said as I held my Galil with the barrel pointed at the ground. Gwen, I want you and Tanya just behind us. Once you've kicked up the dust storm, fall back to a position in the middle of the formation.
Understood.
The Spirian woman nodded. Let's go, I ordered and then moved into the first tunnel. Everyone cover your faces, and put on your ear protection now. As we quietly moved up through the long, winding tunnel, we came across a few bodies of dead feral goblins that Scourge and his scouts had left behind. Then I came around a bend, and found Scourge and his 2 scouts where they waited for us. I silently nodded at the Zinkari man and walked past him, until I saw dim light up ahead. The tunnel opened out into the large round chamber Scourge had described. It was filled with furniture, like a well-appointed common area, and there were even several rugs on the ground. I could see the 30 or so goblins Scourge had mentioned, and a dozen of the dust devils gathered in pockets around the edges of the chamber. As I looked at the back of the cave, I noted the 3 openings, and just on the other side of the opening on the far left, I could see the leg and elbow of a bone demon as it stood guard. Scourge was right. The far left passage must have been where the succubus was hiding. It was the only one that seemed to be guarded. None of the creatures in the cave had noticed us yet, so I stepped back and gestured Gwen forward. The pearl-skinned woman took a step closer and closed her eyes, and then she took a deep breath, drew her hand up to her chest, and started to make small circular motions. I could feel a breeze start to stir my hair and the edges of my cloak. Then Gwen's eyes suddenly opened, and she pushed her hands forward.
Hector!
The Spirian woman shouted in a clear voice, and I could see the muscles in her slender arms strain, as if there was resistance against them. There was a dull roar as a powerful gust of wind barreled into the cave. Dust and small pebbles were kicked up and filled the chamber in a choking cloud, and some of the unoccupied chairs and smaller tables were also kicked over by the wind. Then the air in the chamber became a haze of dirt and debris. Just before my vision was obscured by the dust cloud, I saw all of the little dust devils pop as the gust hit them, and their dust joined the cloud until the air became mostly opaque. Shit, that plan had worked almost too well. I stepped forward again and was barely able to see Gwen, who was right next to me. I could hear goblins and lesser demons cough, gasp, and retch in the cloud, and I put my arm around the Spirian woman's waist and pushed her behind me. Then Nylamain Tanya came up next to me, and as we stood shoulder to shoulder, the 3 of us opened fire around the chamber. It was a few moments before the dust began to settle enough for us to move forward into the cave. It was surreal. Goblins seemed to appear out of nowhere through the haze, and when they doubled over to try and suck in air, Nylamain Tanya and I would pick them off. The sound in the chamber would cut in and out as my pro-X's blocked the gunfire, and as the dust began to settle, goblins, bone demons, and more dust devils began to pour into the main chamber. "Forward!" I shouted through the cloth over my face. "Secure the chamber!" As my warriors rushed into the cave around me, I switched to my Glock and began to fire on the enemies that entered the cave through the back passageways. I fired on one bone demon, and on the other side of me, Nylamain Tanya switched to their swords.
Aye!
Amrila screamed through her scarf as she led several female warriors forward. Bukath and Zuag also led small groups of soldiers to secure the passageways, while Scourge and his scouts helped Nylamain Tanya and I cut down the enemies left in the chamber. I put 2 bullets into the head of a bone demon, and the fucker's skull exploded and splattered the goblins around it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that Onder stood at the edge of the chamber with Gwen behind him, and the Yeni chief swung his sword in low, threatening arcs as he protected the Spirian woman from anything dumb enough to get close to him. Meanwhile, Tarek growled curses in Dwarven as he sliced a goblin's head clean off its shoulder with his axe, and Scourge darted in and out of the fray as he used his blood magic to create sharp daggers out of the blood of the fallen. Then I heard a strangled cry behind me, and turned to see a bone demon had Syneath by the throat. The lesser demon lifted the elven scout off the ground, and the white-haired woman's feet kicked uselessly beneath her as she tried to struggle against that powerful grip. I carefully aimed my Glock at the center of the demon's chest and shot twice, and as both bullets ripped into the bony bastard's sternum, it dropped Syneath. Unfortunately, she hit the ground hard, and one of her ankles twisted the wrong way as she toppled to the cave floor. The bullet wounds in the demon's chest began to glow with an impending explosion, but Sharn saw Syneath fall, and the orc woman rushed forward, picked up the tiny scout, and threw Syneath over her broad shoulder as she wielded her axe with her other hand. "Nylamain, Amrila!" I shouted over the sound of battle. "To me!" As my soldiers worked together to finish securing the chamber, the Dolrath princess and the horned woman came to my side, and we pushed forward as we aimed for the passageway on the far left of the back of the cave. Once we reached the tunnel, the 3 of us moved cautiously along the passage. The air was a little clearer here, and I pulled down the cloth around my face. I gratefully sucked in some of the cleaner air and kept my eyes on the tunnel ahead. I holstered my Glock and took the Galil in my hand as my two wives held their swords. There were a few side passages leading off the tunnel, and we stopped by each one to investigate. The first few were empty and ended in dead ends. "Remember," I whispered to the women, "when we find the succubus, our goal is to subdue her and try to convince her to help us."
What if she won't?
Nylame asked. "Then we take her back to Onder and let him deal with her," I replied. "Even if she agrees to help us, we need to keep a close eye on her until we're absolutely sure she's on our side." As we walked up the tunnel, I saw two side passages on either side of the corridor. It was the perfect place for an ambush. "Carefully," I said to the women in a low voice. I stepped cautiously forward, but then I saw a big, pale, fleshy elbow peek out from the edge of the passage on the right. Fuck. It was one of those gnarly flesh demons. A giant bag of skin and teeth that we'd encountered just before Bill had led us to Niclathan. I held up my hand to tell Nylame and Amrila to halt, and then I shouldered my Galil and waited as I watched the opening. The moments seemed to stretch on, and I could still hear sounds of the fight behind us, but it sounded like my force was holding the main chamber from the shouts that drifted down the tunnel. I held my breath and slowly started to move up the tunnel with my rifle trained on the right-hand passage. It was kinda like sneaking up to kill a big fucking spider when you're pretty sure it can jump. At any moment, the flesh demon could come around that corner, so my stomach was tight with knots, and I could feel my pulse in my neck and the tips of my fingers. I leaped forward once I was close enough, and even though I knew I would be confronted by horrific loose folds of skin and rows of jagged teeth, I was still shocked by the sight of the huge, pale monster. The flesh demon's hoarse snarl stank as it opened its gaping maw, but I fired right into its trunk once before it swiped at me with a huge claw. Then I heard another raspy growl behind me. I turned to see a second flesh demon rush out of the other passageway, but Nylame and Amrila sprang into action and came at the beasts with their swords. The Dolrath woman's attacks were strong and precise, while the Horned woman's motions were more fluid and lithe. I had to make a tactical choice to back up out of the range of the flesh monster's long, clawed arms and flank them as I pulled out my Glock. The demons were between me and my wives, and the Galil wasn't suited for this kind of close combat. But as one of the flesh demons turned to ward off Nylame with its claws, I could see it had the symbol of Belzat tattooed on its back. "They're not normal lesser demons!" I shouted to the women as I took aim at the back of the flesh demon's head. "They might be magically augmented, like Ursinger's creatures!" I fired 2 rounds into the back of the head of the lesser demon on my left, and just as I suspected, the bullet sank into the folds of the fucker's loose skin and started to glow. But the glow was dull, and not as potent as the magic in Toric's special bullets usually was. I fired 2 more times, but as the flesh demons fought Nylame and Amrila, I had to match their movements and be smart about picking my shots. I could see the place where I'd shot the one on the left start to swell as the magic finally started to work, so I switched my attention to the demon on the right. The lesser demons almost ignored me, and I figured my bullets must have felt like bee stings to them. They didn't see me as a threat, compared to the 2 women armed with swords. Nylame slashed at one of the demons and cut off several fingers on the ugly bastard's hand. Amrila was a flurry of steel as she spun her 2 swords and sliced at the other flesh demon's forearms and legs. The lesser demons were so big that they had to crouch in the low-ceiling tunnel, which made it difficult for them to fight against my women's constant onslaught. I fired 3 more rounds into the back of the demon on the right, until I saw its flesh begin to swell and roil. Then the head of the lesser demon on the right burst and showered the tunnel with chunks of flesh, brain matter, and black ichor. The force of the explosion shook the tunnel, and dust and small rocks fell from the ceiling and walls. Double fuck. "Back up!" I shouted to my wives as I looked up and saw a crack in the tunnel just above the lesser demon. "Cave in!" I watched as Amrila and Nylame looked up and saw the crack too, and then they retreated from the flesh demon just as it howled. A moment later, the magical bullets in its back detonated in a rain of light and gore. I moved up the tunnel several paces as the section of roof just above the lesser demons fell and buried their fleshy bodies. The moment the rockfall ceased, I ran up to the tumble of debris. "Amrila! Nylame!" I shouted as my stomach churned. "Are you all right?"
Yes.
I heard Nylame call back, and a wave of relief washed over me.
We're fine, partner.
Amrila answered.
I'm going to get Zuag and Sean to clear this away.
I pursed my lips, glanced back over my shoulder, and thought for a moment about the potential dangers that laid ahead further down the tunnel. The succubus was somewhere further up this tunnel, and she would have heard the rifle fire in the cave-in. There was a high probability that there was a way out further down the tunnel somewhere, and I was not going to let the strange dark woman get away again. I had to press on. "I'm going to keep going!" I yelled through the wall of rocks in front of me. "The succubus knows we're here, and we can't let her get away. Have the others carefully clear this shit away. Get Torek to help. He'll know how to do it safely."
Wait for us.
Amrila replied with a note of concern in her voice.
We don't know how many more followers the succubus has. You'll need us.
"We can't wait that long," I argued. "I have to keep going."
Then, take this.
I heard Amrila say before the Zinkari woman pushed the hilt of one of her swords through a small gap in the rocks.
That way you have another option besides your rifle.
I took the sword and saw it was the one with the black jewel on the hilt. This sword had belonged to Amrila's father, and she'd found it in a troll cave when we first met. "I'll be all right," I said through the rubble. "I have my seer stone, and so does Onder, Scourge, and Zuag. I'll stay in touch. I love you both."
We love you too.
Nylame replied.
But stop talking like we won't see you again. Go get the succubus and we'll get this cleared.
"Yes, ma'am." I grinned and then turned to look up the tunnel. It was pretty dark, so I clicked on the flashlight on my Galil and started to make my way further up. As I turned a corner, I could see a warm glow of light coming through the opening of a side passage. I put my back to the side of the tunnel and walked up quietly, and as I got close to the opening, I could hear the sound of a crackling fire, but no other noises. The sweet smell of perfume wafted into the corridor, and I suspected that I'd finally found the succubus. But I knew she wouldn't be alone. I inched closer to the entrance, held up Amrila's sword at an angle, and looked at the polished steel. There were a couple of scratches from the fight in the main chamber and corridors, but I could see a vague reflection of the room beyond. The succubus sat on a large four-poster bed, and there was a hearth in the center of the room. There were also 2 bone demons standing on either side of the bed to guard the raven-haired woman. The room was large enough that I could probably get away with just shooting the 2 bone demons, but after the event in the corridor, I didn't want to risk it. I could have switched to my mundane bullets, but those might not have been effective against the lesser demons. I decided on the most direct approach. With the sword still in my hands, I stepped boldly into the room. The 2 bone demons hissed immediately, and one started to move toward me, but the succubus on the bed raised a hand.
Wait, my pet.
The raven-haired woman said as she lounged back onto the bank of pillows.
This one intrigues me. Bold of you to come alone, demon slayer.
I thought I'd be merciful and offer to free you one last time. I held the sword firmly out in front of me as I watched the 2 demons.
Free me.
The succubus repeated with an arched eyebrow.
The binds that tie me to my master are the only things keeping me at bay. I could wreak havoc on the Twilight if you release me. But you know that, don't you? Is there something more to your offer?
There was something in the way she said master that told me how much she hated whoever had bound her to their service. Let's start with some pleasantries, I suggested as I moved a little further into the room so my back wasn't facing the opening to the corridor. "I'm Eddie. I think you're already aware of my reputation. What's your name?"
You may call me Sigrith.
The succubus replied in an openly flirtatious tone.
Now, what is your offer?
Sigrith was in a long, black, silky dress that left little to the imagination. The pert nipples of her full breasts stood out against the thin fabric, despite the warmth of the fire. But as she spoke, I could see a flash of pain cross her pale face, and her red lips twisted slightly as if she were fighting something back. Was she fighting the binding spell? "I think we have a mutual purpose here," I said, as I tried to keep an eye on the big-ass lesser demons and the succubus at the same time. "You clearly hate the servant of the demon lord who's forced you into their service. I could help you get your revenge. After that, you can go back to the deeper dark in peace."
Why would I want to go back to that pit?
Sigrith asked as she sat up a little.
The twilight can offer me a much richer feeding ground. You are stronger than most, and very handsome. But don't think that I'll fall for your tricks just because you're beautiful and possess a silver tongue. I'm not some simpering woman to believe the lies of a man she desires.
Then you should know enough about men to see I'm not lying. I grinned as I boldly met her gaze. I can help set you free. Get back at this prick that's enslaved you. After that, we can talk about what happens to you next. But I'm not going to set you loose to hurt innocent people. I can't be much more honest than that. I watched as the conflict played across Sigrith's beautiful face. The succubus's exotic features softened for half a heartbeat before they contorted in pain. The dark woman's shoulders bunched as if she'd been hit physically, and then she gained control again.
It's a shame, really,
Sigrith said finally, and her voice was almost sad.
A man like you shouldn't go to waste. But I have no choice, really. Kill the intruder, my lovelies. Feast on his flesh, but leave his beautiful face.
The two bone demons leapt at me in unison, and I raised my sword to defend myself. As the first one got close, I swung the sword down hard on its elbow joint and severed its arm. The bony fuck howled in pain as I turned and slashed at the trunk of the second lesser demon. As I sliced its stomach open, the black jewel in my sword began to glow slightly. But then the bone demon slashed at my face with its claws, and I felt the trickle of blood down my cheek.
Not his face!
Sigrith screamed, and I could hear the pain in her voice as she fought against her magical bonds. Black ichor and rotten entrails poured from the second bone demon's stomach. Then I brought my sword up at a low angle and drove it through the wound I'd made, straight up into the bastard's chest cavity. The bone demon stiffened, shrieked, and then fell backward to the ground. But the first demon was now behind me, and raked the claws of its remaining hand across my back. The lesser demon's claws squeaked against the back of my dwarven breastplate, and I turned, grabbed the back of the bony fuck's head, and then drove my sword up through the bottom of its chin, right into its brain. I watched as the bone demon's milky eyes rolled into the back of its sockets, before I let it drop to the ground next to the hearth. Then I looked at the succubus on the lush four-poster bed. I turned and walked with purpose toward the bed, and Sigrith looked terrified.
Stop,
Sigrith said, and the sound of her voice seemed to be right by my ear as I felt the tug of her seductive powers.
Don't hurt me, lover.
Once again, I was able to shrug off the succubus's strange pull as I reached the edge of the bed. I wasn't going to hurt her. I was going to give Sigrith something I suspected she'd never had before. A willing lover. You don't have to use your powers on me. I growled as I climbed onto the bed. Then I took Sigrith into my arms and kissed her. Chapter 17. I felt the succubus tense as I took hold of her with my free arm, but when I lowered my face over hers and kissed her red, pouty lips, Sigrith's body relaxed slightly, and her mouth began to move against mine. The raven-haired woman ran her hands through my hair as her wet tongue brushed against my lips, and I lowered my body onto hers. I stabbed the sword into the thick mattress of the bed, and then moved my hand along the soft contours of Sigrith's body. As I touched the raven-haired woman's breasts, I lightly teased her erect nipple. Sigrith breathed as her hand gripped the hair at the back of my head.
What strange magic do you possess?
I'll show you my magic. I pulled the deep neckline of the succubus's dress to one side to expose her breast and started to kiss down her neck. Sigrith's round, milky breast was tipped with a pale pink nipple, and I kissed along the round mound of the pale woman's breast. I remained mindful of where the sword was and where Sigrith's hands were, but the succubus didn't make a single move toward the sword. Instead, she stayed focused on where my lips and hands were on her body. Sigrith keened as I started to kiss and suck her breast with enthusiasm.
You magician.
You haven't even seen my real tricks yet. I chuckled as I moved my other hand between her long white legs. I pushed the black silk of her dress to one side and realized the succubus didn't have any kind of underclothes. All I found was smooth, velvety skin and a sparse growth of dark hair just above Sigrith's vulva.
I took my time and teased the temptress as I played her own game against her, and as I kissed along the skin exposed by her deep neckline, I caressed her upper thigh with my hand. Again and again, I would draw close to the moist, secret folds between her legs, but then I'd glide past her pussy with only the lightest touch.
Please,
Sigrith moaned.
touch me. Push your fingers inside me. Fuck me and set me free.
And you promise to be a good girl? I snarled as I started to kiss the raven-haired woman's inner thigh.
No.
The succubus purred as she writhed.
But I can be your girl. Show me what no other has before.
There was a note of pain in Sigrith's voice, but it was a divine pain mixed with pleasure. I pushed my face between her legs and ran my tongue along her tangy, wet slit, and the succubus's back arched as I moved my tongue in small circles and drove her mad with passion. I knew Sigrith's trick was to take the essence of her victim to feed herself, to give pleasure in exchange for sustenance. This might have been the first time anyone had been concerned with her pleasure. As I lapped at the pale woman's pussy, I moved my hand around her thigh and worked my fingers into her tight, wet channel. Inside, Sigrith was impossibly smooth and slick, and I moved my finger in and out as her hips began to buck. The raven-haired woman cried out, and I could feel the succubus's whole body tremble.
Yes. Eddie!
I pistoned my fingers harder and faster into her quivering pussy, and when I dragged my tongue firmly over her slit, Sigrith squirted harder than any woman I'd been with as she came. My face in the sheets beneath her became damp with her juices, and I began to kiss my way back up along the pale woman's breasts and neck until I reached her lips.
You are a magician.
Sigrith purred as her fingers lightly traced the deep scratches on my cheek with a cool hand. I'm not done. I snarled. You asked me to fuck you, and I intend to. I didn't bother to fully undress. Between the breastplate and my boots, that would all take too long, and I wanted Sigrith right now. Instead, I untied the front of my Dolrath-style pants and released my hard, throbbing erection, and the succubus grinned as she wrapped her long, supple legs around me.
Yes.
The raven-haired woman hissed as I guided myself inside her.
Eddie, you're so big.
I slowly started to pivot my hips back and forth as I slid in and out of Sigrith's magnificent pussy, and it was insane how good she felt as the succubus moved her body in time with mine. You're so tight, I growled. Fuck.
You fit perfectly.
Sigrith breathed as she gripped my shoulder and began to move with more urgency.
Make me yours, Eddie. Fill me up.
I pistoned myself against her hips as I felt her pussy spasm and contract around me, and I knew she was close to another orgasm. Come for me, Sigrith, I commanded. I want to feel you come again. The pale woman moaned as she threw back her head, and I felt the walls of her pussy clamp down around me like a vice.
I'm so close. Fill me with your seed. Yes.
Sigrith convulsed and came a second time, and I was right behind her. I gave Sigrith my seed as her hot juices gushed out around my shaft, and my head swam as electricity.
Killing me.
Sigrith replied as she put her arms around my neck and I lifted her.
Your potion stopped the spell, but not the damage it had already done.
It's going to be okay, I assured the pale woman. I'm going to get you help. I carried Sigrith back down the corridor, and by the time I got to the part of the tunnel that had caved in, I saw the others had cleared a hole large enough for me to step through.
What happened?
Nyla May asked with a confused expression as she looked down at the weak, raven-haired woman in my arms. No time to explain right now, I said. Where's Onder?
Right here, brother.
The Yenni chief spoke up as he approached, and then looked at the succubus.
She looks half dead. Did you unbind her?
Yes, I nodded, but only after the binding spell had half killed her. Help me save her.
Let's get her back to one of the couches in the main chamber,
Onder said with a note of urgency.
I might be able to do something for her.
I carried Sigrith back into the main chamber as the others followed us. Nyla May kicked a dead feral goblin off one of the couches, and I gently laid Sigrith down. As Onder examined the raven-haired woman, Sigrith looked up at my wives and I who had gathered around her.
Why would you all care if I die?
Sigrith asked as she cocked her head with a confused frown.
To you, I am a monster.
Eddie is cursed with an overly large heart and a streak of optimism as wide as the Glekik River. Scourge replied as he leaned against the back of the couch. It's his nature to care about lost, dark things, my dear. If you were really a monster, why would you risk your life like that? I asked Sigrith.
For a moment of real love,
The raven-haired woman replied as she smiled at me and raised an eyebrow.
I would have gladly given my life to feel something so real.
A moment of love!
Amrila repeated as she looked at me with a mischievous grin.
I thought you looked kind of sweaty.
Can you help her? I asked Onder as I ignored my wife and fought back a slight blush.
I think I can,
the chief said as he pulled out a small bottle from his bag.
I'll admit that I didn't think your plan would work, Eddie. But if it did, then I knew the succubus would need an alternative food source. Mistress, this is a synthetic type of essence. It will not sustain you like your normal food source, but it will help give you a little strength.
Onder held the bottle up to Sigrith's lips and helped her drink the amber-colored liquid in the bottle.
Thank you.
The pale woman sighed as the little color returned to her lips.
That helps a little.
You'll still have to rest and heal,
the Yenni chief cautioned before he looked at me.
I know I might be speaking out of turn, but I think it's wise to bind her again. We have no way of knowing what she'll do when she reaches full strength.
No, please.
Sigrith gasped and tried to sit up, but then she had to settle back onto the couch from that effort.
Please. The man you're looking for is Gliabdarm. He is the servant of the demon lord you're fighting.
Gliabdarm!
Praegia repeated in a shocked tone.
Why does that ridiculous name sound familiar?
Amrila asked with a furrowed brow.
Because he is the king of Demarkt,
Scourge replied in an uncharacteristically serious tone.
And my brother's employer.
Fuck a duck. That's something we'll have to deal with tomorrow, I said. Right now we have to get out of here and get Sigrith someplace safe.
If you will not bind her, I'm going to have to insist that she's kept under guard,
Onder said.
I mean no offense to you, Sigrith. But this woman is still a succubus, and it is my job to protect the Gloom and the Twilight from creatures of the deeper dark.
Maybe I can help with that.
Gwyn interjected in her sweet voice as she stepped forward.
If it is all right with Eddie, I can keep watch over this woman at the manor. She is powerful, but so am I.
I can also stay at the manor, Scourge added. With Eddie's permission, the lovely lady's powers have no effect on me, since I am free from carnal desires.
I can also help guard the succubus,
Sharn offered as she stepped forward and flexed her broad shoulders.
I'm sure the Temple of Lynoth can do without me if it's for the safety of the realm.
Does that work for you, Onder? I asked my brother-in-law.
Yes.
The dark-haired elven man nodded.
For now, just make sure your chamberlain and the manor guards know to steer clear of the manor until a better solution is found. I can send more of this potion to the manor too, with a female courier, so that the lady does not starve.
I can ask Ecname to lend me some female soldiers, I said, to guard the manor just as an extra layer of caution. Now let's get out of here and head home. I gathered up my troops, and we traveled back to Glekik and used the circle there to travel to the encampment. Then my army of warrior women marched with me back to the Yenni capital. Onder headed to the capital itself with a few warriors to guard him after we had said our goodbyes, and then the rest of us continued north to my manor. Sigrith was still weak and could barely speak, let alone move, but two of the female warriors carried her on a makeshift litter. When we passed through the gate of my mansion, Jarl met us in the courtyard and bowed.
Dukil,
the stoic elven man greeted us.
I wish I knew that you were coming, and with so many guests, I would have had the manor prepared.
I appreciate that, Lord Jarl, I replied, but not all of them are guests exactly. Ladies, if you could help Sigrith up to her room, I need to talk to my chamberlain. Gwyn, Sharn, Scourge, and the two female warriors carrying the succubus headed into the house, and Jarl looked dumbfounded as he watched them.
May I ask what's going on, my lord?
The chamberlain asked. I'm going to have to ask you to temporarily have the manor guards go help the village guard in Hellshire, I explained. They should still be paid the same, but I'm going to station some of these fine ladies here for now. I want you to leave for Hillshire too, and Quawin the groundskeeper as well. The house should only be staffed by women for now.
But why, Duke?
Jarl asked with a puzzled frown. For my own reasons. I replied vaguely since I didn't want news of Sigrith to spread if I could help it. You'll still be my chamberlain and manage my holdings, but you'll need to leave the day-to-day running of the manor to Giovanna, for now. It's all only temporary.
As you wish, my lord.
Jarl nodded and gave a small bow.
I will just need to gather a few personal things and speak with Giovanna to make sure she's up to speed on all the necessary details.
Thank you for understanding, Jarl, I said, and then headed into the manor. It took a few hours to get everything sorted out, but soon I had a rotation of my female guards sorted out, and the maids helped to get Scourge, Sigrith, and Sharn settled in their rooms. I put Sharn in charge of the new guards, and then went to see Sigrith. I hope you understand all the precautions we've taken, I said as I sat on the edge of her bed.
I suppose I do.
The raven-haired woman sighed as she lounged on a nest of pillows.
So long as I am not always going to be your prisoner. Besides, this place is more comfortable than that musty old cave.
I'm glad you approve. I snorted. I'll come back as soon as I can check on all of you. I want you to think of the guards outside as protection for you, as much as they are here to guard you. You're a guest in my house, but for now, focus on getting well. Scourge knows how to get a hold of me if he needs to. Then I leaned in and gently kissed the beautiful pale woman. Sigrith kissed me back, and the gesture was passionate and affectionate, all at the same time. When I pulled away, the succubus looked surprised.
And what was that for?
Sigrith asked with an arched eyebrow. I think you've been starved for love long enough, Sigrith, I said in a firm tone, and the succubus's suspicion faded into shock.
You have wives, yeah?
She whispered. Yes.
Would they be fine with me if I wanted to?
You'll have a chance to win them over if you behave, and help us help you. Then I got up, left the raven-haired woman's room, and found Gwen waiting in the hall for me. Thank you for all your help, Gwen, I said when I saw the pearl-skinned woman, still dressed in her traveling clothes. You were amazing.
So were you.
She murmured as she met my gaze.
The way you fought, how you found a way to free Sigrith and turn her to our side. You're the most incredible man I have ever met.
Gwen seemed to feel she had been too bold with her statement, and she shyly dropped her gaze. I stepped closer to the Spirian woman and gently lifted her chin with my hand. It was the first time I'd touched her intimately without Gwen initiating the contact. But she didn't recoil or move away, and I took that as a good sign. You're one of the most extraordinary women I've ever met, I said in a quiet voice, and that puts you in rare company. When I come back, I'd like for us to spend a little time together, if that's all right with you.
I'd like that very much, Eddie.
Gwen breathed and then demurely dropped her eyes again. I could tell my relationship with the Spirian woman would be more of a marathon than a sprint, but I was up for the chase. Gwen clearly also felt something for me too, but she needed more time for that feeling to blossom into something more than just a schoolgirl crush. I took hold of the Spirian woman's hand and kissed it, right in the soft place between two of her knuckles, and then I let go. Goodbye for now, I said quietly.
Goodbye for now,
Gwen replied, and then chanced a small glance up at me as her cheeks flushed. I wondered for a split second if I might have been moving too fast with both the succubus and the elemental woman, but neither one of them were used to any affection, so I was certain they were fine with the speed of my courtship. It's a date, then. I smiled before I went back down to the entryway and found my wives and my friends as they waited to leave. Thanks for staying, Scourge, I said, as I shook the Zenkari man's hand. It's good of you to stay and help out.
Don't thank me too quickly, friend,
the thief said with a roguish smile.
I plan to be very free with your wine cellar.
You're welcome to it, I snorted, so long as you stay sober enough to do the job you came here for.
If I must.
The horned man sighed with mock resignation, but he flashed me a wink and a smirk. Then I turned to Bakath. Always good to have you by my side in a fight, I said as I shook the general's hand. Give your lovely wives my best. I'm sure they'll want you to come to supper after all that gold you put into my pocket after the goblin village. Bakath snorted.
Fika's talking about more babies, while Vilevy has an eye out for a fourth wife when I haven't even married Talia yet.
The burdens of being a prosperous night elf,
Zuag laughed heartily.
But I am too glad to have such friends to fight alongside. But alas, my duties call me back to Torsbane. Until we meet again, brothers and sisters.
Which reminds me,
Tanya said as she glanced over at the orc captain.
would you mind if I hung out in the gloom a bit, Eddie? Zuag offered to show me Torsbane, and I'd really like to go.
I don't mind, I replied with a grin.
I know I don't mind.
Amrila said with false innocence as her plan finally came together.
You two have fun.
Thanks.
Tanya blushed faintly as she looked again at Zuag. Where's Torek? I asked as I looked around for the dwarf. As if on cue, the blacksmith came into the entryway, by way of the kitchen with a pastry in his hand.
Oh,
the dark-haired dwarf sputtered as he noticed everyone was looking at him.
I just thought I'd grab a snack for the road.
And is that why you have flower handprints on the back of your breastplate? Scourge asked in an amused tone. Tarek's cheeks went pink, but he chose not to answer. Then we all said a final goodbye and parted ways. My wives, Torek, and I went into the basement, and I made sure to lock the door to the secret room behind us before we used the teleportation circle to travel to the Citadel. As we said goodbye to Torek and the other dwarves, I was eager to get back home to Ibsith and Bulra. The moment we came through the back door into Ibsith's kitchen, the elven woman and Bulra covered my face and neck with kisses. I made sure to match them kiss for kiss, and then we kept our tradition of TV and takeout as all of us cuddled on the couch and caught Ibsith and Bulra up on all of our adventures. A few days later, it was finally Thanksgiving. Ibsith went all out, and there was almost no room on the kitchen table as it groaned under the weight of all the food she made. Jay and Enid came over to celebrate the holiday with us, and we piled our plates high with the delicious food and then ate in the living room. Everything was perfect. I had my family and two of my best friends. We would have amazing leftovers for days. Christmas was around the corner. But most of all, I knew right where Belzat's third minion was this time. I just had to figure out how to kill him without starting a war. End of Book 9.
This has been Backyard Dungeon, Book 9, written by Logan Jacobs, narrated by Evan Jordan and Alyssa Poon, an Actors Everywhere production.